Chapter 551. This is Sarah Jones's overt conspiracy. If you block it, then be prepared for a battle with enemies from both sides. If you don't block it, then these 500 super flagship fleets will be inserted directly into the main battlefield like a steel knife, acting as a living force support. No matter what she does, Vibralena will face a disadvantage on the battlefield. Vibralena frowned, tapping the table lightly with her slender fingers, and fell into deep thought, thinking about how to break the situation. But she rejected several response plans in a row, and none of them worked. She could not escape the conspiracy designed by Sarah Jones for her. Finally, Vibralena sighed softly. Order the fleet to make way, and let these fleets out. Sarah Jones's meaning was very clear. She just wanted to bring the fleet back. She hoped that Vibralena would make way for them, otherwise don't blame her. Now, because the battle line is too long, Vibralena doesn't have many fleets available. If she really wants to intercept Sarah Jones, the price she pays is something she doesn't want to see. Therefore, the only thing she had to do was to give Sarah Jones a way out. When Sarah Jones' fleet arrived in the Central Star Field, more than 500 super flagship fleets ignored the civilization of Justice Order, and the fleet quickly moved under the guidance of the reconnaissance ships that had been arranged long ago. After arriving at the main battlefield, Sarah Jones looked at the main battlefield full of wreckage but empty, and couldn't help but smile. "Wife, what are you laughing at?" Adri Black Flag on the side looked at the smile on Sarah Jones' face, and couldn't help but wonder. Now they are still in the main battlefield, and the fleet of the Justice Order will come at any time. How can this silly wife still laugh? Sarah Jones took Adrian Black Flag's hand, raised her head and explained, "Husband, don't worry, the Angel Civilization and the Justice Order will not send a fleet to stop us, we can just go directly." "Why?" "Because the Angels don't want to fight a decisive battle yet, and they can't afford the price." "Okay, wife, you are really farsighted." Although he didn't quite understand, it didn't stop Adri Black Flag from praising his wife. If his wife was great, then he was also a great husband. "I'm so lucky." Although she was sure that the Angel Civilization would not make any moves, Sarah Jones was still very careful. The 500 super flagship fleets were in a defensive formation waiting for the hyperspace jump to cool down and guard against attacks. And Sarah Jones didn't encounter any attacks until all the fleets were evacuated. After arriving at the frontline combat base, Sarah Jones regained the majesty of the Demon Queen in front of outsiders, and Adri Black Flag also silently guarded her like a guardian knight. Sarah Jones walked into the combat meeting room and sat in the main seat to give orders to everyone without any hesitation. This hunt is over, and the fleets of each legion should prepare to evacuate in an orderly manner. No one was surprised by this result, because they had gained enough by launching a surprise attack this time, and now they would also benefit from retreating. Now that the defense line of the Justice Order has become very complete, they can no longer take advantage of it. At that time, it would be more trouble than gain, so it is better to stop in time. Therefore, no one had any objection to Sarah Jones's order to retreat. Seeing that no one had any objection, Sarah Jones said again, "When retreating, pay attention to mutual cover, and leave a part of the fleet to build a defense line, and don't give the Angels a chance to chase. If you don't die on the battlefield, but die in the retreat, don't blame me if you die unjustly." Everyone laughed and said they understood. It must be said that the Freedom Camp fought very comfortably this time. Except for not achieving the predetermined goal in the war against New Eden, everything else was achieved. The Central Star Field has expanded to more than 30 star fields, turning the original front line into the rear, and the population and resources plundered are countless, enough for everyone to eat well. I don't know how many forces will be able to get the opportunity to upgrade their civilization after this battle, and their strength will increase greatly. Sarah Jones thought of something else, and then said, "Currently, things called free drones have appeared in the Cobalt Blue star field, and the 7 star fields around it. After analysis, it seems to be the remnant of an ancient civilization in ancient times. There is no way to eliminate it at present, so it is necessary to block these 8 star fields and control their control range. Therefore, I decided to build a defensive fortress outside these 8 star regions, and send fleets to clear them out at regular intervals." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other in surprise. "Queen, it's just a relic of an ancient civilization. At most, we can send heavy troops to clear them out and let the 8 star regions go. This is a bit. You know, their spoils of war this time only expanded to 30 star regions. How can they be willing to give up 8 star regions now?" In response, Sarah Jones said quietly, "According to the research of researchers, these free drones have an unknown element that can greatly enhance the drones. In short, these free drones are profitable, And this is why Sarah Jones decided to give up these 8-star fields to the free drones, hoping to keep them in captivity so that they can be harvested regularly. Although they don't know what the elements Sarah Jones mentioned are, it doesn't mean that they can't hear the benefits. Nothing that is linked to warships is not profitable. In the end, after a simple distribution of benefits, everyone agreed unconditionally. With the withdrawal of the free camp fleet, Barbara Elena breathed a sigh of relief, and then ordered the fleet to start building and improving the defense line as soon as possible to prevent the enemy from doing anything else. But Sarah Jones and others have already made enough money and have decided to retreat, so they will not start a war easily. After the active retreat, the Freedom Camp used a star field as a buffer zone and began to build defense lines. Now both sides do not want to go to war again, but they are afraid that the other side will attack, so they have begun to build defense lines. Until the defense lines of both sides were built, there was no conflict between the two sides, as if the war some time ago was a phantom, leaving only the broken wreckage of the warships on the battlefield to tell something. Both sides know that this is only a short-term peace, and there will be more intense battles waiting for them in the future. Apart from anything else, when the Freedom Camp digests these 30-star fields, the war will start soon. The battlefield is the catalyst that unites the Freedom Camp firmly. Chapter 552. Southern Star Region, Chongqing Star City. Aura and others stood in the corridor, looking at the closed door with a worried look. Wang Yan, who received the news from Aura, hurried back from the angel civilization. As soon as she got off the spaceship, she saw the sad faces of Aura and others, and her heart was also worried. Aura, how is the barbarian? Is he okay? Looking at Wang Yan, who looked anxious, Aura raised her hand and said, Madam, my master is fine, but there may be a little psychological problem. Hearing that the person was fine, Wang Yan was relieved. Psychological problems can be solved slowly, as long as the person is fine. Ola, what's going on? Ola opened his mouth, but didn't know how to start. At this time, Jamil Salam walked out with his head down. Madam, it's us who brought shame to our master, which led to this result. You only have so many fleets in total, and you can destroy more than 100 enemy fleets, while resisting nearly 600 super flagship fleets of the free camp. This is already an outstanding record. How can it be said that you brought shame to the barbarians? After completing the cloning operation, Wang Yan officially possessed the 4th authority of New Eden, and naturally knew a lot about some things. Note, the first authority is Sherman, the second authority is New Eden Central Computer, and the third authority is Aura. If other civilizations can achieve this record, they must publicize it all over the world. How could this Sherman be so autistic that he hides in his room and disappears? Hearing Wang Yan's words, Jamil Salam clenched his fists, lowered his head, suppressed his emotions, and said, when the Freedom Camp retreated, it looted New Eden. The 8-star fields in the Southern Star Field, and the 10-star fields in the Eastern Star Field were all turned into ghost dens. All facilities were destroyed, and even the colonized planets were shattered. The death toll has not yet been counted, but it is at least over 800 billion, and the property losses are incalculable. Sherman had calculated a lot, but he didn't expect Sarah Jones to attack civilians. All 18 star fields, both military and civilian space stations, were destroyed, and the colonized planets became the object of her amusement and venting, and were shattered by Titan using doomsday weapons. Although Sarah Jones did retreat according to Sherman's plan, Sherman also took the responsibility for the 18-star regions on himself. So after learning that the 18-star regions had suffered such a disaster, Sherman's smile changed from the smile he had when he learned about Sarah Jones' retreat to a blank expression, and then he locked himself in the room and did not allow anyone to enter. Up to now, he has been in the room for 3 days without food or water. If Aura had not been able to detect that Sherman was just a little weak now, but not in danger of life, they would have broken in long ago. Seeing the depressed Jamil Salam, Wang Yan stepped forward and gently hugged him, comforting him. This is an accident, you don't need to blame yourself. Jamil Salam gently raised his head, his eyes were red and swollen. Madam, please go and persuade my master, we will die without regrets, but he can't let his will be so depressed. No matter how many people died, these officials would not care, at most they would feel ashamed. But Sherman was so depressed, Jamil Salam attributed it to her own poor combat performance, which made her so uncomfortable, otherwise she would not have any emotional fluctuations even if she was slaughtered 18 more people. At most, I can ask the enemy for revenge later. Okay, I go and try to persuade them. Wang Yan nodded, but just as she was about to knock on the door, she saw the door open by itself. Sherman walked out slowly. Compared with 3 days ago, Sherman became thinner and sloppy, but there was a silent flame in the depths of his eyes, as if he could light up the starry sky. After Sherman came out, he looked up and glanced at everyone, then said in a hoarse voice, "Are you all there?" "Husband, you." Wang Yan felt a pain in her heart when she saw Sherman like this, and she couldn't help but reach out and touch Sherman's somewhat shriveled cheek. Sherman forced a smile, gently held Wang Yan's hand, and pulled her to his side. Then he looked at the officials in the corridor, and facing Sherman's gaze, all the officials stood up straight. Even Estam Martel was no longer as lively as usual, and was full of seriousness. "Emma, Galenti, Caldari, Minmater 4 divisions." "Yes, my lord. From now on, I allow you to use genetic cultivation to replenish the population and build warships as soon as possible. I require you to complete the large-scale military expansion in the shortest time, at least not in the current situation." "Yes." Before, because the territory of New Eden was limited, and the lifespan of the people cultivated by the genes was very short, even if they became clone warriors, the service time was much shorter than that of natural people. In addition, the fleet was sufficient, so Sherman did not let them continue to cultivate the population, hoping that the second generation of natural people they reproduced would become the main force of New Eden in the future. Now, he can't care so much. Then, Sherman looked at Jerusalem and said hoarsely, "In the Eastern Star region, apart from New Eden, I don't want to see people from other civilizations in half a month." In this war, many forces in the Eastern Star region stabbed New Eden in the back, which led to the war being out of control from the beginning and eventually caused the current situation. In the beginning, Sherman used the means of profit to tie these people to the New Eden chariot in order to complete the mission. I thought this was Sherman's achievement, but I didn't expect it to become a big disaster. Jerusalem heard Sherman's words, his eyes flashed with a cold light, and he bowed his head to accept the order. Then, Sherman looked at Aura again. "Aura, now all the resources of New Eden will be fully supported for war preparations. In addition to ensuring basic living supplies, all other resources will be used for war preparations. I want New Eden to become a war machine from now on, and everything will be done for war. I want to return the shame that the enemy has attached to New Eden. I want the dead creatures in these 18 star fields to witness the demise of the enemy. I want the enemy to pay 10 times the price for the blood debt they have committed. I want everyone to know how heavy the price of violating the bottom line of New Eden is. I want the world to know what the anger of New Eden is." Sherman's voice gradually became high-pitched from hoarse, and finally turned into an angry roar. The sky-high anger ignited the hearts of every official. From this moment on, New Eden will become a complete war machine, burning the body and soul of every enemy with the fire of revenge. Chapter 553. This war came too hastily, and because of the three gods, the Justice Order did not establish an effective defense line, and paid a great price. This also made Vibra Elena very angry, so after the situation stabilized, she left and summoned the 4 princesses and their husbands to meet and announce the election of the Angel Queen. At the port of the Holy City of Angels, Sherman, who was silent, was led by Wang Yan to the hall. Compared with the low-key Sherman and his wife, Peter Yagudis and his wife on the other side were much more pompous. Hundreds of guards were scattered around, and at the front of the team was a 100-man honor guard, with all kinds of fancy things that looked very high-profile. Maud touched his head with a cigarette in his mouth, and looked at Peter Yagudis, who was in a very grand manner not far away, and couldn't help smacking his lips. It was a mistake. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Jamil Salam to get you an honor guard, and it would be better than this. The Emma Empire is a religious force after all, and it has done a good job in this regard. Take Jamil Salam's current guards for example. The honor guards are carefully selected after rigorous training, and Jamil Salam will bring them with him every time he inspects, and the pomp is much more solemn and dignified than Peter Yagudis's. Facing Maud's consideration, Sherman glanced at it and shook his head. It would be better to build a few more warships instead of doing so much fancy things. Then, he took Wang Yan to the main hall, ignoring Peter Yagudis, who was putting on a show. In the main hall, Sherman and his companions found a seat and sat down. They didn't say anything, but just looked at Vibla Elena on the throne. Seeing that the 4 princesses and their spouses had arrived, Vibla Elena didn't waste any opening remarks, and directly told them the purpose of summoning them this time. "I am very angry about the actions of the demon civilization. This raid has cost us a heavy price, so I decided to start a war to destroy the demon civilization and its free camp. The election of the next Angel Queen will also be carried out in this war. The princess, who has made the greatest contribution in this war, will be the next Angel Queen. I have reported this matter to the Elders' Council and the Inquisition, and they have already agreed. Sherman and others were not surprised by Vibelena's words, and they all had an expected expression. Sarah Jones's surprise attack really angered the angel civilization, and they were determined to eliminate the demon civilization and the freedom camp. Others were fine, but Peter Yagutis was a little excited about it, and asked hurriedly, "Queen, when will the attack be launched?" Peter Yagutis made a small calculation in his mind. At present, except for the Sherman couple, the other two princesses and their spouses have no intention of competing for this position, and this time facing the attack of the demon civilization, New Eden has almost fought hard. According to his intelligence, the fleet New Eden lost in this war was almost 2/3 of its total fleet, and a whole 18-star regions were turned into no man's land, and the strength of New Eden was plummeting. This also gave him an opportunity. Vibelena crossed her legs and replied lazily, "Now all civilizations need to rest and prepare for war, so the war will officially start in a year. Of course, if you want, you can start at any time." Then, she added, "The election time is 5 years or the destruction of the demon civilization, and you still need to pay attention here. Vibelena wants to use the throne as a reward to make those who are interested in this position or forces fight hard in this war." In Chongqing City, the New Eden War Conference room was full of people, and all the officials had arrived. Sherman glanced at everyone and said, "Let me tell you, this time the angel civilization is ready to take real action against the demon civilization. Now the entire justice order is preparing for war, and this is also a good opportunity for our revenge. I hope that within this year, everyone can actively develop the fleet. I hope to see an endless fleet in front of me in a year." Everyone stood up and saluted, shouting, "We will live up to our Lord's expectations." Then, Sherman opened the star map and said to several pirate officials, "Expanding the army requires a lot of resources. New Eden's current output is completely unable to meet the needs, so you need to borrow some from the enemy." For this kind of thing, Cormac Waja couldn't help but rub his hands excitedly. He was familiar with this. "My lord, just wait, I will definitely skin them all." The other pirate officials were not to be outdone, and they all spoke up, looking like they were going to suck the enemy's bones and marrow. Compared to this group of guys, Shangguan Qianqian and Shuahua Weiska seemed much calmer. Because whether it was the three gods or the free drones, they all had their own mining areas, and the resources were very rich. So, Shangguan Qianqian stood up with a solemn face and said, "My lord, there are still many idle resources in the three gods, which can be used to support the expansion of the army." Snowflake Visca was also unwilling to lag behind, and said 4 words lightly on her expressionless face. "Me too." They knew that the main battle fleet of New Eden would always be the 4 empires, and the trigods or free drones, like them, could only serve as auxiliary tasks. Unless the trigods world arc could break through the restrictions and appear in the main space, the number of fleets would be their weakness. Because they knew their position, they took out all their stored resources without hesitation. In response, Sherman just nodded to show that he understood. Then, Sherman also issued an order that made them all extremely excited. From now on, except for the 4 major empires, who are expanding their armies without any combat operations, other pirate forces can freely look for opportunities to attack and plunder the free camp. This operation is a long-term mission, mainly to destroy the enemy's infrastructure and plunder the enemy's resources. "My lord, are there any restrictions on this operation?" The Blood Raiders officials, led by Drakrija Melon, looked at Sherman expectantly. In the past, Sherman was concerned about New Eden's reputation, so they had great restrictions on the operations of their Blood Raiders fleet, and did not allow them to perform sacrificial activities, which made them a little depressed. Looking at the expectant faces of the Blood Raiders officials, Sherman slowly shook his head. "For this operation, I have only one requirement, that is, to bring back resources every time you attack. As long as I don't suffer any loss, I only care about the result, and don't want to know the process. Moreover, this is just the interest before revenge. You will release all restrictions and play freely." Hearing this, the officials all smiled knowingly. Kutu, who was sitting next to Estamertel, looked at the smiles of the officials around him, but felt a chill extending from his spine to the top of his head, and was a little chilled. Looking at these officials who were ready to fight, Sherman also smiled, looking at the free camp civilizations next to New Eden on the star map, stretched lazily, and murmured, "Good luck to you." Chapter 554. Officials carried out Sherman's orders very thoroughly, and the pirate officials formulated a battle plan overnight. These are the specific targets of attack. Do you have any additional information? Cormac Wagia looked at everyone and asked. Back then, the Sky Serpent group in the Eastern Star region did this kind of thing a lot, and Cormac Wagia was familiar with it, So he served as the action commander under Sherman's instruction to divide the action targets for each official. Everyone looked at the target on the star map. No one had any opinions, and all nodded. The target of their action this time is the free drones, and the free camp civilization outside the three gods. When the time comes, their fleet will look for opportunities to launch surprise attacks from these places. The free drone area has cockroaches, and the three gods have abyssal space. They can have absolute intelligence control over the areas controlled by their own side. This is especially true for the abyssal space of the three gods. All entry and exit require Shangguan Qianqian's permission, otherwise forcing it will be torn into pieces by the abyssal storm. However, in the abyss space, the fleet of New Eden can use Titan to drop the fleet to any location within the induction range. Moda Civilization, the second-rate top civilization of the free camp, has 16 star fields in its territory, and its defense zone spans the two fronts from the southern star field to the central star field. It is the civilization with the most enemy areas in the free camp. This is also determined by the style of Moda Civilization. Moda Civilization was a huge military force composed of dozens of large and small mercenaries decades ago. Because of their great contributions in the Second Faction War, the previous Demon Queen made an exception and rewarded them with territory, so they transformed from a mercenary organization to a civilized country. Although they have territories, the Moda Civilization still mainly accepts mercenary wars, so most of their territories are located on the front line, and most of the territories are inhabited by the families of members. Therefore, among the fortresses defending the 8-star fields occupied by free drones, the Moda Civilization occupies too. The special elements produced by free drones are very popular, so they have made a lot of money during this period. In the fortress, people from several fleets were reveling. They had just entered the new 8th district, another name for the 8-star regions occupied by free drones, and carried out a siege. Although there were some casualties, the rewards they received were very generous, enough for them to enjoy themselves for a long time. While they were reveling, fleets from New Eden were also preparing at the border. At the border of the free drone area, Dracria Melon watched Chelm Solon busy at work. Chelm Solon is anchoring the Sasha suppression control tower to open the wormhole. Because the target area is too far from the southern star field, the original Sasha suppression control tower cannot open the wormhole to the target area, so it is necessary to anchor some in the middle as a transfer. This is not only an attack, but also an important tool for transporting the spoils back. Done! As Chelm Solon clapped his hands, the last Sasha suppression control tower started up, and a high-intensity stand shield suddenly unfolded. Looking at the Sasha suppression control tower that had already started running, Dracria Melon couldn't wait to say, "Sister Chelm, can we act now? I can't wait to sacrifice the enemy." Looking at the anxious Dracria Melon, Chelm Solon was also a little impatient, and then decisively ordered, "Assemble the fleet and attack." As the Sasha fleet and the Blood Raider fleet attacked from the wormhole, a cockroach-class ship flashed in the void, and the two tentacles on its head trembled slightly. A large-scale electronic suppression swept across several surrounding star fields, and also hit all the Sasha suppression control towers. In the abyss space on the other side, the fleets of the Angel Enterprise Consortium and the Gustas group also quietly assembled in the void. Mu Yunyan and Estamel Tel sat in the World Ark and drank tea with Shangguan Qianqian. Because of the outrageous performance of the three gods, both the Justice Order and the Freedom Camp were very wary of these 5-star regions. After all, this World Ark that can crush an army without any pressure is scary to anyone. So they were not in a hurry, and needed a reconnaissance ship to find a suitable target. Just as the three of them were laughing, Shangguan Qianqian's eyes condensed, and then looked at the two and smiled. "Two sisters, there is life." Mu Yunyan and the other looked at each other, and then trotted onto the warship. As the induction lit up at the border of the free camp, the World Ark also opened a huge space channel for the fleet to pass quickly. "Queen, you have to make the decision for us." Looking at the man in front of her with a gritting face, Sarah Jones couldn't help but frown slightly. "Moda, what happened?" Moda said with red eyes. "Queen, an hour ago, a fortress in our new 8th district and 3 galaxies behind were attacked. Although the fortress was not lost, the guard fleet suffered heavy losses, 5 logistics space stations were destroyed, and the loss of materials was huge. The guard fleets of the 3 galaxies behind were completely wiped out, and 3 of the colonized planets were shattered." The latter was the reason why Moda gritted his teeth so much, because the people on these colonized planets were all their relatives. This was a huge blow to the morale of the fleet. Who did it? Because New Eden also carried out electronic suppression. When launching the raid, Sarah Jones was a little surprised when she learned about it. New Eden's fleet. This is impossible. Sarah Jones widened her eyes. A little unbelievable. New Eden has just ended the war, and the number of super flagship fleets lost is at least more than 60. How could it still have the energy to attack now? The fleet in New Eden is just like this. Even if New Eden hides more fleets secretly, it has just experienced a large-scale war, and should not be able to fight actively now. Facing Sarah Jones's disbelief, Tomo was very sure. Sasha Group, Blood Raider Group, Angel Enterprise Consortium, Gustus Group, and the Serpentis Group that is still fighting with our fleet on duty at the border. I can't be wrong. Sarah Jones closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her eyes were full of helplessness. I will let other civilizations exchange defense zones with yours to share the defense pressure, and you will move the civilians to the rear of the exchange as soon as possible. This is New Eden's revenge for the 18-star regions. The Angel Civilization and Justice Order's undisguised preparations for war now put Sarah Jones under great pressure. In addition, a large-scale battle had just ended, and now it was really impossible to mobilize heavy troops to target New Eden again. This exchange of territories, putting several civilizations on the stage to share the pressure of the Moda civilization, was the best solution Sarah Jones could think of. Thank you, Queen. Hearing Sarah Jones's method, Moda thanked her gratefully. They were not afraid of New Eden, but the colonization of 3 galaxies this time made them worry about the safety of their loved ones. Now a replacement defense zone has perfectly solved this problem. After Moda pushed it down, Sarah Jones looked at the place on the star map that was attacked by New Eden, frowning, and I don't know what she was thinking. Chapter 555. We thought that after the replacement of the defense zone, with the garrison of several civilization fleets to strengthen the defense, this would solve the attack on New Eden. But what they didn't expect was that this made the attack on New Eden even more rampant. Originally, they attacked various scattered fleets on duty, but now with the replacement of the defense zone, New Eden has set its sights on the logistics support fleets that transport supplies. In the first attack, Dracria Melon and Chelm Solon harvested the resources of several super flagship fleets, and it took the Sasha Group a day just to transport them back. After discovering that the enemy had changed their defense zone, these officials were like a feast, going crazy. The heavy escort of these forces that changed their defense zones could not stop their enthusiasm. They were able to send a fleet to contain the escort fleet while attacking the transport fleet. These escort fleets could only watch as the New Eden fleet destroyed the transport fleet, and then opened a wormhole to let their own industrial fleet transport the spoils in front of them. But they were restrained and could not stop it. This was more excessive than slapping them in the face. It was a naked insult. But this was just the beginning. There were endless hardships waiting for them. In just 1 month, the entire front line was turned into a mess by New Eden. After suffering huge casualties, they found that all resistance was useless, because these crazy people in New Eden did not know what death was. They were just a group of desperate people, and very cunning ones. Moreover, the lunatics of New Eden never spared any enemy they saw, and the one they feared the most was the Blood Raiders' fleet. In a battle, they set an ambush and lured the Blood Raiders' fleet out, and then nothing happened. After the Blood Raiders' fleet was surrounded, the wormhole of the Sasha Group suddenly opened, and countless Sasha fleets rushed out, forming a counter-encirclement against them, and finally annihilated them all. After the battle, all the prisoners of war were gathered in the hands of the Blood Raiders group, and a small space station altar of dozens of meters was specially built in space, which was filled with the blood of the prisoners of war, and its highest commander was drowned in it. So far, the Blood Raiders became famous in one battle, and then relied on cruel means to become the most feared existence of the enemy. In the words of Estamel Tell, the combat power of the Blood Raiders may not be the strongest, but the combat efficiency is the highest, because as long as the enemy encounters the Blood Raiders' fleet, they will either fight to the death or flee for their lives, and will not become prisoners of war. Because they know that if they fall into the hands of the Blood Raiders, it will be a real life worse than death. Of course, falling into the hands of others will not be easy, but at least it is not as terrifying as the Blood Raiders. In the face of frequent good news from other directions, the battlefield in the direction of the Eastern Star region seems to be much more low-key, with only a few records. Because the 3 first-class civilizations in the free camp facing the Eastern Star region are powerful, and have very complete defenses, so complete that even the reconnaissance ships of the Serpentis group cannot easily penetrate. And because of the situation on other borders, these 3 civilizations also set up a joint duty fleet, and the duty fleet is mainly composed of super flagship fleets. Generally, as long as the Serpentis group shows up, these super flagship fleets, ranging from a few to more than a dozen, will all arrive at the battle site within just half an hour, leaving them with no combat space at all, which also gave Cormac Vaga and others a headache. Watching others eat meat while you can't even drink the soup, doesn't this make you look incompetent behind the scenes? Besides, before the war, Cormac Vaga promised Side Jerusalem that he would bring enough resources to the Galeni Federation to support the construction of its warships. Now it has been a month, and the resources plundered are basically equal to the warships lost, which is very uncomfortable. So after another infiltration mission ended in failure, several officials of the Serpentis group had bitter faces, touching their slippery bald heads, and sitting in the conference room for a meeting. Tell me, do you have any good ways to infiltrate? Cormac Vaga looked at everyone with his tiger eyes, but they have tried everything in the past month, and now they are at their wits' end. Looking at everyone, Gutta patted his head and said, "Everyone, we have failed in several attacks in the past month, and the reason is that we don't have effective means of invasion. The Sasha group and the Blood Raiders group can enter and withdraw through the wormhole of the Sasha Suppression Control Tower, and even the Gustas group and the Angel Enterprise Consortium can enter and exit at any time with the help of the World Ark of the Three Gods, but we have nothing else except conventional means of infiltration. So, I suggest that we talk to our Lord and ask him to support us with some related stuff?" Gutta's meaning is basically correct. Their Tianchi group can be confident that they are the strongest in this kind of encounter in terms of combat power, and they are also the kind of tough fleet that can penetrate the battlefield head-on. However, this firepower defense is sufficient, but there is no better means of infiltration. If you want to achieve the effect of other forces, it is like asking Zhang Fei to embroider. Forget this proposal. Now the Sasha group has its own mission, and the abyss space of the Three Gods cannot radiate to us. Even if we apply to our Lord, it will be useless. We still have to find a way ourselves. In this regard, Cormac Vaga rejected the proposal without hesitation. Gutta also frowned. What should we do? We have tried almost all the existing infiltration methods, and there is no better way. They have tried every method in the past month. But even if they try their best to send the reconnaissance fleet in, they will eventually face the pursuit of the enemy fleet. There are many anti-stealth devices in these border galaxies, and the reconnaissance ships have no living space at all. For these three civilizations, anti-stealth devices are a small problem, and they are not as stingy as the poor people they met before. After the five people were silent for a long time, Cormac Vaga suddenly slammed the table and said arrogantly, "Since we can't play conspiracy, let's just attack directly. This is our forte." Attack? Gutta thought about it, and his eyes lit up immediately. You mean, first lure the tiger away from the mountain, and then concentrate the fleet to attack the enemy's fortress defense line? Yes. Cormac Vaga nodded, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Over the past month, the enemy has formed a complete reinforcement mechanism. We can send a fleet to attack other areas to attract the defense. The fleet on duty in the fortress only takes an hour to go back and forth, and then we can send another fleet to continue to entangle them, which can at least buy 2 to 3 hours of time. This is at least 3 hours, which is enough for the remaining 3 fleets to break through the fortress. It was very simple, but it was also the plan that they were most confident of. Then, Gu-Tu volunteered. "There is no need to send out another fleet. Leave the tasks of bait and interception to me. You 4 fleets go attack the fortress." Gu-Tu, the new official of New Eden and the 5th official of the Sky Serpentine group, now urgently needs a chance to prove himself. The most critical and challenging point of this operation is the 2 stages of bait and interception. As for breaking through the fortress, it is actually the easiest. Because once the fort's guard fleet is dispatched, there will be a time difference with the new guard fleet. They can completely seal the enemy fleet in the fortress and not allow it to come out. At that time, they only need to withstand the firepower of the fortress and do their best to demolish. The 4 super flagship fleets carried out the demolition work without the interference of the enemy fleet. This is very easy and boring. Only this bait and interception mission can make them a little attractive. Seeing Gu-Tu's idea, the other officials did not compete, and all agreed to Gu-Tu's request. Cormac Vaga and the others stood up and patted Gu-Tu on the shoulder one by one. This was their affirmation of Gu-Tu. Cormac Vaga stared with a pair of tiger eyes. "This task is handed over to you. You must complete the task. Don't let my master down, let alone Estimeltel down." Thinking of the little girl who frantically searched for him on the battlefield and finally knelt in front of Sherman to ask for a chance to undergo official transformation surgery, Gutta nodded heavily. For New Eden, Gutta will not fail in his mission. After the war, Estimeltel searched the battlefield like crazy with his fleet for a day, and finally found his damaged space capsule and slightly intact body in the wreckage of the battlefield. Then he returned to Chongqing City with his body without stopping, and knelt in front of Sherman, hoping to give Gutu a chance to undergo official transformation surgery. And he was not a pseudo-official like Nicholas, who was better than ordinary clone pilots, but a real official who was completely transformed into a digital life like Mu Yunyan. This kind of official transformation operation not only requires huge resources, but also requires the operation of the New Eden central computer. This directly touches the ultimate bottom line of New Eden and violates the principles of these intelligent beings. Finally, Sherman looked at the tearful Estamel Terrace and the coke in his arms that was even more miserable than himself, and he agreed. Then Estamel Terrace even begged Chelm Solon to personally preside over the operation. In the end, Gutu was successfully resurrected and became a real official in New Eden. The price was that Estamel Terrace and Gutu were tied together on the server of the New Eden central computer. The two of them were truly living and dying together. Chapter 556. At the border of the Eastern Star region, Gutu led his Shadow Serpent 5th Super Flagship Fleet and headed towards the predetermined combat target. The undisguised team made the three major civilizations react quickly. The fleet at the target location was ready, and the duty fleets of several fortresses around were quickly dispatched. Even the fortress fleets a little further away were on their way. Before Gutu arrived, they had assembled nearly 2 army groups to prepare for battle. It was not that they were making a fuss, but that they had learned the lessons from the battles in these days. At the beginning, several battle fleets fought through a fully staffed small aircraft carrier fleet. Although they were eventually destroyed, they also suffered heavy losses. Later, after seeing the combat effectiveness of the Sky Serpentis group, they chose to form a joint guard fleet this time, and use their absolute superiority to crush them. Otherwise, if the fleets were equal or even slightly more, they would be ruthlessly crushed by the Sky Serpentis fleet. And this time, the Sky Serpentis group did not fight a small battle as usual, but sent out a whole super flagship fleet. How could they not worry? The two armies are only the existing ones, and there will be other super flagship fleets coming later. What they have to do is to delay the super flagship fleet of the Tianchi group, and then overwhelm them with the fleet of the fleet. This is also what Gutu expected. The more enemies he attracted here, the smoother the actions of Cormac Vaga will be. So after arriving at the battlefield, Gutu did not choose to attack directly, but used interceptors to build a circle of defensive interception force fields within tens of thousands of kilometers around his own fleet, which delayed more time. The two sides had been facing each other for 2 hours. As the enemy fleet completed the encirclement and the farthest fleet arrived, the enemy took the lead in launching an attack. The enemy, with the size of an army group, formed a standard fire output formation in front of the Gutu fleet. The 5 super flagship fleets all found a suitable attack angle in front, which allowed the Gutu fleet to enter the wide angle of attack of the entire army group, so that their firepower would not be wasted at all, and could all be poured on the Gutu fleet. The battle between the two sides was about to break out, and Gutu fought back vigorously. For the Tianchi group, the best defense is offense. Powerful firepower is the basis for the charge, and solid defense is the best guarantee. Lock, attack, charge, this is the style of the Tianchi group. And facing this formation that can concentrate firepower, Gutu's decision is the most correct choice. Otherwise, if he really follows the original hedgehog formation, his fleet will definitely not last for the scheduled time. After all, these are not the trash from the Eastern Star region. If we really concentrate our firepower on attacking, even the Conqueror Titan can't hold out for long under the maintenance of the combat auxiliary fleet, because the attacks it has endured directly exceed the upper limit of maintenance. Once the Titans on the periphery are destroyed, the hedgehog formation will no longer exist, so Gutu chose to counterattack without hesitation after seeing the opponent's attack formation. Only by rushing in, disrupting the opponent's formation, and fighting together in close combat can the absolute firepower advantage of the Serpentine warship be brought into play. The enemy may not have expected that the Gutu fleet would choose to counterattack so decisively, but now it was too late for them to react. The light and heavy interceptors of the Gutu fleet rushed into their formation first and intercepted all the flagships. Then, the flagship of the Gutu fleet also rushed in and engaged the enemy in close combat. The Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster flew like a swarm of bees, bringing death to the enemy. The hot projectiles of the hybrid guns quickly melted through the enemy's shields and hulls, and the combat auxiliary fleet accurately searched for each friendly warship that was attacked for repair. Under Gutu's command, the enemy's entire army, 5 super flagship fleets, were broken up into dozens of small battlefields, and the enemy, who had not anticipated this situation, could only fight on their own, and the battle process was one-sided. Seeing that his 5 super flagship fleets had become so unbearable under the impact of Gutu's fleet, the enemy's commander-in-chief made a decision that made him regret for the rest of his life. Not only did his commander not choose to let other fleets pull away to attack, but he ordered the remaining fleets to rush forward, hoping to use the advantage of numbers to quickly eliminate the Sky Serpent fleet and rescue the entangled friendly forces. And it was this decision that allowed Good to seize the opportunity. Looking at the swarming enemy fleet, Good's originally calm face first showed a trace of surprise, and then the corners of his mouth rose wildly. What a good opportunity! Then Good first shrank the fleet to attract the enemy fleet deeper, and then seized the opportunity to order the fleet to attack quickly. 20 Conqueror-class Titans and the Dreadnought fleet first fired a round of doomsday salvos to disperse the enemy's camp, and then the heavy bombing cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster of the Hatred-class super aircraft carrier took off to launch bombs. After a series of operations, 9 out of 10 of the enemy's conventional fleets were destroyed, leaving only the flagship fleet. Then, while the enemy had not yet reacted to the doomsday salvo, Good led the fleet to press forward again. This time, there was no conventional fleet to confront. Good's conventional fleet acted quickly and wiped out the enemy's interception ships. Then the interception ships also quickly intercepted the enemy flagship and kept a safe distance, and rushed in to replenish the force field when the interception force field was about to disappear. The enemy had no conventional fleet to destroy these interception ships, unless the interception ammunition was used up. Otherwise Good could leave these flagships here even if all the flagships were dead. Its strategic goal has been achieved. Now Good only needs to ensure the survival of the interceptor ship, and the flagships of both sizes should attack desperately. Now the flagships of both sides are mixed together, and it is impossible not to determine the winner, and they can only fight to the death. Although the enemy has a huge advantage in the number of flagships, fortunately Good has separated these fleets before, reducing the pressure to the minimum, and it is a close combat, which allows the power of the hybrid guns of the Tianchi group to be fully exerted. At least in terms of close combat firepower, Good's flagship fleet is no worse than the enemy fleets. At every moment, the flagships of both sides exploded into a ball of fireworks and turned into wreckage, and the two sides launched a high-intensity tug-of-war. The battle has become a competition of willpower from the initial tactics, and in this regard, it is obvious that the Good fleet, which is composed of one man, is much better. Good has a combat auxiliary fleet, and the opponent also has the help of a small aircraft carrier equipped with a flagship machine repair device. So both sides know that if the logistics of the other side are not eliminated, the battle will be very difficult to fight. So they all choose to eliminate the logistics flagship of the other side first. But compared to the auxiliary fleet of the Good fleet, which was completely exposed after the charge, the enemy's logistics flagships were more numerous, and some of them were hiding behind the main fleet and could not be attacked. If this continued, the Good fleet would lose its logistics flagship before the enemy. At that time, there would be no help from the logistics flagship, but the enemy would have it, and the flagship battle would be much more difficult. Although the opponent was not a professional combat auxiliary ship, but a small aircraft carrier equipped with a low-end version of the flagship repairer, it could not compare with itself in terms of repair volume, but it could not withstand the enemy's large number. At that time, the situation that was hard to obtain would be reversed, so after noticing this, Good also quickly changed his tactics, gave up the original goal, and all fleets began to eliminate the enemy's dreadnoughts. As long as the enemy's firepower output is eliminated first, then even if all the logistics flagships are gone, the enemy's firepower will be reduced, and the two sides will be brought to the same condition in disguise. And compared to Titans and aircraft carriers, this dreadnought cannot accept external maintenance after activating the battle module, and it can't move at all, which is a very good target for Good's fleet. The enemy commander also thought of this after seeing Good's actions, but although he was anxious, he had no way to deal with it. Because he knew that if he gave up on clearing the Good fleet's logistics flagship and turned to attack the dreadnought, the Good fleet would definitely turn the tables because of these logistics flagships. They had already noticed this from the intelligence they had collected countless times. When going to war with New Eden, they needed to find a way to clear its logistics flagship first. This was the experience and lesson they had learned with blood in the last war. The two sides fought back and forth for a full 13 hours. Finally, when there was no longer any target in the lock system, Good came back to his senses somewhat numbly. The light interception fleet had run out of interception ammunition, and the heavy interception ships were also worn out by the enemy flagship's close-in defense guns during this period, and could no longer prevent the enemy from evacuating. As the interception force field on the battlefield disappeared, the enemy fleets all chose to evacuate through hyperspace, leaving only debris scattered across the starry sky. Their commander had died in a doomsday fire 2 hours ago, and even the basic command staff were almost killed or injured. Now these guys who had lost their fighting spirit in the fierce battle were naturally afraid to run as fast as they could. Gutta came out of the space capsule, sat on the chair, and lit a cigarette for himself tremblingly. After blowing out a smoke ring, a smile appeared on his face. This time, I am very competitive, I should be able to get closer to you. As the planet left its orbit, the light of the star shone into the battlefield. Several Conqueror-class Titans covered with dense scars stood on the battlefield, surrounded by large and small warship fragments. A super flagship fleet faced two armies head-on, and won the final victory in a situation of 1 against 10. This battle was enough to make the name of Gutu, the new official of New Eden, resound throughout the universe, and his information would appear on the desks of the heads of various civilizations after the war. Chapter 557. New Eden's new commander Gutu fought 10 enemies alone, annihilated 7 enemy super flagship fleets, crippled and defeated 3 super flagship fleets, tied up a large number of enemy fleets, and bought a lot of time for friendly forces to attack the city. As a remnant of humble origin, he became a popular senior commander in New Eden in just a few years, and became one of the top leaders of New Eden. In the Abyss space, in the World Arc. Mu Yunyan looked at the article published by Xingshi Huanyu on the war in the Eastern Star region, and couldn't help but smack her lips. The whole article praises Guta's achievements, and even describes his life from birth to now. It feels like he has received a script with a male protagonist. When he was young, his civilization was destroyed, and he became a remnant of the grass and trees. At the age of 16, he organized his own resistance army and fought against the civilizations in the Eastern Star Field. At the age of 28, he led his resistance army to join New Eden, and then completed the Revenge of Civilization in half a year. Then, in just 1 year, he became one of the senior decision-makers of a huge force. Now he has won endless reputation in this war. After all, there are many battles where the weak defeated the strong, but most of them were achieved through various conspiracies and tricks. Gutu won the victory on the front battlefield with 1 against 10, which is why he was reported so much by Xingshi Huanyu. It's nothing else, it's too explosive. Mu Yunyan looked at the article, and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Estamel Tel, who was also staring at the article. Sister E, did your man give money to Xingshi Huanyu? This report is so outrageous. Estamel Tel rolled his eyes at Mu Yunyan. Get lost, your man. Now the two of them are at most good comrades, with an ambiguous relationship, but they have not broken the window paper, and more importantly, Estamel Tel is not ready yet. Looking at the two people bickering, Shangwan Qianqian very elegantly refilled their teacups, then slowly tasted it and said, "You two should stop talking nonsense. There are too many resources plundered now. Send a fleet to send them back home quickly. During this period of time, they have gained a lot. Now all kinds of resources are almost filling up the warehouse of the World Arkansas. It is time to transport them back." Mu Yunyan and Estamel Tel looked at each other, and then nodded to Shangwan Qianqian at the same time. During this period, Sherman was in pain and happiness. Because after the order to expand the army was issued, the fleets of the 4 empires were rapidly expanding. At present, the Emma Empire alone has expanded its imperial navy to the 16th Army Group. Because of the expansion of the army, the original organization has also been changed. In the past, a single super flagship fleet was used as the core number. Now, the Army Group organization has been added on this basis, and each Army Group has 5 super flagship fleets. In terms of the number of fleets, the current Imperial Navy is more than 4 times the original Emma Empire fleet, not to mention the Imperial Crusaders. According to Sherman's idea, the Emma Empire and the Galeni Empire must have at least 1,000 super flagship fleets before the war, and still 200 army groups, because only in this way can absolute revenge be achieved again. As long as he is strong enough, then no matter what the attitude of the Angel Civilization or the Justice Order is, Sherman can ignore it and concentrate on completing revenge, without having to consider whether the friendly forces will be frustrated. But the bad news is that such a huge military expansion plan has made the resources of the entire New Eden very scarce. The output of resources, and the resources plundered cannot meet the needs, which has greatly affected the military expansion plan. Sherman also had the idea of borrowing some from the Angel Civilization, but when he thought that the Angels, and even the entire Justice Order were currently expanding their armies, and preparing for the final decisive battle, all supplies were in short supply, so he did not ask for it. We have to think of other ways. Ola! As soon as the voice fell, Ola's figure appeared quietly beside Sherman, and silently saluted Sherman. "My lord, you are looking for me?" Sherman nodded, and went to the wine cabinet to get the Fat House happy water, while asking, "Ola, how long can the current New Eden resources last?" Ola quickly checked the relevant data and replied, "My lord, the early industrial zone has been completed, and the first batch of warships has also begun to be built. According to the existing resources and consumption, our remaining resources can still last about a month. Because a large-scale military expansion requires enough warships, the first step of this expansion is to build more flagship construction facilities to ensure the supply of warships. And almost all of New Eden's initial investment is included in this. Can only support for half a month?" Sherman frowned when he heard this. This amount of resources cannot reach his expected goal. Ola nodded. Yes, at present, New Eden's resource production capacity has been squeezed to the limit, but it cannot complete the supply, and the resources plundered by the fleet from the enemy are gradually decreasing. The situation is not optimistic. After all, the pirate forces of New Eden have been plundering the Freedom Camp too much and too obviously. The enemy will naturally pay attention to this aspect, and will not give New Eden a good opportunity to plunder resources. Unless the Tianchi group directly attacks the fortress space, it will be difficult to obtain resources. Sherman thought about it, and continued, "Ola, let Shangwan Qianqian and Xiuhua Weiska also carry out large-scale development of the controlled star field. Any supplement is a good thing. I have already given them the relevant orders. Currently, the relevant resource development is under construction, and is expected to be fully operational in half a month." Aura was naturally very clear about the situation in New Eden, so he had asked the two to make preparations early. Although the three gods and the free drones controlled the fertile central star field, there were only 13 star fields in total, which could not fully meet the needs of New Eden. So, Sherman had to find a way to open up new sources of resources. Looking at Sherman, who was frowning, Ola stepped forward and said with his head down, "My lord, the friendly forces of the Justice Order are also actively preparing for war. Should we take this opportunity to conduct an arms trade and exchange resources?" Currently, because of Vibralena's actions after announcing the election, the entire Justice Order is also actively preparing for war. In addition to basic resources, the most popular items are various warships and equipment. This is also a good opportunity for New Eden to earn resources. Chapter 558. After all, New Eden's warships and equipment have been tested in the market in the past few years, and have made great achievements in the war with their excellent performance, and are still very popular in the market. Now we don't have enough warships of our own, how can we sell them? Sherman shook his head and refused. Aura had expected this, and analyzed to Sherman, "My lord, what we lack now is the flagship, not the conventional warship, so we only need to sell the conventional warship immediately. As long as there are enough resources, we can produce as many conventional warships as we want based on our current production capacity in New Eden, and it will not delay the construction of our own super flagship fleet. The most important thing in New Eden now is the production of flagships, especially super flagships. This will not only consume a lot of resources, but also take a long time. Even if New Eden has sufficient resources, it will take at least 3 months to produce a Titan. And according to the fleet in Sherman's budget, this requires the flagship production line of New Eden to run at full capacity, so Sherman just rejected Aura's proposal. Regular fleet, will anyone want it? Sherman looked at Aura with some doubt. It's not the same as before. Now the battles in various battlefields are mainly based on super flagship fleets. Conventional fleets can play very little role on the battlefield. Most of them are used for support. Is there still a market for this? Aura looked at Sherman and was a little speechless. Then he explained, although our battles during this period are mainly flagship battles, there are still few civilizations in this universe that can have super flagship fleets. More battlefields are still dominated by battleships. A few dreadnoughts can be used as killer weapons. Our conventional warships are still quite popular in the market. To put it bluntly, after New Eden began to use super flagship fleets, almost all the wars encountered later were super flagship wars. So this also made the role of conventional warships not very obvious under the flagship level cannons and doomsday weapons, making Sherman ignore the fact that many forces still treated dreadnoughts as treasures. Listening to Aura's explanation, Sherman also knew that he had made a joke and couldn't help blushing. Then let's leave this matter to the guys in Caldari, they are more familiar with this aspect. Sherman waved his hand and gave the order. Unlike Emma and Galenti, Caldari is a commercial country established by various Chable groups, and they are more familiar with trade. After all, this is a professional match. Aura responded, and then issued Sherman's order to Caldari. Then, after a simple calculation, Sherman found that even if the arms trade is good, there is still a big resource gap. After all, this is the construction resource of nearly 2,000 super flagship fleets, and war reserves must be made. Conservative estimates show that at least 3,000 super flagship fleets must be built. This resource gap is something that even the Angel civilization would shake their heads at. After summarizing the previous battles, Sherman has changed the previous fleet configuration under the advice of various officials. At present, the standard organization of New Eden Super Flagship Fleet is that each Super Flagship Fleet has 50 Titans, a mixed aircraft carrier fleet consisting of a full super aircraft carrier fleet and 3 small aircraft carrier fleets, 2 combat auxiliary fleets, 10 dreadnought fleets, plus nearly 100 conventional fleets, including various special ships such as the reconnaissance ship. It can be said that the current New Eden Super Flagship Fleet is more than twice the standard of other civilizations, and this is also the limit of the fleet that officials such as Chelm Solon can control after connecting to the New Eden central computer. While this brings powerful combat power, the resources are inevitably greatly increased, and the gap is so big that it makes people despair. I'm worried. There is no other way to obtain resources. Thinking of this huge resource gap, Sherman couldn't help but lie on the sofa and drink Fat House happy water. In this regard, Aura shrugged helplessly. He had no other way. Now all the resources that New Eden can squeeze out have been squeezed out by him. Even a tri-titanium alloy was not spared, and now there is really no way. Sherman familiarly opened the game login interface, staring blankly at the login interface that had turned black and gray as usual. Aura did not say anything, but stood silently by the side. This was Sherman's only remembrance of his hometown, so he would open it and take a look when he had nothing to do. While looking at the login interface, Sherman suddenly had an idea and sat up straight on the sofa. "My lord." Aura looked at Sherman, who suddenly had a big reaction, and asked tentatively. The originally sad face gradually became full of smiles, and his eyes were very bright. He said to himself, "Yes, this conventional method is definitely not able to obtain a large amount of resources in a short period of time, but we can fight to support the war. The resources brought by destroying a civilization are more and faster than those obtained by honest mining and trade. Fight to support the war?" Ola's face twitched. "My lord, the 4 empires are still in the stage of expanding their armies, and cannot start fighting. If we rely solely on pirate forces, I am afraid that it will cause the enemy to backfire, and be detrimental to our development. Please think twice. Now, even if they are plundering, except for the group of reckless men of the Sky Snake, the others are still fighting sneak attacks and so on, and they will not force the enemy into a desperate situation at all. It is not that these officials do not have the strength to destroy these defensive civilizations on the front line, but they are afraid of causing the enemy to backfire, and then another large-scale battle. At that time, it will really backfire, and it will delay the revenge plan of New Eden indefinitely, so there is no need. Now Sherman is preparing to fight to support the war, and he is still aiming to destroy the human civilization, which is contrary to the revenge plan. Don't worry, I'm not targeting these civilizations in the open." Sherman opened the access permission link to the New Eden central computer to retrieve relevant information, while explaining to Aura. As Sherman read out the information, Aura's eyes lit up when he looked at the information in front of him. "Do you want to attack the civilization in the wormhole?" "Yes." Sherman looked at the entrances and exits of the wormholes marked on the star map, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The civilizations in these wormholes are all very rich, and any one of them is enough to support us for a while. Moreover, as long as the entrance and exit of the wormhole are blocked and electronic communications are suppressed, there is no need to worry about the news leaking out. Because of the existence of cockroaches, the locations of these wormholes that were originally hidden are almost open to New Eden. Coupled with the wormhole technology of the Sasha Group, they can accurately locate the target wormhole. It is a piece of cake to find the wormhole belonging to the free camp. Sherman looked at the locations of the wormholes on the star map, turned his head and ordered Aura, "Since it is a wormhole battle, then send out the Hibernator fleet, and let them move around. This time, you and Maud will do it. You two should go out and relax." "Yes, my lord." Aura took the order, and a cruel smile appeared on his face, which made people feel chilled. Chapter 559. The Pagudi Empire, formerly a certain interstellar exploration group, later discovered an unknown wormhole, obtained some ancient civilization technology from it, and occupied the wormhole for development. It is one of the few wormhole civilizations in its own camp. And this time, it became the target of New Eden. As a cockroach-class battleship emerged in the deep space, its 2 tentacles trembled slightly, and the entrance to the wormhole from the main space to the position space was detected. After obtaining the wormhole information, Chelm Solon, who was ready in Chongqing City, also activated the Sasha suppression control tower and adjusted the wormhole frequency. As Sasha suppressed the control tower to open a wormhole, the Hibernator fleet, which had been ready for a long time, swarmed in like a pack of wolves. After entering the wormhole, Aura first controlled the cockroach class to suppress the electronic communication of the entire wormhole space, and then said to Maud, "Maud, you go to guard the wormhole, don't let any warship out." Maud saluted, and then led the fleet to block the entire wormhole. Various anti-stealth and interception force fields were laid for thousands of kilometers around the wormhole, without spending any money, forming a huge interception area. The Hibernator warships no longer concealed their bodies, and guarded the wormhole tightly. As for the fleet of the Pagudi Empire that originally guarded the wormhole, it had already turned into wreckage in the first wave. The urgent alarm sounded throughout the space station of the Pagudi Empire, and its fleet quickly took off to prepare. "What's going on?" The leader of the Pagudi Empire strode into the combat meeting room and asked the various personnel who had arrived long ago. The fleet commander on duty also quickly turned on the projection and projected the Hibernator fleet raging in the starry sky. "Chief, we were suddenly attacked by an unknown enemy. The third fleet on duty today was defeated in the surprise attack and suffered heavy losses. At present, I have activated the early warning program. All the warship pilots on vacation have been recalled, and the rest of the fleet has also taken off." The head of the Pagudi Empire frowned as he looked at these warships with strange beauty. This surprise attack killed one of their fleets. It seems that these guys are not just fleets that strayed in. Moreover, even if it was a surprise attack, their fleet was completely made of standard warships of the demon civilization, but they were unable to withstand it. The combat effectiveness of these fleets can be imagined. The Pagudi Empire is a medium-sized civilization with only dozens of fleets. Facing an unknown number of fleets, he decided to play it safe. Contact the demon civilization and seek support from friendly civilizations near the entrance of the wormhole. Unexpectedly, the intelligence department replied solemnly, "Leader, the entire galaxy is currently filled with high-intensity electronic suppression. Now, let alone external contact, even the contact between civilization fleets cannot be established. These enemies are well prepared. Facing demonic civilization or angelic civilization, the cockroach class can only suppress electronic communications over long distances, but it cannot completely cut off the communications between demon fleets in the same galaxy. But facing a medium-sized civilization like the Pagudi Empire, there is no problem at all. The cockroach-class electronic suppression can make their warships deaf and blind." While the people of the Pagudi Empire were discussing, Aura led the fleet to launch an attack. A Hibernator fleet, led by Aura, quickly jumped to the periphery of the Pagudi Empire fleet and quickly launched an attack after the jump. The Hibernator warship has two weapon systems. One is the missile-type Ghost Missile, which has a long attack range, great power, and is not easily intercepted. The other is the laser weapon Lux Spear, which can not only attack enemies at medium and short distances, but also launch doomsday beams with a power of 100,000 standard high-energy reactions. You know, even the Titan's doomsday weapon only has 1.5 million standard high-energy reactions, which is equivalent to 1/15 of the Titan's doomsday power, and is even higher than some dreadnoughts' large doomsdays. There were ghost missiles in the distance and Lux Spears in the middle and near, so Aura had no intention of fighting them head-on, but chose to use kite tactics to slowly consume the enemy's manpower. The fleet's communication was blocked, which made Aura feel like a fish in water. Then he divided his troops, and completely beat the enemy's fleet. Faced with the shaky tactic of not being able to catch up or hit, the fleet of the Pagudi Empire finally couldn't stand it, and turned the bow back to the space station. After someone took the lead, the others quickly retreated, and gave up the meaningless pursuit. Facing the Hibernator fleet that had an absolute advantage, the leader of the Pagudi Empire was very annoyed and worried. Continue to send people out of the wormhole to seek reinforcements, and then negotiate with the other party. You don't even know who the opponent is. What kind of war is this? However, the next scene made him extremely desperate. The people sent to seek reinforcements were discovered and destroyed by Maud before they approached the wormhole. Under the powerful anti-stealth of the cockroach class, even if they used reconnaissance ships, it would be useless. They sent several batches of people in a row before stopping. As for negotiations, Aura said he didn't want to talk, and fired a spear of Lux at the other party, and then demolished various infrastructures and space stations in this unknown galaxy. Faced with this Hibernator fleet that refused to negotiate and wanted to destroy his civilization, the leader of the Pagudi Empire quickly regained his composure and issued an order after thinking for a while. Order all fleets to go out, and send out the Dreadnought fleet to guard the main star city. The rest of the fleets will desperately break through the enemy's blockade and must bring the message out. Although the enemy was only 2 battleship-level fleets, they felt endless pressure from them. If they continued like this, it would only be a matter of time before they fell. Now all they could do was to delay as much as possible and get the message out, and hold on until the reinforcements from the demon civilization arrived. There was no other way. Everyone looked at each other, and they knew that the Pagudi Empire was facing life and death, so they all took the order with a serious face. Yes. Then, the fleet of the Pagudi Empire quickly assembled outside the space station, and a dreadnought fleet also appeared outside the Star City to guard it. After everything was ready, they left 5 conventional fleets, and the dreadnought fleet to protect the satellite city, and the rest of the fleet quickly jumped towards the wormhole. Chapter 560. Maud, it's up to you. Looking at the enemy fleet leaving, Ola glanced at it, gave Maud a warning, and then turned his attention back to the distant Star City. Maud stretched his body with a smile on his face. Understood. As soon as the words fell, the spear of Lux of all the warships of the Hibernator fleet began to warm up. Because there is an interception force field area of thousands of kilometers around the wormhole, the fleets of the Pagudi Empire were quickly intercepted. Looking at the interception force field area that stretched for thousands of kilometers, all the fleets of the Pagudi Empire simultaneously accelerated their speed and began to charge towards the wormhole. Because of the cockroach-level electronic suppression, these fleets of the Pagudi Empire could not communicate with each other, so before they assembled, they received the task of breaking out of the interception circle at all costs, bringing out the message, and seeking rescue from the demon civilization. So even if these fleets of the Pagudi Empire could not communicate, their goal was very clear, that is, to break out. Facing these enemy fleets that were like a swarm of bees, Maud's mouth curled up, and then the entire Hibernator fleet fired a volley of Spear of Lux that had been preheated. Hundreds of dark green doomsday beams swept across a large area of enemy warships in the front line. After these highly condensed doomsday beams penetrated and pierced through the locked warships, they continued to rush towards the enemies behind with undiminished power. Because the fleet of the Pagudi Empire was not deployed, its camp was very dense, which also made this round of Spear of Lux hit a grand slam. The fleets of the Pagudi Empire that were impacting the wormholes were visibly reduced in size after this round of attacks. Compared to the original New Eden battleship Doomsday weapon, the positioning of this Spear of Lux has been greatly enhanced, which is also the difference between the two. The original New Eden battleship-class Doomsday weapon was positioned to eliminate warships of the same level and below, so in addition to the powerful single Doomsday, there is also a larger group Doomsday. And Spear of Lux is different. This is a Doomsday weapon dedicated to the Hibernator battleship. It is a highly condensed single Doomsday weapon. Its scope of application is not only conventional warships, but also flagships. As for Doomsday weapons, the Demon civilization has energy corrosion, the Angel civilization has high thermal explosion power, and the characteristic of this Spear of Lux is high penetration. The Doomsday beam emitted by Spear of Lux is extremely condensed. It can be said that it is really like a spear of light. It has a considerable penetrating effect on the energy shield and armored hull of the warship, and this is also the reason why the Hibernator fleet can also have a good combat effectiveness against the flagship. So the scene just now was like this Hibernator warship incarnated as a warrior holding a spear, and a spear pierced through countless warships, which made people a little scared. Of course, because this Spear of Lux requires high energy concentration, its range is longer than that of the same level, but the cooling time is also longer, which can only be said to have advantages and disadvantages. A round of Spear of Lux made the fleet of the Pagudi Empire slow down its speed involuntarily, and there was some turmoil in the fleet, and Maud took the opportunity to harvest and fought very comfortably. After seeing their own fleet in chaos and stagnation, the fleet commanders of the Pagudi Empire were also very anxious, but because the communication was forced to be silent, they could not appease the fleet, and could only watch the fleet that continued to lose under Maud's attack and worry. Finally, a fleet commander stood up with gritted teeth, driving his command ship while activating the pulse wave and rushing towards the wormhole. The pulse wave activated by the command ship was very dazzling in the starry sky, just like the aurora that attracted people's attention. The command ship that rushed to the front also immediately helped the chaotic Pagudi Empire fleet find its direction. All of them overloaded the thrusters of the warships and rushed towards the wormhole, while counterattacking Maud's Hibernator fleet. What a warrior! Looking at the command ship leading the charge, Maud gave a fair evaluation. Then, with a wave of his hand, the sky full of lasers hit the command ship, turning it into ashes. The destruction of the command ship did not stop the enemy, and these enemies also rushed over like crazy. Facing enemies that were dozens of times more than his own, Maud could only fight and retreat, killing as many enemies as possible while preserving his own strength. The enemy's battleships moved slowly, so it was quite easy for Maud to block them. Rounds of kite-like attacks kept consuming the enemy. Facing the enemy's very fast interceptors and frigates, Maud used all the ghost missiles of the fleet to attack these highly maneuverable enemies. Facing these faster ghost missiles, these small-tonnage warships had no choice but to die in the galaxy. But the number of enemies was too large after all. No matter how much Maud killed, he could only delay time, but could not completely stop the enemy from rushing out of the wormhole. So after half an hour of fighting, the enemy fleet finally reached a position less than 100 kilometers away from the wormhole. If they advanced a few dozen kilometers, they would be able to pass through the wormhole. However, Maud was not at all anxious about this. Instead, he kept the fleet attacking at a high frequency, as if his mission was to kill these enemies instead of stopping them from leaving. Aura did not say anything about this, but continued to confront the fleet outside the enemy star city. Seeing that these terrifying guys did not desperately defend the entrance and exit of the wormhole, the fleet of the Pagudi Empire was relieved, and then they rushed over even more desperately. After seeing that the vanguard of the Pagudi Empire had rushed to the vicinity of the wormhole, Maud also led the fleet to jump behind the Pagudi Empire fleet, attacking the warships that were disconnected from the tail, and no longer engaged in a confrontation with the frontal fleet. Faced with Maud suddenly running to the rear of their fleet to attack, this also made the Pagudi Empire fleet rush to the wormhole even more desperately. They knew that the strength of the two sides was not at the same level. If they continued to fight, they would only die. The only way to survive was to go through the wormhole to the main space. As long as they passed through the wormhole and reached the main space, their mission would be completed. Even if the enemy was ambushed outside, they were not afraid. At least the chance of survival was much higher than here. Finally, after paying a huge casualty, the Pagudi Empire's fleet finally occupied the wormhole, and then these Pagudi Empire's fleets entered it without hesitation like fish in water. When they passed through the wormhole and reached the main space, they shuddered at the tight interception force field and the dense fleets around them. Hello. Chelm Solon greeted everyone on the public channel, and then the heavy bombing cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster that had been launched and prepared launch rounds of bombs around the wormhole. After several rounds of bombing by heavy bombing cavalry carrier-based aircraft, the wormhole was full of warship wreckage. And that's not all. The 50 God Envoy-class Titans that had been prepared also carried out indiscriminate group doomsday bombardment around the wormhole, completely eliminating the remaining enemies. Looking at the wreckage on the ground, Chelm Solon smiled with satisfaction. Perfect. Chapter 561. The Sol Revenant-class supercarriers attacked first, and the Titans cleared the rear. The fleets that the Pagudi Empire had finally managed to break out of were all reduced to ashes. Under such a large-scale bombardment, not even any prisoners were taken. They were all dead. Before attacking the Pagudi Empire, Chelm Solon used wormhole technology to move the entrance and exit of the wormhole to the Alpha Star field. If the wormhole was not too small, and could only accommodate battleships of the battleship level and below, the New Eden super flagship fleet would have entered and pushed through long ago. Of course, the reason why the Sasha invasion fleet was not allowed to enter was because Sherman wanted to see how powerful the Hibernator fleet was, just to test it. Now that the test was over, there was no need to continue. Sherman closed the battlefield projection and stretched his body. Chelm Solon, your Sasha invasion fleet should also go in, resolve the battle as soon as possible, and transport the resources inside. Yes, my lord. After receiving the order, Chelm Solon excitedly led his Sasha invasion fleet into the wormhole, ready to take over the main attack mission and destroy the Pagudi Empire. As for whether there would be any fish that slipped through the net, Chelm Solon was not worried. After all, this was the Alpha Star region, the headquarters of New Eden. Let alone the Sasha suppression control tower that was running 24/7, just the 3 Cockroach-class ships that were accompanying Sherman in the star system at that time. Any fish that slipped through the net would not survive for more than 2 minutes, and as for transmitting intelligence to the outside world, it would be even more ridiculous. After Shyman's order was issued, Ola and the others naturally knew it. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time, and led the fleet to attack the enemy's fleet protecting the Star City. They had to win the battle before Chelm Solon, otherwise they would have no chance to play after the arrival of the Sasha invasion fleet. The 2 Hibernator fleets of Aura and Maud launched attacks on the fleet outside the Star City from the left and right. The ghost missiles hit the enemy's conventional warships as quickly and cunningly as venomous snakes, turning them into ashes. In less than 10 minutes, only 1 out of 10 of the 5 conventional fleets of the Pagudi Empire remained, and they lost their combat effectiveness. For these conventional fleets that could no longer withstand the pressure and fled everywhere, Aura and the others did not pursue them, but turned their attention to the dreadnought fleet that was still stranded on the field. At this time, Chelm Solon also arrived with his Sasha invasion fleet. Looking at the fleet that appeared on the scanner, Aura and the others almost simultaneously controlled the fleet to launch the Spear of Lux against the dreadnoughts. 15 Hibernator warships formed a group to focus fire on the dreadnoughts. The dark green Spear of Lux only received a slight resistance when it came into contact with the dreadnought energy shield, and then pierced the energy shield straightly, making the light of the energy shield very dim. 15 such attacks also created 15 gaps in the energy shield of the dreadnought. Under the huge energy consumption and gaps, the energy shield of the dreadnought suddenly collapsed. Then, the Spear of Lux, which was only slightly weakened in power, penetrated the armor plate of the dreadnought effortlessly, entered the hull structure and detonated the remaining energy. The explosion from the inside out instantly turned the dreadnought into debris. The Spear of Lux of the two Hibernator fleets fired at the same time, destroying more than 30 dreadnoughts. After taking advantage, Ola and the others were no longer greedy. They divided the fleet into small pieces and maneuvered. Relying on their signal radius and maneuverability, they managed to evade the concentrated fire of the remaining dreadnoughts and continued to attack the enemy dreadnoughts. At this time, Chelm Solon finally arrived at the battlefield. Looking at the situation in front of him, Chelm Solon didn't understand what was happening. After rolling his eyes at the two, he controlled the fleet to rush towards the enemy dreadnought fleet, and the doomsday weapons on the battleships were quietly activated. Looking at the dreadnought fleet struggling to fight outside Star City, the leaders of the Pugady Empire knew that everything was over. New Eden. Looking at the Sasha fleet, how could they not understand that this attack was carried out by New Eden? The Sasha fleet is also very famous in the various battle sequences of New Eden. After all, it is the armed force with the longest time in New Eden, and it is easy to recognize. Looking at the dreadnought fleet that was constantly decreasing under the concentrated fire of the Sasha invasion fleet, the high-level officials of the Pugady Empire were pale. Compared to the main space, the wormhole space is very small, and because of the wormhole's limit on the tonnage of warships, the enemies they face are often conventional fleets, and this dreadnought fleet plus dozens of conventional fleets are enough to complete the defense. But this time, they happen to encounter New Eden, and these battleships equipped with doomsday weapons are also a certain threat to the dreadnoughts, and even if the power is small, the number of the Sasha fleet is enough to make up for this shortcoming. Looking at the destroyed dreadnoughts one after another, the leader of the Pugady Empire felt heartbroken, and the others also looked at him, hoping that he could make a decision. Finally, he sighed. Tell the commander on the other side that we choose to surrender to them. However, facing the surrender of the Pugady Empire, Aura finally made the first negotiation with the other side, and this was also the only negotiation in the entire war. Aura appeared in the local public channel with an expressionless face, and said very coldly, "This is the revenge war of New Eden, and neither surrender nor prisoners will be accepted. Otherwise, the 18 dead souls in New Eden will not rest in peace. You can only blame them for choosing the wrong camp." After saying that, without giving the Pugady Empire a chance to negotiate, the Hibernator fleet and the Sasha invasion fleet quickly launched an attack, destroying all of the last dreadnoughts of the Pugady Empire. As the fleet was annihilated, Aura and others also launched an attack on Star City. After using the Spear of Lux to penetrate the energy shield of Star City and clear out the defensive weapons on its surface, what remained was to slowly wear down the energy shield of Star City, and the mood of the people of the Pugady Empire fell into despair as the Star City shook again and again. More than a dozen hours later, as the core of the Star City was shattered, the Star City suddenly exploded. Facing the various spaceships and warships that took the opportunity to flee, Aura glanced at Maud, who consciously led his fleet to chase and kill them, while Aura and Chelm Solon continued to demolish other space stations. Because the entire wormhole was blocked, coupled with the existence of the cockroach class, it was only a matter of time before these people who fled were caught up and killed. On the third day, as the last space station of the Pugady Empire was destroyed, the Pugady Empire was also declared destroyed. After handing over the remaining finishing work to Chelm Solon, Aura and Maud returned to Chongqing City with a fleet for some supplies, and then entered the wormhole again. This time, it is unknown which lucky person was chosen by Aura. At the same time, with the help of Sasha suppressing the control tower to open the wormhole, the transport fleet of New Eden continuously transported various resources seized from the Pugady Empire into the Sodio in New Eden. Chapter 562. Due to the special nature of the wormhole, the civilizations there did not have something as luxurious as a super flagship fleet. The best they had was a flagship fleet of a dreadnought plus a small aircraft carrier. So Aura and the other two were very comfortable in it. The Hibernator fleet blocked the wormhole and attracted the enemy's main fleet, and then Sasha sent the main fleet to launch a sneak attack. The three of them cooperated very well. In less than a month, 3 civilizations were destroyed in their hands, and the supplies were continuously transported to New Eden. With sufficient resources, New Eden's industry was running day and night, and huge ships were slowly taking shape. And because each attack was carried out very secretly, and the blockade of the wormhole was also very strict, this also led to the destruction of 3 civilizations in a row, and the free camp had no reaction yet, giving New Eden enough time to move these resources. But this news could not be blocked forever. These civilizations had not contacted the free camp for a long time, and this matter would be exposed sooner or later. What Aura and his team have to do is to capture more wormhole civilizations before the other wormhole civilizations of the free camp are prepared, and bring more resources to New Eden. 2 months later, all officials gathered in Changming Star City for the monthly report meeting. Sherman sat in his seat, looked at everyone and asked with a smile, "Tell me, what is your current situation? From the beginning of the decision to expand the army to now, the time is exactly half a year, so Sherman also wants to see how the expansion is going." The officials looked up at Sherman with their chests puffed out. All of them looked confident, but no one spoke first, all wanting to listen to the reports of others first. Looking at this group of guys, Sherman smiled silently, and then said to Aura beside him, "Aura, you come and report the current industrial situation of New Eden first." "Yes, my lord." Aura nodded, and then waved his hand, and the various industries and material conditions of New Eden were projected on it. At present, my New Eden Sodio industrial cluster has been fully built. With sufficient resources, it can guarantee the production of 80,000 Titans, 100,000 super aircraft carriers, and about 50,000 small flagships per month, which is completely enough to supply war. At present, the first batch of flagships have been delivered, and the second batch of flagships will be off the production line in half a month. But there is a situation that with the current resource reserves, they will all be exhausted in a year. As for conventional warships, Aura did not say anything, because for New Eden, conventional warships can be produced at any time. After all, even ordinary refineries can produce them, so it really doesn't take much effort. Listening to Aura's report, Sherman was surprised even though he had expected it. This powerful industrial capacity is the strongest guarantee of New Eden. As for the resource situation mentioned by Aura, Sherman did not care, but waved his hand. "Enough, there is no need to wait for a year, we will start the revenge battlefield. And when the time comes to attack the city, someone will naturally send us the resources." Looking at the spirited Sherman, Aura smiled and returned to his position. With Aura's report, others also began to report their own situation in the past 6 months. At present, except for the large-scale armed fleet, there is no commercial fleet or industrial fleet for production and transportation in the free camp within the range of the Trigladian Abyss Titan. Estamel Terras stretched and reported. With the joint efforts of the Gustas Group, the Angel Enterprise Consortium, and the Trigladians, the civilizations of the free camp around the Trigladian Abyss have been destroyed in the past 6 months. Except for not engaging in combat with the opponent's super flagship fleet in order to avoid unnecessary losses, the rest of the commercial transport fleet and the industrial fleet operating in space have been attacked indiscriminately, and many star systems have been reduced to waste in the past 6 months. After Estamel Tel's report, Guta also stood up and reported at the instruction of other Serpentis Group officials. "My lord, we have almost eliminated the Freedom Faction fortresses on the border of the Eastern Star region. Now the enemy has gathered heavy troops and retreated to the only 3 fortress clusters, and dare not come out again." Guta reported in his mouth, but his eyes kept glancing at someone beside him. In the end, he glared at Estamel Tel, who had a ruddy face, and then smiled and touched his head and sat down. At present, the situation in the Eastern Star region is that under the hardcore plundering of the reckless men of the Sky Serpent Group, the entire free camp's front line has been almost flattened. In the past 6 months, the Sky Serpent Group has been besieging fortresses with super flag battles at every turn. Sometimes, even if they know that this is another strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain, they have to hold their noses. There is no way. They only have so many defensive fleets for each fortress. If other fortresses do not send fleets to reinforce, they will definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the Sky Serpent Group. Once the fleet is sent for reinforcement, other Sky Serpent superflag fleets will attack the fortresses with empty defenses. It's not that they didn't design the super flagship fleet of the Tianxi Group in the same way, But the reckless men of the Tianchi group didn't care at all. They gathered heavy troops to set traps, hoping to use superior forces to eat up the Tianchi super flagship fleet that was fishing or attacking, but they often had to pay several times the price. No matter how you look at it, it's their loss, and often they just destroyed a super flagship fleet of the Tianchi group, and the opponent replenished another one, which had no effect on breaking the deadlock. So after experiencing this torture several times without an effective solution, the three civilizations in the Eastern Starfield chose to abandon other unimportant fortresses, such as the fortress used to cut off the connection between the Eastern Starfield and the Justice Order of the Central Starfield, and instead fully defended the three fortresses entering the territory of the Free Camp. The fleet of the entire civilization was assembled in each fortress, which caused the Serpentis group to hit a wall for the first time and failed to gain an advantage. Then the two sides were deadlocked until now, and neither could do anything to the other. After the report on the pirate forces was completed, Sherman turned his attention to Emma and Galenti, which were the focus of military expansion. After Sai Jerusalem made a gesture of invitation to Jamil Salam did not refuse, but stood up and reported the current situation of the Emma Empire. At present, the first phase of the Ammar Empire's military expansion has been completed. The 200 army groups of the Imperial Crusaders and the Imperial Navy are fully staffed, and the training has been completed. They can go to the battlefield at any time. However, the warships have only been equipped and are not ready for battle. Jamil Salam said, sighing. Jerusalem nodded to Sherman and said, it is the same for Galenti at present. 200 army groups have been formed, but there is not much in terms of combat readiness. At present, the first batch of flagships has just come off the production line, and can only barely be equipped for the 400 army groups and the 2,000 super flagship fleets. Naturally, there are no extra ones for battlefield reserves. And it will take another half a month for the next batch of flagships to come out. By then, the two empires will have some war preparations, and it will be time to officially collect some interest from the Free Camp. Chapter 563. After the meeting, Sherman ordered everyone to find a chance to attack the Freedom Camp on their own and collect some interest first. But there was no movement after several days. There was no way. With the harassment in the past 6 months, these guys have learned their lesson and did not give New Eden a chance at all. And it was not the right time for a large-scale fleet attack, so Sherman and others could only wait helplessly. However, the battle in the Central Star Field is very fierce now, and the most dazzling one is the Carlson civilization. After getting the selection method from Viber Elena, Peter Ugudis made promises to countless civilizations and received great support and help. In less than 3 months, his strength was restored and even increased a lot. At present, Peter Ugudis is not only backed by his Carlson civilization, but also by an alliance of nearly 100 justice orders and even neutral civilizations. The idea of these civilizations is very simple, that is, they hope to bet on the selection of the Angel Queen this time. If they lose the bet, it doesn't matter, but if they win the bet, the reward they get will be very generous. In fact, compared to Peter Ugudis' Carlson civilization, these guys are more inclined to invest in New Eden. After all, although New Eden is a new civilization, its strength is actually fought on the battlefield, and its strength is not ordinary. Not to mention that the entire Southern Star Field and the Eastern Star Field are in the hands of New Eden. The last time it was able to thwart the attack of more than 600 super flagship fleets of the Free Camp. In terms of strength, New Eden is the most ideal investment target. However, Sherman simply rejected these guys' investment. Because he needs to ensure the purity of New Eden, he lacks resources, but he doesn't want New Eden to have other voices in the war because of these resources. Because once these guys' investment is over, they will definitely try their best to participate so that they can have a say in this war. And the best way to have a say in the account is the army. At that time, these guys will try to get their legions in, which will not only expose New Eden's fleet, but also cause a lot of unnecessary troubles, and Sherman hates trouble the most. They simply rejected these guys. After repeatedly hitting a wall here with Sherman, they turned their attention to Peter Ugudis' Carlson civilization. The investment of these civilizations was just like timely rain for Peter Ugudis. Because of the matter of the three gods, the Carlson civilization suffered heavy losses, and then because of the huge amount of compensation and pensions, the treasury of the Carlson civilization was directly emptied, and it still owes a lot of pensions to civilizations. With the help of these civilizations, in less than 3 months, the fleet lost by the Carlson civilization was replenished, and a lot of fleets were added, and the military strength was greatly enhanced. Various business cooperations also followed one after another, and the originally depressed economy of Carlson civilization was saved, and the public support rose rapidly. It can be said that with the help of these nearly 100 civilizations, Carlson civilization not only restored time, but also became better than before. That's not all. After that, these nearly 100 civilizations sent fleets to form a coalition and handed them over to Peter Ugudis for command, allowing Peter Ugudis to shine on the battlefield. A month ago, Peter Ugudis led the fleet to break through the defense line of the free camp very strongly and recovered 3-star fields in a row, becoming the most popular object in the current justice order. As for New Eden, which used to occupy the headlines every day, it seems unusually quiet because there has been no war recently, making them the most talked about people at present. And compared with the fierce offensive of Peter Ugudis' coalition forces against the enemy, New Eden has not achieved much results in the past 6 months except for some harassment, so it is inevitable that some people suspect that the last offensive of the Freedom Camp against New Eden has not yet made New Eden recover. As a result, Peter Ugudis' wife Lucy Hall has also become the hottest candidate for the next Angel Queen, and has also attracted investment from more forces, and Peter Ugudis is not afraid of this and accepts it all. This also made the Carlson civilization, which occupied 5-star fields, once become the Justice Order force with the largest fleet and the strongest strength except for the Angel civilization. All troops attack, and we must tear the enemy's defense line today and capture the Sigma Star Field within 3 days. In the Central Star Field, in the joint combat meeting room of the Carlson Coalition, Peter Ugudis looked at the enemy and our situation on the star map, and immediately gave orders to the frontline fleet with high spirits. At present, they still did not stop after capturing 3 star fields, but continue to push forward. The Sigma Star Field currently being attacked is the last line of defense of the free camp. Once it is broken, they will be able to strike the free camp. Whether the Sigma Star Field can be taken is very important to Peter Ugudis. This is not only for military strategy, but also can further enhance his reputation. After all, he will be the first person to enter the free camp in this counterattack. Once the Sigma Star Field is taken, the benefits to Peter Ugudis will be unimaginable. Although the free camp has also deployed heavy troops to defend the Sigma Star Field, with a fleet of at least 5 armies, Peter Ugudis is not worried about not being able to take it. Because during this period of time, the total number of fleets of his Carlson coalition has exceeded 80 army groups, and the other fleets are too numerous to count. With superior forces, they can pile up even human lives, and it is only a matter of time to take over the Sigma Star Field. Looking at the high-spirited Peter Ugudis, a civilized special envoy poured cold water on him at an inappropriate time. Your Majesty Peter Ugudis, although our coalition has made rapid progress, we also need to take steady steps to avoid unnecessary losses. And compared to the counterattack of the Freedom Camp against us, I am more worried about New Eden. It is not the style of New Eden to remain silent for so long. I am afraid that something big is brewing. The words of the special envoy immediately calmed down Peter Ugudis' originally inflated heart. Yes, these guys chose New Eden at the beginning, and only turned to him after being rejected by New Eden. Since New Eden refused, it proves that New Eden is indeed confident, and does not need the investment of these civilizations. So New Eden has been silent for so long, I am afraid it is really planning something. And according to the style of New Eden, this plan is probably not a small matter, and the movement will definitely be very big. After calming down, Peter Ugudis had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and deduced the movements of New Eden, but he had no choice but to give up because of insufficient intelligence. Finally, Peter Ugudis also changed his aggressive style, and chose a more stable offensive method. In this way, even if there is any movement in New Eden, he can respond in time, and he can make flexible choices whether to evacuate in time or take the opportunity to bite off a piece of meat. Chapter 564. In the past 6 months, the border of the free camp has been very difficult. The Southern Star Field, the Eastern Star Field, and even the Central Star Field have been harassed endlessly by New Eden. The plunder of various resources is a small matter. The most important thing is that the morale has become very low under such harassment. In addition, the heavy troops of the Carlson civilization have captured 3 star fields in a row, and even the gateway to the interior of the free camp is in danger. In addition, other lines of defense have also been attacked by the Justice Order. This has made it impossible for the free camp to digest the starfields it had captured at ease, and it has also fallen into an endless war, which has made many of the originally warlike free camp civilizations become very war-weary. All this also made Sarah Jones feel very stressed. Now her desk is full of requests for assistance from border defense forces every day, which is very distressing. In the end, Sarah Jones decided to use the old method, rotation of defense zones. The defense zones in the border area are divided, and they are rotated every 3 months, so that the entire free camp civilization can participate in the rotation. This can not only reduce the pressure on the border, but also conduct actual combat training, killing two birds with one stone. After approving a border fleet material application, Sarah Jones couldn't help but stretch, and Adrian Black Flag beside her also rubbed her shoulders with a distressed look. "Wife, you don't have to work so hard. If you keep doing this every day, your body will collapse sooner or later." Feeling the strength on her shoulders, Sarah Jones squinted her eyes comfortably and replied, "Since I have reached this position, I must naturally fulfill the corresponding responsibilities. The life and death of nearly 10,000 civilizations are in my hands. This is what I should do." Looking at his wife's face that could not hide the tiredness, Adrian Black Flag only hated that he could not do anything for her, and sighed in his heart. And Sarah Jones frowned at the intelligent sit, as if water could drip out. "What's wrong, wife?" Looking at Sarah Jones, who suddenly became very serious, Adrian Black Flag asked doubtfully. Sarah Jones handed the information to Adrian Black Flag and said, "There is news about the 15 wormhole civilizations that have lost contact during this period. That should be a good thing." Adrian Black Flag took the information and asked with a little doubt. "In the past few months, 15 wormhole civilizations have lost contact with the free camp. Originally, this was not a big deal. After all, it was common for wormhole civilizations to lose contact for a period of time due to the astronomical phenomena that appeared from time to time in the wormhole. It was just that this time there were as many as 15, so it attracted Sarah Jones's attention, and she ordered people to investigate. After seeing the intelligence, Adrian Black Flag's pupils suddenly widened, somewhat unbelievable. 15 wormhole civilizations have become uninhabited areas, all space stations and colonized planets have been destroyed, and no survivors have been found? These 15 wormhole civilizations were destroyed? How is this possible? This wormhole civilization is not the strongest in the universe, but it is definitely the safest. After all, except for the wormholes occupied by demons and angels, which can enter and exit the flagship, the other wormhole entrances can only enter and exit battleships at most. In addition, although the entrances and exits of these wormholes appear in the main space immediately, they only exist for less than a day. In other words, even if the entrance of this wormhole appears in the enemy's territory immediately, the enemy's attack window is less than a day. Moreover, this wormhole will be affected by the warships, which will reduce its disappearance time. Even if the luck is a bit bad, this wormhole happens to appear in the galaxy where the enemy is heavily concentrated, so that the enemy can respond in time, and the entrance and exit of this wormhole are very stable, which can support large-scale fleets to enter and exit. However, these wormhole civilizations all have dreadnought fleets and small aircraft carrier fleets. Once the flagship is blocked at the entrance of the wormhole, no matter how many conventional fleets the enemy brings, it will be useless. Even their demon civilization cannot guarantee that it can break through the blockade of a medium-sized wormhole civilization with conventional fleets, let alone completely destroy it. At the beginning, the demon civilization once attacked a wormhole civilization of Justice Order. At that time, it sent more than 10 conventional main fleets to attack and successfully broke through its blockade. But in the end, this civilization directly used large tonnage warships to annihilate the wormhole and advance with firepower. More than 10 demon fleets were trapped in the wormhole, and were finally killed by this only medium-sized wormhole civilization. So for the destruction of 15 wormhole civilizations in a row, Adrian Black Flag's first reaction was disbelief. When did this wormhole civilization become so easily destroyed? After reading the intelligence, Adrian Black Flag speculated, "Wife, do you think these wormhole civilizations have migrated?" The intelligence reported that among the 15 wormholes, all the space stations in them just disappeared, but it was not clearly stated that they were destroyed. There is also a possibility that they were unmoored and migrated. In addition, apart from a few scattered fragments, no large-scale wreckage sites were found in these 15 wormholes, so Adrian Black Flag suspected that these 15 wormhole civilizations might have secretly chosen to migrate out. Listening to Adrian Black Flag's speculation, Sarah Jones also frowned and nodded. It was not impossible. But looking at this information, Sarah Jones always felt a familiar feeling, but couldn't put it into words. After thinking for a long time, Sarah Jones couldn't figure it out. She simply stopped thinking about it, and said to Adrian Black Flag, "Husband, the border battle has been going on for a long time recently, and the loss of contact with these 15 wormhole civilizations has caused the morale of the entire free camp to be somewhat low. I plan to take the fleet out on a patrol on a chosen day. What do you think?" "Okay, you can relax and not stay here all day. I go with you then." For Sarah Jones's idea, Adrian Black Flag naturally fully supported it. What's the patrol target? I also make security measures in advance. Sarah Jones thought for a while, then pointed to a point on the star map and said, then let's go to the Sigma star field. It's just right to solve the problem here. After looking at the star map, Adrian Black Flag nodded silently. During this period, Peter Jagutis and the Carlson Coalition were praised to the sky, as if they were the only ones who could destroy the Freedom Camp. He could just go and try whether these guys' strength was worthy of the overwhelming publicity. Chapter 565. My lord, the opportunity has come. Just as Sarah Jones and her husband were secretly preparing for the patrol plan, their news was also captured by Aura's pervasive intelligence network. Less than half an hour after Sarah Jones and her husband prepared for the patrol, Aura hurried to find Sherman. Sherman, who was drowsy, looked at the excited Aura, and was so sleepy that he could hardly open his eyes. Aura, you are in such a hurry. What opportunity has come? The Demon Queen and her husband are preparing to patrol the Sigma Star region, and our chance for revenge has come. After hearing what Aura said, Sherman suddenly lost all his sleepiness, turned around, took his windbreaker and walked out of the room. Aura, call all officials to an online meeting. Yes, my lord. In less than half an hour, all the seats in the combat meeting were full of people. Because some officials were not in Chongqing City, they all used holographic projection to attend the meeting. After Sherman sat down and everyone saluted, Aura spoke out the information. Urgent information, Sarah Jones and his wife are preparing to patrol the Sigma Star region, and are expected to secretly go to the Sigma Star region in 3 days. As Ola finished speaking, Cormac Vaga frowned and said, Ola, do you want to make a fuss about this? Yes. Ola nodded. Sarah Jones has been staying in the heart of the demon civilization for the past 6 months. This tour is undoubtedly a good opportunity. New Eden will not miss such a good opportunity. Sarah Jones and his wife will definitely bring enough security fleets on this tour, and the security work along the way must be very strict. We have no chance, right? As Stammertel could not help but frown. Whether Sarah Jones's patrol was overt or covert, the security work must be done very strictly, and there must be many fleets along the way to monitor and control them 24 hours a day, so there is no chance for them to attack. At least until now, there has been no case of a first-class civilization leader being attacked successfully. Well, except for the time when Sherman was attacked. After all, it was Sherman himself who was careless at the time, and there were not enough security fleets following him. If you let other civilizations try again like now, there is absolutely no possibility of success. Therefore, even if someone of Sarah Jones's level knew the route and time of her patrol, it would be unlikely for her to successfully carry out an attack. Compared to the doubts of Cormac Waja and Estamel Tel, Jamil Salam said with a slight twitch of his mouth, Ola, you don't want the Hibernator fleet to complete this mission, do you? Ola nodded, smiled and said to Jamil Salam, you are still smart. Smart ass, I think you just want to recreate the Queen's attack in this world, except that last time it was Queen Emma, and this time it's the Demon Queen. Now that Aura is about to stage another attack by the Hibernator fleet, Jamil Salam always feels like a social death. Then, Jamil Salam sat back in his seat. If it's the Hibernator fleet, I have no objection. The Hibernator fleet can open a short wormhole to enter the target area. This method is more concealed than hiding in the war subspace or inducing entry, and the Hibernator fleet's Spear of Lux is also enough to complete the task in a short time. Both secrecy and aggressiveness are guaranteed, and Ola has already mastered Sarah Jones's patrol route and time, so the possibility of success is at least 90%. As Jamil Salam sat down, other officials also thought of this, and immediately felt that the feasibility of this plan was very high. But there are still a few problems. Ola, when Sarah Jones is on patrol, the escort fleet around her is absolutely airtight. Can the Hibernator fleet successfully break in? Also, regardless of whether the plan succeeds or not, we have to officially start the war with the Freedom Camp and the Demon Civilization. As of now, we are not fully prepared, right? Chelm Solon pointed out the problem of this plan. During this period, the Sasha group has been operating in the wormhole with the Hibernation fleet, and naturally understands the strength of the Hibernation fleet. If the Hibernation fleet can complete the attack, she believes it, but it is still difficult to break through the blockade of Sarah Jones's guards and complete the attack in a short time. And once the attack is over, no matter what the outcome of Sarah Jones is, New Eden will be retaliated by the entire free camp and the demonic civilization. Although New Eden is now capable of dealing with it, it is not fully prepared, at least not fully prepared for war. So using Sarah Jones's life in exchange for the early outbreak of a full-scale war is a question worth pondering. Aura is also prepared for this. Aura told Sherman his plan after he nodded in approval. It's very simple. Just give the credit for this attack to the Carlson civilization. This time, Sarah Jones not only brought her own fleet, but also brought 5 armies with her, with a total of 6 armies. So many fleets are not only to protect Sarah Jones' safety, but also to solve the current precarious Sigma Starfield problem, and this is where we can make a difference. In a nutshell, New Eden will do the work, and the credit and blame will be taken by Peter Ugudis' Carlson coalition. As long as the attack is over, based on the desire to help Lucy Hall become the queen, whether Peter Ugudis is willing or not, the other supporters will attribute the credit to Peter Ugudis. And similarly, the blame is firmly on him, and he can't get rid of it. Looking at the people who are no longer making any sound and listening to the plan at ease, Ola continued, at that time, the main armies of the 5 demon civilizations accompanying will definitely go to the battlefield, and the Hibernator fleet will also have to face its personal guard fleet. At this time, we need to add fuel to the fire in the Sigma Starfield battlefield in advance, and transfer some of its guard fleet to create greater opportunities for the Hibernator fleet. After Aura finished speaking, Sherman also spoke at the right time. Whether the attack is successful or not, the free camp will definitely be in chaos, and that will be a good time for us to attack. At that time, you need to react in the free camp to achieve the greatest results. Aura will tell you the specific goals one by one later. This time, we have only one goal: revenge. Yes, my lord. Everyone stood up and received the order. Chapter 566. In the surveillance of New Eden, Sarah Jones and her husband's patrol team officially set off from the center of the demon civilization and headed towards the Sigma Starfield on the border. When Sarah Jones and her husband set off, a Cockroach-class ship quietly followed them several starfields away, relying on its powerful reconnaissance capabilities to conduct close surveillance. My lord, the other party has set off, and it is certain that Sarah Jones and Adrian Black Flag are among them. After confirming it, Ola immediately reported to Sherman. Sherman nodded, then looked at the officials of the Gustus group and the Serpentine group. Are you all ready? Always ready. All the officials stood up and responded. Looking at the full morale of the people, Sherman waved his hand. Follow the plan, let's go! Yes, my lord. After a while, fleets secretly entered the 3 gods' abyss space from the southern star field and the eastern star field, and all completed their assembly preparations outside the world arc. This time, the mission of the Gustus group and the Serpentis group was to add more fuel to the already white-hot Sigma Star region, making it burn even more fiercely. For this reason, this time they did not use the warships of New Eden, but the standard warships most used by the Carlson Coalition to ensure the secrecy of their identities. One by one, the reconnaissance ships set off quickly, and quickly formed an induction navigation in the farthest coverage range of the Trigod's abyss space to the Sigma Star region. When the reconnaissance ship fleet finally arrived at the Sigma Star region, Shangguan Qianqian nodded to the other officials, and then one by one, the fleets quickly disappeared into the abyss space under the delivery of the world arc. Have the defenders on the other side gone crazy? Why are they suddenly so strong in their resistance? In the Carlson Coalition's forward combat base, Peter Ugudis looked at the latest battle report and couldn't help cursing. For some reason, the free camp fleet, which had been almost exhausted, seemed to have regained its fighting spirit. Not only did it frustrate his offensive fleet, but it also dared to take the initiative to attack. This caused the Carlson Coalition to suffer heavy losses in the face of surprise. Its offensive fleet directly destroyed 3 super flagship fleets, and 7 super flagship fleets suffered different losses. Your Majesty Peter Ugudis, this enemy is strange. I suggest seeking intelligence support from the Angel civilization. We should also send a reconnaissance fleet into the enemy's hinterland to investigate what is going on. In just less than a day, the enemy has changed so much. There must be something wrong, said a special envoy with a frown, and the others nodded in agreement. This can make the enemy's morale suddenly so high, and also change the previous calm style of play to become very bold and radical. This change is too fast. And they didn't find out that the other side had changed the commander-in-chief. Peter Ugudis nodded, then looked at the enemy and our situation on the star map and said, I will send people to conduct intelligence reconnaissance, but now the enemy dares to leave the fortress to fight with us. No matter what their purpose is, this undoubtedly gives us an opportunity. Can everyone make a plan based on this to break through the enemy's fortress defense line? In this situation, Peter Ugudis is not afraid of the enemy's aggressive tactics, but is afraid that the enemy will continue to be stable like a turtle shell. In that case, the price they would pay to take over the Sigma Star region would be even higher. As long as the other party dares to attack, they can seize the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the enemy and break through the defense line of the Sigma Star region. After everyone thought about it, someone said, "Put up the reserve fleet, one as a reserve fleet to deal with the enemy's attack, and the other as an assault fleet to directly penetrate the enemy's hinterland. As long as the enemy dares to attack, there will inevitably be a temporary defense gap inside. After we deal with the attacking fleet, we will attack from both sides to break through the defense line. But we haven't figured out the reason for the enemy's behavior yet. If the enemy secretly increased its troops, wouldn't the assault fleet also be surrounded by the enemy? Humph, there is no such thing as 100% certainty in a war. We are all gambling. If we win, we can break through the Sigma line at the lowest cost. If we lose, we can also eat up the enemy's offensive fleet, so we won't suffer too much. No, this plan is too risky, I don't agree." Both sides insisted on their own opinions and argued with red faces. Listening to this guy quarrel, Peter Yagoudis slammed the table in annoyance. "Enough, stop arguing, everyone raise your hands to vote." Soon, with the vote of all commanders, this plan was confirmed with a slight advantage. Seeing the result, Peter Yagoudis no longer hesitated and decisively deployed troops to prepare to implement this plan. After the Carlson Coalition's offensive fleet made a mistake, the fleet of the Free Camp also took the initiative to attack. A group of fleets appeared directly on the Carlson Coalition's thorough route, and launched an attack on the Carlson Coalition fleets that were preparing to evacuate to the rear for reorganization. Peter Yagoudis also responded very quickly, and dispatched the assembled reserve fleet. 3 armies surrounded the army of the Free Camp, and more fleets continued to enter the battlefield, as if they were determined to devour the army of the Free Camp. At the same time, 2 armies quickly penetrated the Sigma Fortress defense line and entered its hinterland, and launched a large-scale raid, destroying dozens of enemy military fortresses and logistics bases in a short period of time. However, in the face of the counterattack of the Carlson Coalition, the Freedom Camp only sent 3 armies to quickly support the besieged fleet, and did not take any action on the 2 armies that attacked the rear, and simply ignored them. In just half an hour, with strong reinforcements, the besieged Freedom Camp army was rescued. Then these Freedom Camp armies quickly retreated, and did not entangle with the Carlson Coalition. What is going on? Peter Yagoudis looked at the battle situation, somewhat confused. What on earth was the enemy thinking? They actually dared to allow 2 whole armies of the enemy to operate behind them without any reaction. They really planned to defend those fortresses to the death? Report, according to the reconnaissance ship, the 3 enemy armies have withdrawn to the fortress. Peter Yagoudis looked down at the star field and nodded to show that he understood, but then suddenly raised his head and stared at the person who came to report. "How many enemies did you say have withdrawn?" Report, 3 armies. No, the number of fleets withdrawn by the enemy is wrong. This time, the enemy attacked a total of 4 armies, one of which only had less than 1 super flagship fleet destroyed. The number of enemies withdrawing to the fortress is wrong. The enemy still has at least 4 super flagship fleets that have not returned. Peter Yagoudis looked down at the star map, then suddenly raised his head and roared to the people around him. "No, the enemy's target is our headquarters and logistics base. Order the surrounding fleets to immediately move closer to the headquarters at all costs." Chapter 567. However, before Peter Yagoudis finished speaking, a number of Freedom Faction reconnaissance ships jumped out of the subspace and lit up the induction outside his Carlson Coalition forward combat base. Looking at the Freedom Faction fleet that quickly jumped out under the induction, Peter Yagoudis' face became very ugly. This time he was calculated. Even their so-called counterattack plan was also in the enemy's plan. For this plan, they pressed all the reserve fleets originally placed around the headquarters, which also made their headquarters defense very empty. The Freedom Camp was apparently trapped, but in fact, everything was in their plan. The entire ambushed army lost less than 1 super flagship fleet, and after being rescued, there was a time difference, which made Peter Yagoudis think that they all withdrew, but in fact, the remaining fleet did not withdraw, but came to the range of a hyperspace jump from his headquarters. When all their attention was focused on the Sigma Fortress, and the 2 armies deep in the hinterland, they suddenly launched a surprise attack. Looking at the enemy's super flagship fleet outside the space station, Peter Yagoudis shuddered. These were fleets that came to perform the mission with the determination to die. Because no matter what the result was, these enemy fleets would be besieged to death by the Carlson Coalition that arrived quickly. It can be said that these were all death squads. No! We must leave this forward combat base. Peter Yagoudis' thoughts flashed quickly, and then he ordered the base and the guard fleet to counterattack while running towards the port. Now the only way to be safe is to board the warship. As Peter Yagoudis expected, the 4 super flagship fleets completely ignored the attacks of the surrounding fleets, overloaded their weapons, and poured all their firepower on the forward base. The Titans and Dreadnoughts roared, and one after another of the hot doomsday beams hit the energy shield of the forward base, and continuously neutralized the energy of its energy shield. Finally, the energy shield of the forward base became very dim under the doomsday salvo, and then suddenly shattered. Then, without the energy shield blocking it, all the firepower hit the forward base. In less than 10 minutes, the forward base began to explode and eventually turned into wreckage. After that, the Freedom Camp fleets attacked the wreckage of the forward base again, and then turned their targets to other logistics bases storing various supplies. In the end, under the siege of the Carlson Coalition forces that arrived one after another, the 4 Freedom Camp super flagship fleets were annihilated. Before being annihilated, the 3 logistics bases of the Carlson Coalition were reduced to ashes, and more than half of the supplies were lost. The search and rescue work for the high-level commanders of the Carlson Coalition is still ongoing. At the border of the Sigma Star Field, a large fleet is quietly passing through the border. It is the patrol team of Sarah Jones and his wife. TSK, what a pity. Adri Black Flag looked at the picture from the reconnaissance ship, and saw that the embarrassed Peter Yagoudis appeared in the picture to appease the coalition. It seemed that he was only slightly injured in this attack. Sarah Jones patted Adrian Black Flag's face, which looked regretful, and said with a smile, "It's okay. Although we failed to kill Peter Yagoudis this time, we have almost eliminated the command of the Carlson Coalition, and 3 of its logistics bases have been destroyed, which is enough to give Peter Yagoudis a headache." This attack was remotely controlled by Adrian Black Flag on the road based on the situation in the Sigma Star Field. It cost an army group to eliminate the command of the Carlson Coalition and half of its logistics bases. It is already a good profit, and a big profit. Listening to Sarah Jones's praise, Adrian Black Flag smiled, and put his big hand around Sarah Jones' waist. "Of course, he is your man after all." "Well, my husband is the best." Looking at the little girl-like expression of the cold demon queen in his arms, Adrian Black Flag couldn't help but touch his head and smile. "Wife, it's time to finish now. Now the fortress defenders have blocked the 2 enemy armies, and it's time to eat these guys." He didn't take action against the 2 armies that penetrated deep into Sigma's heartland in order to attract Peter Yagoudis' attention, and the fortress's troops were not enough to clear them out at that time. Now that their patrol fleet has arrived, it's time to clean them up. "Yeah." Sarah Jones nodded. The 2 armies of the Carlson Coalition also blocked their voyage to Sigma Fortress, and they had to be cleared out first. Adri Black Flag didn't waste time. After kissing Sarah Jones on the face, he led the 5 main armies of the demon civilization to carry out the encirclement and suppression. Of course, in order to prevent emergencies, Sarah Jones's personal fleet did not follow. After Adrian Black Flag led the fleet away from the patrol team and prepared to encircle and suppress the 2 armies of the Carlson Coalition, New Eden also began to take action. "Attention, Adrian Black Flag has led the fleet to approach your unit. Be prepared to engage in battle at any time." Ola's voice immediately rang in the ears of the officials of the Gustus Group and the Serpentis Group. That's right, these 2 Carlson armies were disguised by the Gustus Group and the Serpentis Group. According to Aura's plan, they first secretly destroyed a pirate force of the Carlson Coalition and replaced it. After all, it was just a clone, which was quite easy for New Eden. Moreover, Peter Yagoudis' plan to attack was also proposed by them, and they also volunteered to take on the task of the assault fleet, which made Peter Yagoudis and others accept the plan. Otherwise, no one would agree to such a suicide mission. The Hibernator fleet is in place. All fleets are ready to act according to the plan. As the Hibernator fleet built the wormhole at the predetermined location, Aura's order was also delivered to the various officials. Then, the fleets of the 2 armies began to shrink, and one interceptor ship after another drove out of the flagship ship maintenance cabin. When the 5 armies of Adri Black Flag arrived through induction, the fleet of the Gustus Group took the initiative to attack, and one interceptor ship after another rushed into its formation without regard for their lives, stretching out the interception force field around all its flagships. Looking at the opponent's actions, Adrian Black Flag showed disdain. "Want to escape? Where else can you escape to?" They used interceptors to block them from the beginning, and the opponent's army group also contracted its fleet, which was undoubtedly an attempt to cover the evacuation of another army group at the cost of one group. Their courage is commendable, but this is the Sigma Star Field, and the front line has been blocked by the fortress defense. Where can they escape? Continue to go deep into the heart of the free camp? What a joke. Then, Adrian Black Flag Bearer waved his hand, and 5 armies quickly launched a counterattack against the Gusta's army. He wanted to eat up the intercepting army at once, and then chase the other army that had already left through hyperspace. However, the next moment, Sarah Jones's personal fleet's urgent request for help made him completely panic. The Queen was attacked by the enemy, and the surrounding units quickly sent reinforcements. Chapter 568. Damn it, we hit the enemy's evacuation route. At this moment, although he knew that Sarah Jones had an entire army of elite guardsmen around her, Adrian Black Flag still had a little worry. Seeing that his 5 armies were already entangled with the enemy, and unable to evacuate and return for reinforcement, he could only resolve the battle here as soon as possible before going to reinforce. All fleets raid the enemy, strafe the dreadnoughts and conventional fleets, and destroy the enemy's interception fleet. Suddenly, the entire battlefield was in chaos. Lasers flew with missiles, and hot doomsday beams crossed the battlefield. On the other side, after the fleet of the Serpentis group leaped next to Sarah Jones's fleet, Cormac Varga immediately led the fleet to attack. The 5 super flagship fleets were like trapped beasts at the end of their rope, launching a desperate charge towards the enemy, and the fleets of both sides suddenly mixed together. Although the 2 sides were mixed together, the battlefield became very chaotic, and Sarah Jones's car was also firmly protected in the center by the personal guard fleet to avoid being hurt. Facing the enemy's desperate attack, Sarah Jones was not panicked at all. Instead, she watched the captain of the personal guard fleet command the battle very calmly. She had experienced this kind of thing countless times since she was a child, but it was not enough to move her. And even though the fleets of both sides were the same in number, the warships of both sides were not at the same level at all. The enemy in front of her was equipped with common goods, while her personal guard fleet was equipped with the most advanced warships in the entire demon civilization. The 2 sides were not at the same level. Sure enough, the battle lasted less than 10 minutes, and Sarah Jones's personal guard fleet began to slowly reverse the situation. After clearing some enemies, these personal guard fleets quickly assembled into a camp and launched an attack on the Serpentis group, and the entire battle situation was reversed instantly. Facing this disadvantage, Cormac Varga and others did not show any expression on their faces, because this was already in their calculations. After all, the warships they are equipped with now are all common goods, which are equivalent to the castrated warships of New Eden. They are not as good as the opponent in terms of hard power. This kind of battle cannot be reversed by any tactics. Moreover, the enemy is also an elite who has experienced hundreds of battles. It is useless to try to deceive them with any tactics. So Cormac Varga and others have been waiting for an opportunity to kill with one blow. As the battle progressed, the warships of the entire Serpentis group were quickly destroyed, and the conventional fleet and the interception fleet were destroyed. Now the only heavy flagship left in the entire Serpentis group is still forming a defensive formation to resist. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before the entire Serpentis group is annihilated. Sarah Jones's side has completely taken the advantage. So when the Serpent group only had this flagship cluster left, Sarah Jones's personal guard fleet also began to shrink its forces, wanting to concentrate its firepower to resolve the battle as soon as possible. Because now there are only these flagship clusters in the front, the captain of Sarah Jones's personal guard fleet also put the fleet guarding Sarah Jones's rear to the 2 wings in the front, so that it can not only play a greater firepower advantage, but also better defend the front. Because they got intelligence that there were only 2 armies entering the Sigma Star field, one of which was entangled by Adri Black Flag, plus the one in front of them, so they were not worried that the enemy would attack from the rear. Moreover, Sarah Jones's rear was only mostly withdrawn, not without guards. After seeing the other party's actions, Cormac Varga and Ola's eyes suddenly lit up. The opportunity has come. Cormac Varga. Ola roared in the fleet channel, and Cormac Varga quickly responded, understood. Then, the remaining Titans and Dreadnoughts of the Serpentis group instantly activated their Doomsday weapons and launched a concentrated fire attack on the enemy's central position. Coincidentally, Sarah Jones's personal fleet also launched a Doomsday salvo. Both fleets seemed to have absorbed all the energy around them, and even cosmic rays became distorted under this violent high-energy reaction. After the extreme darkness, the entire starry sky became very bright again, and the bright light enveloped both fleets. At the same time, a cockroach-class ship suddenly jumped out from the depths of the galaxy. The 2 tentacles on its head sent out a pulse wave that swept the entire galaxy in an instant. Under this pulse wave, all communications in the entire starry sky and all systems of the warships failed, and all the warships became deaf and blind. Under the light of the Doomsday bombardment and the electronic suppression of the cockroach class, several wormholes suddenly appeared behind Sarah Jones, and 3 hibernator fleets suddenly jumped out. Because of the indiscriminate electronic pulse interference of the cockroach class just now, the warships on the entire battlefield were in a state of equipment failure, so the entire battlefield seemed to have suddenly fallen into silence, and all the warship systems entered a short shutdown state. If another super flagship fleet entered the battlefield now, these warships without any defense would become a pile of scrap metal. Aura ignored the surrounding demon warships, and the 3 hibernator fleets quickly passed through the demon fleet and came to Sarah Jones's vehicle. Then, the 3 hibernator fleets activated the Spear of Lux towards Sarah Jones's Titan. The beams of light in the sky penetrated Sarah Jones' Titan in an instant, and then detonated the Titan's energy warehouse, turning the entire Titan into ashes. After the attack, wormholes appeared in front of the 3 hibernator fleets, and they all went in and disappeared into the main space, as if they had never appeared just now. Only the Titan, that had turned into fragments, was telling the story of the attack just now. From the appearance to the disappearance of the hibernator fleet, the entire process took less than a minute, which was extremely fast. 2 minutes after the attack, the warships of the demon civilization responded, and the indicator lights of the warships lit up again, while the warships of the Serpentis group were still in a shutdown state without any response. This shows the difference between the warships of the two sides. However, the Guard's fleet, which regained its action, did not feel any joy, but felt cold all over as it looked at a wreckage extending from the front to the center. Queen! Looking at the wreckage of the warship in the center of the fleet, the hearts of the entire Guard's fleet fell into the abyss. Afterwards, while they were frantically searching and rescuing the wreckage of the warship, they launched the most crazy attack on the Serpentis group, which had not yet awakened. Chapter 569. When Adrian Black Flag arrived with a large force, he only saw the wreckage of warships across the starry sky and the silent royal guards. After seeing the fragments of the Demon Queen Titan, the smile on Adrian Black Flag's face froze. Where's the Queen? We failed to fulfill our duty, and let the Queen suffer this disaster. We are to blame for our death. The captain of the Royal Guard suddenly knelt down, his voice trembling. This was not fear, but anger and shame. Listening to the words of the captain of the Royal Guards, Adrian Black Flag suddenly roared in anger. I ask you, where is the Queen? The Queen is seriously injured, and has been sent to Sigma Central Star City for emergency treatment. Hearing this, the entire fleet became extremely silent. After a while, Adrian Black Flag's words of suppressed anger rang in the ears of the entire Royal Guard's fleet. You go to the front line by yourselves. After saying that, Adrian Black Flag drove quickly towards Sigma Central Star City. After hearing this, the people of the Royal Guard fleet all knelt on one knee to express their gratitude to Adrian Black Flag. The Queen was attacked, and the fate of the Royal Guard fleet would definitely not be good. Compared with being liquidated by the Judgment Office later, dying on the battlefield is undoubtedly the best ending. After Adrian Black Flag left, the Royal Guard fleet rushed to the Sigma front line with anger. They wanted to wash away the shame with their own blood and the blood of the enemy. How is the Queen? Looking at the medical staff coming out of the emergency room, Adrian Black Flag asked nervously. Although the Queen was seriously injured, it was only the torso that was damaged, and the brain injury was not serious. The operation has been completed, but after all, the body injury is somewhat serious. If the Queen wants to wake up and recover, she will have to recuperate for at least half a year. As long as the person is not brain dead on the spot, it is quite easy to save a person with the technology of the demon civilization. After all, once you lie down in the recuperation cabin, the broken limbs can be regenerated. After hearing the doctor's words, Adrian Black Flag couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After leaving the others behind, Adrian Black Flag entered the ward alone, and saw the pale Sarah Jones immersed in the light green repair cabin with her eyes closed. After watching quietly for a while, Adrian Black Flag's anger and self-blame gradually filled his chest, and then he looked deeply at Sarah Jones and left. When the door was closed, Adrian Black Flag looked up at the people in front of him and gave orders in a stern tone. Order all fleets of the Freedom Camp and the Demon Civilization to gather in the Sigma Star region for revenge. Yes. On the other side, facing the sudden and fierce attack of the Freedom Camp, Peter Ugudi seemed very confused. Damn, what's wrong with these guys? They are so desperate. Just now, the salient of the Carlson Coalition's offensive line was attacked fiercely by the enemy. In less than half an hour, the 3 groups were defeated by the enemy. Originally, this was nothing. After all, war is like this, there are winners and losers. But the problem is that the enemy of this army group is crazy. After winning, not only did they not rest, but they continued to chase the fleeing Carlson coalition and even penetrated into the defense depth of the Carlson coalition. And this group is not an ordinary free camp fleet, but a direct fleet of the demon civilization. But when did the demon civilization let itself be the main attack fleet? And this attack is disorganized and has no strategic purpose. It seems that they just want to fight. It's very strange. A commander looked at the intelligence sent from the front line and saw at a glance that these enemies were the direct fleets of the demon civilization, and they were also elite fleets with excellent equipment. And according to the usual style of the demon civilization, even if the Sigma line of defense was reinforced, the cannon fodder task of attracting firepower should be the fleets of other free camps. When will the demon civilization be generous enough to use its elite fleet as cannon fodder? This made him very strange. This practice of the demon civilization made the entire Carlson coalition command a little puzzled. After all, no matter how strong this demon group army was, it could not withstand the siege of the coalition forces with absolute advantage. Isn't this a suicide mission? Then, with the arrival of an urgent intelligence, everyone's confusion was solved. This is an urgent notice from Star Vision Universe. Emergency intelligence. The Demon Queen patrol team was attacked by two groups of the Carlson coalition in the Sigma star field. The Demon Queen was destroyed on the spot, and Sarah Jones's current situation is still unknown. Although the two Carlson groups were subsequently annihilated by the accompanying escort, Queen Sarah Jones's car was also destroyed in this attack. Although the search and rescue operation has ended, we have not received any relevant reports, and we cannot confirm any information about the Demon Queen Sarah Jones. We will follow up on the development of the situation and continue to report. The Lighthouse of Star Vision Universe reports for you. Looking at this urgent report from Star Vision Universe, Peter Yaguiz's head was a little dazed, and then he suddenly sat on the ground. The Demon Queen was attacked by us, and now her life or death is unknown. It's unbelievable. The only group of armies he sent into the heart of the Sigma Star region were those two pirate forces. At that time, he saw that the leader of the other party insisted on his plan of attacking from both sides, and he agreed only after he volunteered to lead his fleet to carry out the mission. After his headquarters was attacked, he announced the failure of this plan, and the two armies were also blocked in the Sigma star field, and they had no ability to provide support, and they had been completely abandoned. Unexpectedly, he was given such a surprise now. When did the Seata pirates become so powerful? Why didn't I notice it before? At this moment, the pirate leader, who had a very close relationship with the original Seata pirates, also doubted his life. When did these guys have this strength? But after a brief shock, there was an incomparable surprise. Peter Yaguizes got up from the ground, forced himself to calm down, and said to everyone, "Go, invite the media to hold a press conference immediately, and announce this action to the outside world in full. Order the fleet to organize a defense line on the spot, and then seek fleet support from the Angel civilization. Next, the Free Camp and the Demon civilization will definitely take big actions against us." Although this sudden situation was completely beyond his expectations, it did not prevent him from taking the entire credit. No matter what, he had to declare this attack as his own plan, not an accident. This is a crisis, but also an opportunity. As long as he can survive the revenge of the Demon civilization, then Peter Yaguizes' contribution will undoubtedly become the biggest in this operation to destroy the Demon civilization, and it will also be an opportunity to attract more forces to invest. As long as he survives this crisis, then I'm afraid his wife will really replace New Eden and become the most popular candidate for the next Angel Queen. At this moment, Peter Yaguizes became extremely calm. At the same time, as the news of Sarah Jones's attack spread, the Angel civilization and the entire Justice Order officially began to take big actions, launching a large-scale attack on the defense line of the Freedom Camp. Among them, the action of New Eden was the fastest. Chapter 570. As the news of Sarah Jones's attack spread, the entire Justice Order began to attack on all fronts. This was a great opportunity, and no one would give up. And Vibra Lena was obviously not a fool. After confirming the authenticity of the intelligence, she immediately ordered a surprise attack on the entire Freedom Camp's defense line, intending to break through the Freedom Camp's defense line in one fell swoop. The war in the entire Central Star region broke out suddenly, and it entered a white-hot stage from the beginning. Both sides engaged in a brutal offensive and defensive battle around the defense line. New Eden, which had been prepared for a long time, would naturally not miss this opportunity. The Emma Empire's Imperial Navy attacked from the southern star field, and the Galeni Federation's Federal Navy also attacked from the eastern star field, attacking the defense line of the Freedom Camp. In less than a day, the defense line of the Freedom Camp was torn apart. Not only in New Eden, but also in other battlefields, there were fruitful results. Because Sarah Jones was attacked, different voices appeared in the demon civilization, which also made the command system of the Freedom Camp very chaotic, and it was impossible to organize an effective defense. Many of them fought on their own. Of course, except for Peter Yagoudis' Carlson coalition, other battlefields were going smoothly. Although the command system of the Freedom Camp was very chaotic, the demon civilization and Adrian Black Flag's own forces still obeyed his command, so in less than 3 days, more than 800 super flagship fleets gathered in the Sigma Star region. This scared Peter Yagoudis and others, and they hurriedly asked for help from the Angel civilization. Their entire Carlson coalition now only had 100 super flagship fleets, and in terms of the defense line, their position was not conducive to defense, because the Titan delivery range of the Sigma Fortress was enough to cover most of their defense line. Facing these 800-plus super flagship fleets full of anger, they would probably be eaten up without leaving any residue. And they couldn't evacuate, so they had to fight, because behind them was the Carlson civilization, and behind them was the civilization of other coalition forces. If they lost, who knows what these guys would do? And the Angel civilization did not let Peter Yagoudis die, and then sent a full 100 army groups, that is, the main fleet of the Angel civilization of 500 super flagship fleets to assist in the defense. The two sides launched a large-scale battle over the Sigma Star field. One side wanted to avenge the bloody shame, and the other side wanted to protect its subordinates. This also made the war very tense, and both sides continued to invest more troops and materials. In just half a month, the battlefield of more than 10 star fields around the Sigma Star field turned into a place of war. At least 2-digit super flagship fleets fell in it every day, becoming a veritable meat grinder. Even New Eden received the order of Vivra Elena to recruit and sent the Idol Gustus Group and Serpentis Group over. In less than 3 days, the armies of the Gustus Group and the Serpentis Group were wiped out by the enemy on the main battlefield. The officials of the two forces failed to escape, but were resurrected in the Everstar city. It was so exciting to fight. Yes, it was so exciting. Although they were wiped out, Cormac Vaga and others were not depressed at all after they were resurrected. Instead, they were all excited. Because before they were wiped out, they had at least wiped out nearly 10 times their own number of enemies. The battle was fierce, which made these militants enjoy themselves to the fullest. Fortunately, someone took the blame this time, otherwise it would be our turn in New Eden. Compared to the fanaticism of the Serpentis Group officials, Estamertel thought of the fanatical revengeful Freedom Faction fleets in the Sigma battlefield and shook his head. Although New Eden is not afraid of these fanatical guys at all, it is also a bit of a headache for them. In this regard, Cormac Vaga and others also nodded in agreement. And the other officials looked at the officials of the Gustus Group and the Serpentis Group describing the fierceness of the Sigma battlefield, and they couldn't help but show their envy. They also wanted to have such a big battle. While the officials were talking, Sherman walked in accompanied by Aura. The whole audience suddenly became very serious, and all stood up to salute. Sherman pressed his hands together, signaling everyone to relax, and then opened the star map without any nonsense. Now the defense lines of the Southern Star Field and the Eastern Star Field have been breached. Our next task is to capture the 36 star fields between the Southern Star Field and the Eastern Star Field and break the blockade of the free camp between the two places. In addition, the 2 star fields in the Eastern Interstellar Space leading to the Southern Star Field in the Central Star Field also need to be captured. This will be our forward base for the future attack on the Central Star Field and must be controlled in our hands. After saying that, Sherman looked up at the serious faces and smiled. I know you envy the battle in Sigma Star region, and now the opportunity is in front of you. Just now, Vibble Elena called me and hoped that our New Eden would occupy these 2-star regions as soon as possible to threaten the enemies in Sigma Star region from the side. When necessary, I also hope that we can send troops to the surrounding star regions of Sigma's main battlefield to eat up these enemies together. Now the area around Sigma Star region is a huge mill that constantly devours life and steel. Even the Angel civilization can't bear such casualties. But now, the two sides are fighting again, and no one can evacuate safely, so Vibble Elena hopes that New Eden can send troops as soon as possible. After all, she knew a little about New Eden, and naturally knew that the 2 armies transferred to the Sigma Star Field were not the main fleets of New Eden, so she had no doubt whether New Eden could complete this task. And this task was equivalent to giving New Eden a reason to officially march into the Central Star Field, and taking over these 2 star fields was also in Sherman's plan, so Sherman would not refuse. Hearing Sherman's words, the officials immediately saluted solemnly and roared, "For our Lord, for New Eden, fight!" Sherman nodded in satisfaction, and then told Jamil Salam, inside Jerusalem, "This time, each of your fleets can only use 25 armies at most. Now is not the time to fully expose our strength." "Yes, my lord." The two immediately took the order. Now the enemy's defense line has been breached, and there are only less than 30 armies standing in front of them. Their combined strength of 50 armies is completely enough. Chapter 571. Due to the chaos within the demonic civilization, the entire free camp was unable to form a complete defense, so all fronts collapsed, and almost all of its outer defenses were lost. The attack from New Eden was particularly fierce. The Emma Empire and the Galeni Federation attacked from both sides, fighting dozens of large and small battles in half a month, completely defeating the fleet of the free camp, and connecting the southern star field with the eastern star field. As a result, the two territories of New Eden were officially connected, and it became one of the most numerous forces in the universe. Its first step of strategy has been completed. Afterwards, New Eden launched an attack on the two-star regions in the central star region without stopping, intending to build these two-star regions into salients and forward bases for future attacks. But along with the recovery of the territory came all kinds of troubles. Report to my lord, among the 36 recovered star regions, there are still many colonized planets that refuse to surrender, and there are also many resistance forces that continue to harass us. Aura reported to Sherman. For this land conquered by force, victory in the war is only the beginning, and the ensuing security war is the most important. If these issues are not resolved now, the infrastructure construction in New Eden will not be able to proceed. Just like the high-speed bridge connection between the southern star field and the eastern star field that New Eden was about to start, it was attacked by the rebels just after construction, and the two bridges were destroyed. If this problem is not resolved, New Eden will undoubtedly be caught in this endless security war. But now New Eden is moving forward every day, and it is impossible to spend time and energy on this security war. The purpose of Ola's trip was actually just to get an order from Sherman. And Sherman was naturally very clear about this, and then decisively ordered Ola, call Dracria Melon, Estamertel, Chelm Solon and Maud to me. Yes. After a while, everyone sat in the command room together. Sherman looked at the few people and said without any nonsense, "There are many problems in the newly conquered territories, and we don't have time to play with them like this. We need a safe and stable rear. So, after the meeting is over, you will execute the extermination order on the newly recovered 36-star regions. No matter whether it is military or civilian facilities, no matter whether the people are truly surrendered or not, kill them all. There may be people who really surrender, but New Eden no longer has enough energy to distinguish the truth from the false. The key is to cut the Gordian knot. Estameltel, your fleet will carry out demolition activities on all non-New Eden space stations in the target area, and not let anyone go. Yes. Chelm Solon, your unit will quickly build a Sasha suppression control tower, closely monitor all areas, and block these 36-star regions to prevent anyone from entering or leaving. Yes. Maud, your unit will quickly organize patrols to clean up the scattered fleeing people, and try not to let anyone leave, and kill them all. Yes. Then, Sherman looked at the little girl who looked harmless. Dracria Melon, I know that you Blood Raiders have the means to massacre planets, so the task of colonizing the planet is left to you. Yes, my lord. Dracria Melon bowed to Sherman, and when he stood up, his eyes were no longer innocent, but cold and cruel. With the capture of two star fields in the central star field by New Eden's offensive finally slowed down, and the corresponding southern star field and eastern star field were completely blocked by New Eden. In less than a week, 38 star fields, including the two star fields just captured, were massacred. The 38 star fields that were originally in chaos due to the war suddenly fell into silence. Except for the fleet of New Eden, there were no warships of other civilizations sailing in the starry sky. The colonized planet also became very dead, and there was no sign of life when looking down from space. This strange situation also attracted the attention of many people. Later, Xingshi Huanyu also sent reporters to interview New Eden to investigate what was going on. In this regard, New Eden did not hide anything and allowed them to conduct investigations and interviews. As the spokesperson of New Eden, Aura did not hide New Eden's actions at all, saying that now he was just returning what the demon civilization had done to the 18-star fields of New Eden. And it was also stated that this was just the beginning of revenge, not the end, because the enemy would have to pay 10 times the price for the tragedy they had committed. After the report of Star Vision universe ended, the entire universe civilization was in uproar. They never thought that New Eden had such a strong desire for revenge. But most people remained silent about this. After all, This was also the massacre of New Eden by the Freedom side. Now New Eden has also made it clear that this is naked revenge, and they have reasons and evidence. Of course, Peter Yagoudis would not miss such an opportunity to put eye drops on New Eden. He immediately joined many leaders of the Justice Order to strongly condemn New Eden's behavior, and hoped that the Angel civilization would impose relevant sanctions on New Eden. In response, New Eden did not care about them at all, but built the two territories in the central star field that it had just occupied into the first line of defense and forward fortress of the future New Eden. And Viber Elena was also very angry about Peter Yagoudis' behavior, and immediately scolded Peter Yagoudis. Peter Yagoudis, are you an idiot? Don't you see the situation now? The entire Sigma Star region battlefield is in such a state. Why are you trying to provoke New Eden at this time? If New Eden doesn't intervene with heavy troops, the current situation will continue. The daily losses make Viber Elena very distressed, and she doesn't want it to continue like this. Queen, does New Eden dare not obey your orders? Peter Yagoudis was very puzzled. Could it be that because of his few words, New Eden dared to break away from the order of justice and not be led by the Angel civilization? How could New Eden have such courage? In this regard, Viber Elena could only throw a reply from New Eden in his face. Stupid, take a look for yourself. Peter Yagoudis unfolded the reply from New Eden, and saw only a few words in it. My army has been fighting for half a month, and the fleet has suffered heavy losses. We need time to rest and recuperate. We are no longer able to launch another attack on the enemy, nor can we reinforce the Sigma battlefield. Chapter 572. How dare they? Peter Yagoudis looked at the report sent by New Eden with some disbelief. New Eden really dared to ignore the orders of the Angel civilization. Why can't they refuse? Weeble Elena asked back. Over the years, when has New Eden ever received our help? When your Carlson civilization was in trouble, it received help from the entire Justice Order, but when his New Eden was besieged by the Freedom Camp, it didn't get any help at all. Now it has developed on its own. Why should it risk its life to help you? There is one more thing that Viber Elena did not say, that is, according to the intelligence inside the Angel civilization, the current strength of New Eden is probably not simple. This can be deduced from the resources that enter New Eden through various channels every day. If nothing else, at least it is much stronger than the guy in front of him, who worked hard to unite other forces to form a coalition. Whether from the perspective of reason or strength, Viber Elena has no reason to force New Eden to send troops, not to mention that New Eden's reasons are so sufficient now. After a long battle, he was too weak to fight again. As long as he didn't want to, who could force him? Listening to Viber Elena's words, Peter Yagoudis had to lower his head unwillingly. If you don't want your little power to be lost in the Sigma battlefield, withdraw all accusations against New Eden and apologize to Sherman in person. Otherwise, you will be trapped here bit by bit. After saying that, Viber Elena cut off the communication, leaving Peter Yagoudis alone, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. In the end, Peter Yagoudis bowed his head. After apologizing to New Eden, the entire Justice Order turned a blind eye to New Eden's brutal behavior. After Peter Yagoudis bowed his head and apologized, Sherman also smiled. Hee, you are really flexible. My lord, should we start the action now? Aura asked on the side. Well, let the Emma Navy and Galeni Navy prepare for the attack. Of course, it is impossible to attack. At most, they will just put on a posture and make a threat to the demon civilization's homeland. Now that 38 star regions have been captured in a row, New Eden will need a little time to digest them, and the huge resources obtained this time are enough to support the development of New Eden in the future. Sherman is to support the Sigma battlefield and get the Angel fleet out of the quagmire of war, but not to replace it as the main battlefield. Sir Adri Black Flag, New Eden has now assembled a fleet of 50 armies at the border of the demon civilization. Please make a decision as soon as possible. An urgent intelligence made Adri Black Flag's face even uglier. Bang! Adri Black Flag smashed the cup to pieces, gnashing his teeth and saying word by word, New Eden. Now the dozens of star fields centered on the Sigma star field have become a huge meat grinder. Both sides are fighting for their lives. If the New Eden really attacks the demon civilization's homeland, and then makes a detour to attack the rear of their main fleet, the war will definitely collapse. They don't even need to make a detour to attack. As long as the New Eden breaks through the defense line and cuts off the supply line to the Sigma battlefield, they won't be able to hold on for long. So now there is only one way for Adrian Black Flag to go, that is to withdraw from the battlefield as soon as possible and reorganize the defense line. After a brief thought, Adrian Black Flag immediately made a decision. Order the fleet to withdraw to the defense line, pack up supplies, and cross-cover the evacuation of the battlefield. Let the fleet also prepare for another battle. If the enemy dares to pursue, then turn back and eat them. Yes. Soon, the fleet of the free camp quickly completed the evacuation preparations. Countless industrial transport fleets carried various supplies to the hinterland, and the fleet also covered the evacuation in batches. The sudden withdrawal of the Freedom Camp also let Vibralena know that New Eden had indeed taken action, and she immediately withdrew the Angel fleet, leaving a way for the enemy to escape. Vibralena still understood the principle that a trapped beast will still fight, and too much is as bad as too little. Peter Yagutis obviously did not realize this, and thought that the Freedom Camp could not withstand the battle and evacuated, so he sent a fleet to expand the victory and gain the honor of being the first to reach the Sigma Star field. But then, they were beaten to a pulp by the fleet of Edry Black Flag. 2 of their armies were besieged, and only one of them retreated, which made Peter Yagutis want to cry without tears. After Peter Yagutis' attack, the entire Sigma battlefield became very quiet, without any conflict. After half a month, the Freedom Camp withdrew from the Sigma Star field and re-established a new line of defense outside the 5-star fields in the rear. The war in Sigma was officially over. With the end of the war, both sides suffered heavy losses and no longer wanted to fight again, so they entered a truce period. Because of this battle, the border of the Justice Order advanced a lot, not only regaining the lost territory, but also occupying a lot of territory of the Free Camp, so it also entered a new division of interests and accumulated strength for the next battle. Among them, the Carlson Coalition, which made great contributions, was the most dazzling and received the most benefits. At the celebration party, Vibralena praised Peter Yagutis generously, and greatly appreciated his action of taking advantage of the enemy's plan to attack Sarah Jones. Peter Yagutis also received more support from the forces of justice and order at this celebration banquet. It can be predicted that the strength of the Carlson Coalition will surge again in the near future. Compared with Peter Yagutis' high spirits at the celebration banquet, New Eden was much more low-key. Sherman and Maud sat in their seats and ate and drank, without any intention of participating. And because of New Eden's usual aloof style, no one came to disturb the two, which also left Sherman in peace. If he hadn't had to come to this banquet, Sherman would rather stay in Changming Star City and have a good sleep. Looking at Sherman, who was discussing dishes with Maud in a low voice from time to time, Vibralena, who was sitting in the main seat with a glass of wine, couldn't help but frown slightly, with unprecedented fear in her eyes, and her lips slightly open to make a barely audible sound. I really don't know how many cards you have not used yet. During this period of time, New Eden's crazy collection of resources and colonial expansion in the occupied areas are all telling one thing. Thinking of the resources that New Eden has obtained in the past period of time reported by the Intelligence Department, even Vibralena couldn't help but feel numb. Chapter 573. On the way back, Sherman sat on the sofa a little tired. Maud took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Sherman. Sherman waved his hand and did not take it. I'm ready to quit smoking. Maud took out a cigarette and lit it, and said to Sherman with a smile, Hey, my lord, it seems that you are ready to have a child. Sherman smiled and acquiesced. After the two chatted for a while, Maud crushed the cigarette but and turned to look at Sherman. My lord, what does the angel civilization mean this time? What do you mean? Sherman replied while dozing on the sofa. Maud touched his bald head and said, This time it's called a celebration banquet, but Vibralena didn't mention the credit of our New Eden at all, but praised Peter Yagutis a lot. Vibralena undoubtedly made Peter Yagutis the protagonist at the banquet, and was revealing a message to outsiders in both open and covert ways. That is, she is very optimistic about Peter Yagutis. This also caused many forces that remained neutral in the Queen election to turn to Peter Yagutis, which also made New Eden's plan to shift the trouble to the east and weaken the Carlson Coalition army directly fail. It is estimated that the power in Peter Yagutis' hands will be even stronger in a while. So Maud was very curious about what promises Peter Yagutis made to Vibralena, the current Angel Queen, to make her personally stand on the stage. Sherman opened his eyes and looked at Maud, tilting his head and said, It's normal, because the development of New Eden has exceeded Vibralena's expectations, and my New Eden will not be controlled by the Angel civilization, so she needs to support Peter Yagutis to fight against New Eden, otherwise it will be disadvantageous for the Angel civilization to continue to occupy the territory. After all, if your mistress really ascends to that position, then who will the Justice Order obey? Sherman was not surprised by Vibralena's actions, because if he were in another position, he would probably be more extreme than the other party. For example, if the Angel civilization wanted to use Wang Yan's relationship to control New Eden, Sherman would definitely cut off its outstretched hand. So actually at this time, Vibralena already had an answer to the choice of the next queen. After that, Sherman said to Maud also, "You don't understand this question? In the future, just say it directly, no need to worry about anything. Anyone can see this obvious problem. How could Maud not see it? This is just because he is concerned about the relationship between Sherman and the angel civilization, so he gave a reminder and didn't say it openly." Listening to Sherman's words, Maud just smiled and touched his bald head. "Since this is the case, what should the mistress do? What should we do? Of course, we should pretend that we know nothing and follow the original plan. I want to see what choice Vibralena will make in the end." Sherman was also a little curious about this. Thinking of something, Sherman suddenly shouted, "Aura." A figure composed of Aura's data also quickly appeared in front of Sherman. "Aura greets my lord. Now the resources of New Eden should be enough to complete the expansion of the army, right? In this battle, New Eden took over a total of 38 star fields, and most of them were frontline star fields of the free camp, and the supplies stored in them were not a small number." In response, Aura nodded and replied, "My lord, the current resources are fully sufficient to complete the expansion of the army, and there are even surplus materials." Although New Eden was not the most dazzling in this battle, the harvest was actually the biggest one. Not only did it open up the connection between the southern star field and the eastern star field, making the existing territory of New Eden an iron bucket, but it also took 2 star fields in the central star field as forward bases, which can be used for attack or defense. And it also harvested a large amount of resources, some of which were spoils of war, and the other part came from the Caldari arms trade. The battles during this period also made the Caldari arms trade very hot, with huge sales. This New Eden easily took over these 38 star regions, and it also had a huge number of warships for trade, which was the reason why Vibralena was afraid. No other reason, since New Eden dared to sell a large number of warships during the war. It means that its industrial capacity can not only support the needs of the war, but also have spare capacity for trade, which shows the extent of New Eden's industrial capacity. Moreover, in the past few days, the colonized planets in these 38 star regions have been colonized in large numbers by New Eden, and the population has completely exceeded Vibralena's original expectations. Strong industrial capacity, coupled with a large population, what this represents is self-evident. After listening to Aura's answer, Sherman thought for a while, then looked up and said to Aura, "Aura, since there are enough resources, let's start the second-generation Titan fleet plan of Psi Jerusalem now. Well, let's also start Jamil Salam's Emma Research Institute. So that these two guys don't mention this to me every day." "Yes, my lord," Ola replied with a smile. "If everything goes well, then the second-generation Titan fleet of Psi Jerusalem should still have a chance to participate in the decisive battle with the demon civilization. Let's not talk about the various opportunities on the New Eden side, but every Black Flag is having a very hard time. After returning to the demon civilization, every Black Flag was impeached in various ways, on the grounds that he was only the Queen's husband, but he exceeded his authority to command the fleet. To put it bluntly, the entire Freedom Camp suffered such a huge loss this time, and someone needs to take the blame. And unfortunately, Adrian Black Flag is the best candidate. After refusing other people's visits again, Adrian Black Flag entered the sanatorium. Looking at the pale Sarah Jones in the sanatorium, Adrian Black Flag's face showed a sick smile, and whispered softly, "Wife, wait a little longer, it's almost there, it's almost there." And the answer to him was Sarah Jones' pale and cold body. Yes, Sarah Jones had died in the attack of the Hibernator fleet, but in order to control the situation, Adrian Black Flag announced that she was only seriously injured and needed to be recuperated. The medical staff at the time were also his people, but now they have shut up forever and gone to accompany Sarah Jones. Sarah Jones is now just a body cultivated through DNA, to put it bluntly, a corpse without breathing. "Wait for me." Adrian Black Flag looked at Sarah Jones affectionately, and kissed her across the recuperation cabin. After turning around, all the emotions were buried in his heart. Chapter 574. Devil Central Star City, the most prosperous star city of the demon civilization, is also the most important star city of the demon civilization. During the meeting, a group of people were whispering and discussing something. When Adrian Black Flag walked into the hall, the whole place was silent, followed by various urging and doubtful voices. "Sir Adrian Black Flag, you said that the Queen would only need half a month to recover, but now it's almost 2 months. Why hasn't the Queen shown up yet?" "Yes, people are panicking now. Let the Queen come out to take charge of the situation. The Queen only needs to show up to stabilize the situation. It won't affect the Queen's recuperation. Faced with the condemnation of the crowd, Adrian Black Flag ignored it, but quietly walked to the main seat of the conference room, looking at Sarah Jones' exclusive seat with a pair of eyes full of tenderness. Then he stood still and turned to look at everyone, expressionless. "Everyone, are you trying to rebel?" "Oh, rebellion?" A leader of a civilization replied disdainfully. "It's been more than 2 months, and there is still no news about the Queen. I think the Queen has passed away. You want to keep it a secret and take power?" "That's right. And because of your command in the last battle, my army lost countless fleets, and the territory lost 6-star regions. You need to take the main responsibility for this." Everyone asked for accountability, and did not give Adrian Black Flag a chance to explain. He said bluntly, "You don't have to try to convince us. I have asked the Demon Judgment Office to invite the elders. Today, we must know the situation of the Queen no matter what. The Demon Judgment Office is full of nobles from the previous term of the Demon Civilization, and they are all people with high reputations and great power, and they even have the right to replace the Demon Queen. This time they invited the elders of the Demon Judgment Office to come over, and they were determined to get a result." In response, Adrian Black Flag did not speak, but looked at everyone in silence. After a while, several elders of the Demon Judgment Office rushed to the meeting room. After these elders sat down, they did not say anything nonsense, but directly asked Adrian Black Flag, "The situation is so tense now. No matter how badly Sarah Jones is injured, she should show up, right?" As the elder spoke, everyone stared at Adrian Black Flag, hoping that he would give an explanation. In the silence, Adrian Black Flag raised his head and said in a cold tone, "The Queen was directly pierced through the warship by dozens of doomsday bombs during the attack and died on the spot. It was just to control the situation, so I said she was only seriously injured." Listening to Adrian Black Flag's words, the small meeting room revealed all kinds of human emotions. Some people were sad, some were calm, and some even had undisguised smiles on their faces. After getting the answer they wanted, someone immediately said to several elders, "Elders, although the death of the Queen is heartbreaking, now is not the time for us to be sad. The situation in the entire free camp is unstable now. Although there is a temporary ceasefire, the Angel Civilization and the free camp are still eyeing it covetously, and someone needs to take charge again. I propose that a new Demon Queen be elected urgently. Yes, I propose that Princess Mengwe be the new Queen. Yes, Princess Mengwe is virtuous, talented and vigilant, and is also well known in the free camp. I agree." As soon as these words came out, everyone who had discussed this secretly agreed to it. In just a few minutes, the new Queen candidates were all nominated with high votes. Then, several elders were also nominated by everyone, and were ready to announce the next Queen to stabilize the situation. Heh. Looking at the rapid operation of everyone, Adrian Black Flag couldn't help but sneer, and the indifference in his eyes was like dripping water. Hearing Adrian Black Flag sneer, the leader who first proposed that Princess Mengwe take the throne walked in front of Adrian Black Flag and looked down at Adrian Black Flag with his height. "Why, Sir Adrian Black Flag, do you have any opinion on this?" "Oh, the old king left. The new king took the throne. What opinion can I have?" Adrian Black Flag looked up at the man, expressionless. "It's just that I can't stand it. Since you know my wife has passed away, why are you all happily welcoming the new king to the throne, but not mentioning my wife's funeral? Why, are you so anxious to show your loyalty to the new king?" Adrian Black Flag's words made everyone very quiet, and then someone refuted. "The situation is tense now. Everything should be based on the interests of the Demon Civilization and the entire free camp. Therefore, the most urgent task is to let the new king take over the throne and control the situation. Then he can handle the funeral of Queen Sarah Jones in a dignified manner." Hearing this, Adrian Black Flag pushed the person in front of him away, walked slowly to the side of the person who spoke, and said coldly, "What courage makes you call my wife by her name?" As soon as the voice fell, without waiting for the person to explain, an alloy dagger suddenly appeared in Adrian Black Flag's hand, and fiercely stabbed into his chest. Then, many Black Flag army soldiers walked into the conference room with guns, and quickly controlled the scene. Seeing the murderous Black Flag army soldiers around them, several elders of the Devil's Judgment Hall could not help but be furious. "Adrian Black Flag, are you trying to rebel? Rebellion?" Adrian Black Flag turned his head and looked at several elders. His fingers moved slightly, and then dozens of Gauss rifles fired at the same time. Looking at the fragmented bodies of several elders, Adrian Black Flag said coldly, "That's rebellion." Seeing that a dry Black Flag had killed even the elders, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. A dry Black Flag seemed to be really crazy. How dare he? Sarah Jones was dead, and a dry black flag also went crazy. Everyone couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Finally, the leader who first proposed the new king to take the throne forced himself to calm down and assured a dry black flag, if you are afraid that the new king will take some measures against you after taking the throne and affect the interests of your Black Flag Legion, I can assure you that when the new king takes the throne, not only can your interests be guaranteed, but also what happened today will not be spread out. Every Black Flag looked up at the man and said lightly, "Don't you think it's impolite to ask someone to look up when talking to you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier of the Black Flag Legion shot and shattered his right knee, leaving him half prone on the ground. Every Black Flag squatted down and patted his face, then said to him, "Since you want the new king to take the throne so much, let me meet you." After speaking, every Black Flag patted the huge table in the conference room, and then the middle of the table suddenly opened, and a bloody smell filled the entire conference room. Chapter 575. Looking at the dozens of corpses, especially the female corpse in the center, whose eyes were still open and full of shock, everyone's heart seemed to fall into the abyss. Princess Mengwe and other princesses. Early before these guys came to force the palace, Adrian Black Flag led his troops to secretly purge the entire demon palace. All the princesses, including the reserve princesses, were purged. Aren't you afraid of being liquidated by the entire demon civilization and the free camp after doing this? Looking at these corpses, the leader whose right knee was shattered suddenly raised his head and looked at Adrian Black Flag. He was unwilling to accept it. "Oh, is that so?" As soon as Adrian Black Flag finished speaking, a dagger pierced through the man's chest from behind. The man turned his head in disbelief and looked at the guy who stabbed him. He raised his fingers weakly, and then suddenly dropped them. "Boss, I'm sorry." Then, the people around the other leaders also killed people one after another. The killing filled the entire conference room, and the strong smell of blood made people sick. When the last leader of a civilization came to the bottom, every Black Flag wiped the blood on the main seat, and then stood aside like an old pine tree facing the crowd. The rest of the people also knelt on one knee to salute. "Meet His Excellency Prince Every Black Flag." Every Black Flag slightly pressed down. "Everyone, please sit down." Then everyone didn't care about the blood on the seat, all sat down, and sat upright looking at every Black Flag. Every Black Flag looked at the corpses on the ground, and a trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Do you really think he has done nothing in the past 2 months? Ridiculous. These people who are still alive are the second-in-command or important figures of various forces, and they can seamlessly control their forces from behind. This is what Adri Black Flag has been doing for the past 2 months. Following Adri Black Flag can get more and greater benefits and power, so they naturally agree to follow Adri Black Flag. More importantly, they are all die-hard fans, who have been supported by Sarah Jones overtly and secretly over the years. For them, following Adri Black Flag is also following their own beliefs. Adri Black Flag looked at everyone and slowly said, "After you go back, you must complete the control of your own power in the shortest time. From now on, the entire free camp has only one voice. After controlling the situation, we will begin to actively expand the army and prepare for war. All resources will be controlled by me. We must complete the expansion of the army in the shortest time. Then, revenge for the queen." "Yes." After the meeting, Adrian Black Flag looked at the huge demon center Star City with indifference in his eyes. "You start too. I don't want to hear other voices in this Star City tomorrow." "Yes." Rap also nodded indifferently, then turned and walked out the door. Adrian Black Flag didn't care at all that the guy who watched Sarah Jones grow up didn't give him any face, because he knew that the other party, and he had the same purpose now. That is revenge. Rap was the captain of Sarah Jones's personal guard before she became the queen. He was also the old man who watched her grow up. He had no children or relatives in his life. For him, Sarah Jones was not only the person he was loyal to, but also his child. After Sarah Jones succeeded to the throne, Rap became the highest officer in charge of the security of the Demon Center Star City from the captain of the personal guard. Rap played a crucial role in the completion of the liquidation operation by a dry Black Flag. Now that Sarah Jones is dead, his heart is dead too, so he agreed to a dry Black Flag's request without hesitation. Control the demon civilization and the free camp, gather the greatest strength, and avenge Sarah Jones. After the liquidation of Adrian Black Flag began, in just 1 month, the entire demon civilization and the free camp were liquidated several times, and Adrian Black Flag also completely completed the control of the demon civilization and the free camp. Then the entire demon civilization and the free camp began to expand their military and prepare for war crazily, and the people's livelihood and the like were only maintained at the minimum standard line, and everything was served by the war. Adri Black Flag's actions were so fast that they were completed before the angels could react. By the time the angels reacted, Adri Black Flag had already completed the task. Now the entire free camp was united, and fleets were constantly stationed on the border, leaving the angels with no chance to take advantage. This Adri Black Flag is a real character. In the Angel Holy City, Vibralena looked at what was happening in the demon civilization during this period of time, and couldn't help but sigh. He completed the cleansing in just half a month, and became the current leader of the demon civilization and the free camp. It must be said that this Adri Black Flag does have some means. This was more surprising to her than the news of Sarah Jones's death. After watching the movements of the demon civilization and the free camp during this period, Vibralena couldn't help but sigh slightly, and then issued orders to the angel civilization and the free camp to expand the army and prepare for war. She could see that according to Adri Black Flag's current movements, the next war might be the decisive battle that determines the final fate of this star sea. She had no choice but to prepare. On the other hand, Peter Yagoudis, who received the intelligence sent by Vibralena, shuddered at the information and immediately summoned all the forces of the Carlson coalition, hoping to give more support. This Adri Black Flag looked like he was going to fight him to death, and he was a little panicked. As for New Eden, it had long been expected, so except for the surprise that Adri Black Flag had completed his power, everything else was expected. After all, Sarah Jones was bombarded by the spear of Lux of 3 Hibernator fleets. It would be strange if she survived. After all, according to the current intelligence of New Eden, there is no other warship that can withstand such an attack except the Cockroach class. Even if the officials of the New Eden pirate forces pretended to be Titans and encountered such an attack, they would only die on the spot. Therefore, New Eden also knew that the news that Sarah Jones was not dead was just a smokescreen created by the demons to stabilize the situation. Ola and others also estimated that the demon civilization would take big actions to avenge Sarah Jones, but they did not expect that Adri Black Flag would win. According to New Eden's prediction, this demon civilization should be succeeded by Mingyu, and then after stabilizing the situation, a new round of war will be launched in the name of revenge for Sarah Jones. Unexpectedly, Adrian Black Flag will win, turning the war of revenge into the final battle that is about to begin. It seems that we have underestimated this guy's means and strength. This also made Sherman sigh. Chapter 576. However, despite his size, Sherman was not afraid to face the crazy expansion of the troops of Adri Black Flag. After all, although the current New Eden could not fight against the 2 major civilizations of angels and demons at the same time, it was still no problem to deal with one alone. Sherman silently mourned for Peter Yagoudis, who was about to become the main target of the war. It is conceivable what kind of impact Peter Yagoudis' Carlson coalition would suffer at that time. As expected of a good brother, he can really take the blame. The angels had several small-scale conflicts with the Freedom Camp's defense line, and after finding no results, the entire front became very quiet. The 2 major camps began to implement compulsory military control measures in the controlled areas, strictly controlling the transportation of various materials, and various resource mining areas were also squeezed to the extreme. A large amount of resources were sent to the industrial base, and turned into various warships, and weapons and equipment. And this large-scale military expansion has no shortage of personnel on both sides, but only enough warships. After all, the pilots only need to select qualified people for a short training, and then after 1 or 2 actual combats, they can become qualified pilots. With their huge population base, there is no pressure at all. But the battleship is different. In addition to the requirements for resources, it also requires sufficient production time. Take the main Titan Sky Blade class of the Angel Civilization for example. The manufacturing cycle of one ship is about 230 days. Even the manufacturing cycle of the main battleship takes at least a full week. Therefore, both the Angelic Civilization and the Demonic Civilization are now frantically recruiting soldiers for training, while at the same time, they are fully expanding their industrial facilities to seek the maximum production capacity required for military expansion. On the contrary, New Eden is just the opposite. Even though the population is being expanded through cloning technology, the population of New Eden is still seriously insufficient. Take the Emma Empire for example. The birth of each citizen requires a full 6 months of cultivation. Even after these years of development, the Emma Empire has only barely colonized the current controlled area. But the advantage of these clones is that they don't need any education, because they have completed the relevant training during the 6-month cultivation stage. All New Eden needs to do is to select those who can accept the clone transfer times as drivers. They only need to do some practical training to become a very good battleship driver. As for battleships and equipment, this is the easiest for New Eden. For the fully operating Sodio engineering complex, the manufacturing cycle of a Titan is 2.5 months, and the Dreadnought is 1 month. As for battleships below the battleship level, it is calculated by hours. It can be said that as long as there are enough resources, New Eden will not lack warships. Even during this period of frantic armaments, the Caldari and New Eden still accepted various military orders. Except for not accepting orders for super flagships, all other warships, and equipment and ammunition can be delivered within a month. Reasonable price, fast delivery, and even support door-to-door delivery service. Therefore, a large number of military orders were accepted, which also brought a large amount of resources to New Eden for military expansion at this time. New Eden's business activities of accepting large orders and delivering them in time are particularly eye-catching, and also make Vibble Elena and Peter Elena have their eyes on these manufacturing bases in New Eden. Peter Yagoudi suggested to Vibble Elena that he hoped she could come forward to coordinate and let New Eden open some industrial bases to them for warship production, and even hoped that New Eden could open these engineering complex technologies to them. Sherman naturally refused this kind of thing on the spot. Vibra Elena then proposed to exchange the Angel's related technology, but was also rejected. During this period, Peter Yagoudis even wanted to stand on the force field of justice ordered to force New Eden. In response, Sherman said that only fists are hard truths, and moral kidnapping will only backfire on reckless people. Then the Emma Empire and the Galeni Federation, a total of 100 armies, set out directly. After leaving the border of the Free Camp, they directly threatened the border of Carlson civilization and stationed there, staring at it covetously. In the end, Peter Yagoudis chose to keep quiet. After being defeated by Sherman, he turned his attention to Wang Yan. He then asked Vibra Elena to gather all the princesses back together, hoping to open a breakthrough from Wang Yan. Your Highness Wang Yan, please talk to that person and open some industrial bases to us. Now is a matter of life and death for the Free Camp and even the Angel civilization. At the banquet, Peter Yagoudis persuaded Wang Yan earnestly. Wang Yan frowned slightly at the guy in front of her. She ignored Peter Yagoudis and turned to look at Vibra Elena. Teacher, didn't you say that this was just a private gathering for our teachers and students? Faced with Wang Yan's question, Vibra Elena could only smile. Peter Yagoudis is Lucy Hall's husband, so he is not an outsider. But we are a group of women here, and it would be inconvenient for a man to be here, right? Facing Wang Yan's aggressiveness, Peter Yagoudis' expression changed several times in an instant, and then he took a deep breath and said goodbye to everyone. Queen, princesses, Her Highness Wang Yan is right. My presence at your teacher-student gathering is a bit of a spoiler, so I won't disturb your interest. After saying that, he left, and after Peter Yagoudis left, the atmosphere at the banquet suddenly became a bit dull. In the end, it was Lucy Hall who stood up first and approached Wang Yan, saying with a complicated expression, I'm sorry. Although all this was done by Peter Yagoudis, and even with the promotion of Vibra Elena, she was the ultimate beneficiary after all, so she said sorry. Wang Yan took Lucy Hall's hand and said softly, You don't have to say sorry, fighting is a man's business, what does it have to do with us? Although she said it to Lucy Hall, Wang Yan's eyes were also closely looking at Vibra Elena, and Vibra Elena naturally understood the meaning. That is, Wang Yan did not want to destroy their master-disciple relationship because of these things, and she was also telling Vibra Elena that she did not want to get involved in the affairs between New Eden and various forces. Chapter 577. Looking at Wang Yan, Vibra Elena sighed softly, waved her hand, and the other princesses stood up, bowed, and slowly retreated, leaving only the two of them. Vibra Elena slowly stroked Wang Yan's hair, and said with a little emotion, In the blink of an eye, you are married, time flies so fast. As she said, she put down her hand and gestured again. I still remember when you were so young, you were still clamoring to find a boyfriend every day. Looking at Vibra Elena, Wang Yan couldn't help but lower her head and said crisply, Teacher, don't force me. Hearing this, Vibra Elena's movements suddenly stopped, and then her hands dropped. Ayan, you are the angel princess. You should know what the huge industrial base in New Eden means now, which will prevent more compatriots from sacrificing. Now the angel civilization has also launched an extreme military expansion. Not only have all the reserve forces been transferred to the main combat forces, but even the retired soldiers have returned to the army, and various recruits are also in training. This also brought many problems. That is, the Angel civilization's war preparations were insufficient. Continuous battles have consumed a lot of war preparations, and the Angel civilization also needs to support other civilizations during this period of military expansion. So now the Angel civilization also urgently needs the terrifying industrial base of New Eden to manufacture war preparations. Teacher, I am the Angel Princess, but now I am the mistress of New Eden. At the beginning, Sherman wanted me to control some of the rights of New Eden, but I refused, just to prevent such a day from happening. Now don't force me. And you should also know that for married angels like us, the husband comes first. You are like this, and so am I. Faced with Wang Yan's words, Vibralena fell silent. Then the two of them stopped talking, just quietly tasting the wine in the glass. The atmosphere was very strange. Finally, Vibralena spoke first. Ian, do you have any objection to my support for Lucy Hall? This is not a question, but an inquiry. Wang Yan answered without hesitation. No. Because if I were in your position, I would do the same. New Eden is too good and too strong. It is so strong that it is beyond the control of the Angel civilization, which makes Vibralena feel daunted. To be fair, if Wang Yan stood in the position of the Angel civilization, she would do the same. After all, compared with the uncontrolled New Eden, the Carlson civilization that is attached to the Angel civilization is much more obedient and easier to control. All that Vibralena did was not biased, it was just for the benefit of Angel civilization. Listening to Wang Yan's answer, Vibralena nodded gently and smiled. Everyone says you are the dumbest among my students, but now it seems that you are the one who understands me the most. Wang Yan shook her head. I just put myself in your shoes, there is nothing to praise. It's a pity that at this position, everything can only be centered on civilization. It's very difficult to do this, very difficult. As she spoke, Vibralena looked at Wang Yan, her phoenix eyes staring at her tightly. So, I want you to voluntarily withdraw from the competition for the queen, are you willing? At this moment, compared to the threats brought by the demon civilization and the free camp, Vibralena is more worried about the internal strife within the justice order. As long as Wang Yan voluntarily withdraws from the competition, Lucy Hall will become the only candidate. This will not only avoid the internal friction caused by the competition between candidates, but also unite the justice order to better deal with the next decisive battle. But Wang Yan must give up voluntarily, otherwise the group of reckless people in New Eden will not give up, and the situation will be out of control. Wang Yan's hand holding the wine glass suddenly stagnated, and then raised the glass to drink it all. After putting down the wine glass, Wang Yan took a deep breath and said, Teacher, from now on, I voluntarily give up the competition for the position of queen. Without waiting for Vibralena to speak, Wang Yan continued, Not only that, from now on I will give up the position of princess, and no longer participate in all affairs of angel civilization. Since Vibralena has made it clear, Wang Yan will not continue to compete for the position of Angel Queen with a shameless face. Compared with the position of Angel Queen, she prefers the title of New Eden Matron. Vibralena did not expect Wang Yan's decisive cut, so after a period of silence, she took a deep breath and sat up straight. Now, can we talk about the industrial facilities of New Eden? Of course. Wang Yan also sat upright, staring at Vibralena without looking away. From now on, there is no more Angel Princess, only the matron of New Eden. As one of the officials of New Eden, the fourth person with authority in New Eden, Wang Yan is naturally qualified to negotiate on this matter. Of course, the final decision still depends on Sherman. Don't even think about opening up some industrial facilities in New Eden, or even related technologies. You know it's impossible. New Eden only accepts normal commercial trade. You know, this is impossible. The worship technology of the angel civilization cannot be handed over to others, let alone outsourced. The two sides negotiated on this issue for more than 10 hours, and finally decided on a plan. That is, New Eden will rent out a part of Sodio, and each worship produced must be delivered to New Eden with a certain proportion of resources. This plan was also recognized by Sherman, and Wang Yan also officially signed this contract as a representative of New Eden. The warships produced are just empty shells. The most important weapon systems and defense systems cannot be assembled in Sodio. After all, this is no different from actively exposing it to New Eden. For the angel civilization, assembling the hull of the warship is the most time-consuming, while installing the system is the simplest. After the contract was signed, the news that Wang Yan announced her withdrawal from the queen election and gave up the position of princess also spread. This gave the depressed Peter Yaguis a huge surprise. This also made many people who had not yet placed their bets on the queen election vote for Lucy Hall. After all, this was the only queen candidate who would give up such an opportunity, as the designated queen. This also made Peter Yagutis' Carlson Coalition force expand rapidly, making him laugh every day. At the same time, New Eden also issued a statement, announcing its official withdrawal from the Justice Order, becoming a neutral force, and no longer intervening in the faction war. This caused a great public opinion storm in the outside world. Chapter 578. Faced with public opinion, both the Angel Civilization and New Eden remained silent, and no one wanted to explain it. Later, as the situation became increasingly tense, public opinion quickly turned to the news that the two camps were preparing for war. Because New Eden declared independence and became a neutral force, both sides began to add fleets on the border, and the defense line was built more solidly. And with the construction of the socio-engineering complex in New Eden, the Angel Civilization also began to build fleets on a large scale. Looking at Wang Yan, who frowned every day, Sherman reached out and gently smoothed her frown, and asked casually, "Wife, if you are unwilling, I can continue to help you get promoted." For Sherman's words, Wang Yan, who knew the current strength of New Eden, naturally did not doubt whether it had the strength. Wang Yan leaned in Sherman's arms, raised her head and said, "It's not that I am unwilling, I'm just afraid that New Eden and Angel Civilization will go to war, and I don't know what to do then." After this decisive battle, according to the New Eden plan, this demon civilization and the free camp will be removed from the list. This is not only the strategy of New Eden in the future, but also for revenge. But what about after the war? By then, New Eden, which has a large amount of territory and fleets, will be the next demon civilization in the eyes of the Angel Civilization. There will be a war at that time, so Wang Yan is so sad now. Although she is no longer the Angel Princess, it is the civilization that raised her after all, and it is impossible to completely give it up. Why think so much? Now the demon civilization has not been annihilated yet, it is too early to talk about this, and I promise you that New Eden will not take the initiative to provoke trouble at that time. Yeah. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, a whole year had passed. During this year, the two camps finally completed their preparations for military expansion. Although New Eden did not respond, no one dared to ignore it. In the Demon Center Star City, Adrian Black Flag looked at Sarah Jones in the sanatorium, and his eyes were no longer cold and gentle. "Wife, you don't know that your man is so powerful outside now. Everyone who sees me has to greet me. Even those demon nobles, who always look down on me before dare not raise their heads and grin. I tell you." Adrian Black Flag looked at Sarah Jones, took off his disguise, and told her about himself in a relaxed manner. When talking about some things, he laughed from time to time. At the end, Adrian Black Flag gently kissed the sanatorium cabin. "Wife, your man has become what you want to see most, but why can't you see it? Wait for me, it will be soon." Sarah Jones, who was soaked in a special liquid, was quiet and motionless. A breeze blew past Adrian Black Flag, as if someone was whispering beside him. In early July of 2022, the borders of both sides began to infiltrate each other on a large scale. The reconnaissance ships of both sides frantically infiltrated each other's defense lines for reconnaissance, and a small-scale battle broke out between the two sides. In mid-August, the Demon Civilization launched a fierce attack on the northern battlefield without declaring war. Facing the surprise attack of the main fleets of the 10 armies of the Demon Civilization, even if the Justice Order had already responded, it was of no avail. The defense line was breached in less than a day, and the Demon Civilization's fleet pointed directly at the homeland of the Angel Civilization. The Angel Civilization urgently deployed its home fleet for defense. After tenacious resistance and continuous reinforcement, it finally rebuilt a new line of defense outside the homeland and launched a counterattack across the board. The two sides fought for half a month in the northern battlefield, with no clear winner. Then Adrian Black Flag issued a mobilization order to the entire free camp, and all fleets of the free camp began to gather on the northern battlefield. The Angel Civilization also issued a mobilization order, and a large number of fleets began to gather on the northern battlefield. The continuous deployment of fleets by both sides, as if the first battle was the decisive battle, also made the entire universe focus on the northern war. In early September, the fleets of both sides had completed their assembly in the northern battlefield, but at this time, the fleets of the Demon Civilization and the free camp fooled everyone. Adrian Black Flag only left 20 army groups in the northern battlefield to defend the fortress defense line, and the rest of the fleet quickly went south to the central battlefield and launched a full-scale attack on the Carlson Coalition defense line centered on the Sigma Star field. The demon fleet of 1,000 armies quickly broke through the defense line of the Carlson Coalition and took advantage of the situation to attack the homeland of the Carlson Civilization, launching a thorough massacre. 2/3 of the territory of the Carlson civilization fell, and it turned into a silent ghost den in less than a day. Then the furious Peter Yagoudis quickly assembled the coalition fleet for a fierce resistance, and finally held on to the support of the main fleet heading north after paying a painful price. This time, the two sides did not engage in any intrigue, but scattered all the fleets on the vast starry sky centered on the Sigma star field, and all their assets were taken out. Nearly 50 star regions centered on the Sigma star region became the main battlefield, and nearly 200 star regions were affected by the war. The fleets of both sides increased from more than 1,000 army groups at the beginning to nearly 10,000 in just 1 month. The 50-star regions where the main battlefield was located were completely reduced to a broken land. The stars also lost their light under the doomsday salvo, countless planets became fragments, and the starry sky became dim. The prelude to the famous Sigma decisive battle in history was officially opened. At the end of November, under the crazy attack of the demon civilization as the main force, the Carlson coalition's defense line, which suffered heavy losses, collapsed first. Nearly 3,000 armies of the free camp marched straight in, divided and surrounded the defense line of the Justice Order, and completely defeated the defense line. Including the Carlson civilization, the entire territory of the 17 Justice Order civilizations fell, and more than 200 star fields changed hands. Among them, the Carlson civilization was completely annihilated unprecedentedly. According to statistics, only less than 100,000 Carlson people escaped. The Carlson civilization became an exiled government and moved into the territory of the Angel civilization. However, due to Lucy Hall's status as the only Angel Queen candidate, the Carlson civilization was still able to survive and continue to receive support from many civilizations. At the end of December of the same year, with the successive defeats in the war, after being rejected several times, Vibralena prepared to go to New Eden in person, hoping to get New Eden to join the war and save the situation. However, the news was leaked, and every Black Flag secretly sent dozens of army groups to the border of New Eden, and brazenly crossed the border to attack Vibralena's fleet. Chapter 579. Queen, the brothers can't hold on any longer. You should retreat first. The Southern Star border, which was originally peaceful in the war, is now full of war. The army group that Vibralena was traveling with was besieged by a full 20 army groups of the demon civilization. The Angel fleet kept retreating to the heart of New Eden and sent messages for help, but under the long-planned ambush of the demon civilization, Vibralena's troops were forced into a dead-end galaxy and forced to fight, suffering heavy losses. The battle lasted only an hour, and only one super flagship fleet was left in Vibralena's fleet, and all of them were severely damaged. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. So at this critical moment, Vibralena's guard captain hoped that Vibralena could evacuate in time, but looking at the dense enemy fleet in front of him, it was not easy to retreat. Vibralena looked at the crazy attacking enemy in front of her, with a very calm and determined expression. Hold on for a while, the support from New Eden will come. Queen, New Eden has now separated from the Justice Order and declared independence. How could you come at this time? I will lead the fleet to fight a way out for you. You must ensure your own safety. The captain of the guards did not believe what Vibralena said. New Eden had no intention of participating in the decisive battle during this period of time. It is conceivable that they want to be the last one to reap the spoils. If Vibralena really died here now, it would undoubtedly be in the best interests of New Eden, so how could they come to support her? As for whether New Eden will come to support, Vibralena is extremely confident. Don't worry, I don't know about other people in New Eden, but your man is a typical guy who doesn't care about his relatives. After all, he has called me mother-in-law, so he will come. This has nothing to do with the position of civilization, and if I really die here, it will not be in line with his New Eden's current strategy. Looking at Vibralena, who had no intention of leaving, the captain of the guard looked at the swarming enemy warships, gritted his teeth, and led the remaining fleet to form a defensive formation to delay time as much as possible, hoping that the support of New Eden can really come. In Chongqing City, Sherman looked at the battle taking place on the border with a helpless look on his face. It seems that my cheap mother-in-law is really sure that I will save her. This Vibralena's approach of holding on and waiting for help is to be sure that Sherman will definitely not stand by and watch her die. In fact, Sherman really can't stand by and watch her die. Personally, Vibralena is someone he called his mother-in-law after all, so he has to save her. Publicly, the most important strategic target of New Eden is still the demon civilization and the free camp. Now it also needs the angel civilization to organize the overall situation. At least the front battlefield cannot collapse completely, and the Justice Order cannot be disrupted. My lord, should we send a fleet to rescue? No hurry. Wait until the angel fleet is almost dead before letting Jamil Salam enter the field, as long as Vibil Elena's safety can be guaranteed. Yes, my lord. Ola took the order and retreated. Time passed little by little, and Vibil Elena's escort fleet was also knocked away little by the demon fleet. In the end, only a few titans were left to protect Vibil Elena and put up the final resistance. As the demon fleet launched a new round of attacks, the captain of the guard looked at the enemies around him with despair, and then fired a doomsday and detonated the Titan's energy cabin. Queen, retreat, New Eden will not come. A whisper echoed in Vibur Elena's ears, and then the self-explosion of the Sky Blade Titan formed a huge space firework in front of Vibur Elena's vehicle. The self-explosion of the Sky Blade Titan swept all the enemies around it, and except for a few flagships, the rest of the enemies were buried with it. Then, the remaining few Sky Blade class Titans also accompanied the captain of the guards and detonated their energy chambers. As the battlefield gradually subsided, only the Titan that Vibra Elena was riding remained in place, and the rest of the angel warships were killed in the battle. Looking at Vibra Elena's vehicle, the commander of the demon fleet also gave orders to the fleet. It is forbidden to use doomsday weapons. Use the flagship cannon to bombard continuously. Prince Adri Black Flag ordered to capture as many alive as possible. At this time, a living angel queen is much more useful than a dead one. Just when Vibra Elena was about to detonate the Titan and didn't want to be captured, a Pilgrim-class reconnaissance ship jumped from the subspace to her side and turned on the induction. Looking at these inductions, the captain of the demon fleet didn't care about catching anyone alive, and immediately ordered the fleet to conduct a doomsday concentrated fire on Vibra Elena. But it was too late. As the inductions lit up, a number of god-level Titans jumped in and quickly formed a series of flesh shields in front of Vibra Elena, resisting the doomsday volley. Then, the Apostle-class combat auxiliary fleet also quickly entered the scene, and the flagship-class remote repair device was hung on the Titan to quickly repair the damaged parts. After using the mass doomsday to destroy the interception force field around him, the Imperial Crusaders commander Void Murong also sent a message to Vibra Elena. Sir Vibra Elena, the New Eden Light fixed induction has been opened to you. Please evacuate quickly. Vibra Elena refused the evacuation request, but said very calmly, "No, I will watch your New Eden performance here. This is to see how strong the New Eden fleet is now. The enemy in front of them is the main fleet of the demon civilization, and the Imperial Crusaders are one of the main fleets of New Eden. This is a good opportunity to compare the strength of the two." Hearing this, Void Murong smiled and did not refuse. "Then I will show you my ugliness." Then, the Imperial Crusaders' fleet was like a white blade that pierced straight into the gap between the demon fleets. The conventional fleet was accompanied by the doomsday bombardment of the god-level god punishment, and the apostle-level combat force auxiliary fleet was repairing the damaged warships remotely. The entire Imperial Crusaders was like a sophisticated war machine, with each warship performing its own duties, bringing the overall combat power of the fleet to its fullest. In the eyes of Vibra Elena, the attack of the Imperial Crusaders in front of her was too sharp and precise, clean and neat. After the Imperial Crusaders on the periphery surrounded the demon fleet, the battle could be declared over. The Imperial Crusaders, who had superior forces and home advantage, shrank like a pocket, slowly suppressing the demon fleet towards the center and eating it up bit by bit. Looking at the demon fleet in front of her, Vibra Elena knew the outcome was set. Chapter 580. After arriving at Changming Star City, Vibra Elena met with Sherman. Even though she knew that New Eden deliberately came late to support him, she did not question him. Instead, she spoke directly about the purpose of her trip after sitting down. The offensive of the demon civilization and the free camp exceeded our original expectations. Now, except for the defense line guarded by the angel civilization fleet, other defense lines are struggling to hold on. Now, even if we want to rebuild a defense line or even organize forces to counterattack, the demons will not give us this breathing space. Therefore, I hope New Eden can send troops. The offensive of the demon civilization is too fierce now, leaving them no chance to breathe, and they can only deal with it exhaustedly. Whether they want to reorganize the defense line or counterattack, Adri Black Flag will not give them this chance to breathe. Now the entire front line is full of news of defeat every day. The demon civilization is now advancing towards the homeland of the angel civilization at an average speed of conquering 1 to 2 star regions every day. If this continues, the situation will no longer be under control. Facing Vibble Elena's request, Sherman calmly added a cup of tea to the teacup on Vibble Elena's table, and then slowly tasted the tea that Maud had cultivated according to his request. When I declared independence, I had already announced that I didn't want to get involved in your war anymore. If you come to visit me, I welcome you. If you come to persuade me to join the war, then forget it. Besides, if my new Eden joins the war now, what else can I get except the casualties that should have been avoided? At first, they were confidently preparing to destroy the demon civilization and the free camp in one fell swoop, but they found that every Black Flag's preparations were more thorough than theirs, and they were beaten to a pulp as soon as the war started. Now he wants New Eden to join the war and provide support. Doesn't he have any face? Looking at Sherman's expression, Weibel Elena also knew that if there was no reward that could impress Sherman, it would be impossible to get New Eden to send troops now. Although with her intelligence, she also knew that everything New Eden had done these days was to prepare for the destruction of the demon civilization and the free camp, and when the war reached a certain level, New Eden would definitely send troops to the demon civilization. But Weibel Elena couldn't tell the time. If she really waited until the angel civilization was deeply mired in the war and became half dead before sending troops, it would be too late. Gently knocking on the table, the crisp sound echoed in the living room. Looking at Weibel Elena, who was thinking, Sherman was not in a hurry and waited quietly. Finally, Weibel Elena seemed to have made up her mind and looked up at Sherman. Barbarian, have you heard of the Yin army? Yin Jun? Hearing this, Sherman's pupils suddenly shrank, and even Ola's face, which was smiling, suddenly froze. Although the two quickly regained their composure, Weibel Elena also got the answer she wanted. It seems that you know Yin Jun? At this moment, Sherman also gave up his disguise, put down the teacup, and stared at Weibel Elena. How did you know this name? Up to now, Sherman only knew that it was Shangwan Qianqian, the remnant of Yin Jun. After Shangwan Qianqian woke up, Sherman asked the New Eden central computer to connect to the Yin army computer and search the entire universe. Shangwan Qianqian also confirmed that there were no other Yin army remnants in this world except her. How did Weibel Elena know about the Yin army? Facing Sherman's question, Weibel Elena finally took the initiative in the negotiation and took a sip of the teacup with interest. Then, she looked at Sherman and slowly said, black hair, black eyes, yellow skin, using tableware called chopsticks. If I guess correctly, you are probably from the Yin army clan? In the game Eve, the Yin army is the Daxia in reality. So many of the settings are based on reality. That's why Weibel Elena is so sure. Sherman did not refute this, but asked, you haven't told me yet. How did you know Yin army? And how did you know that I am Yin army? In the eyes of the outside world, New Eden is the lucky one who inherited an ancient civilization, or even the revival of an ancient civilization, so Sherman did not refuse the name of Yin army. Originally, the Yin army was a member of the New Eden, so it is right. A long time ago, the first angel queen once entered a Yin army ruins and brought back a lot of technology, which made the angel civilization become the top civilization in the universe in a short period of time. This information is completely written on paper and stored in the deepest part of the angel civilization. Only the angel queen is qualified to enter and understand it, so I know that it is not strange for me to know the Yin army. As for when I knew that the New Eden belonged to the Yin army, it was the complicated and solemn etiquette of your wedding with Wang Yin that made me suspicious, especially the dragon and phoenix totems, which are the most important totems of the Yin army. It was just a suspicion. After all, the technology of New Eden is too different from the style of angel civilization, but now I can be sure. Weibel Elena looked at Sherman calmly, but only she knew the waves in her heart. Hearing this, Sherman also calmed down. But what does this have to do with my New Eden sending troops? If you want to exchange the information of the Yin army, then there is no need. After all, what I have is much more complete than yours. Weibel Elena stood up and took out a prepared document from her pocket and put it on the table, saying confidently, I know those records are not enough to make you send troops, but I think this technical information should be enough. What technical information? Weibel Elena shook her head. I don't know what it is specifically, because we haven't completed the deciphering so far. I only know that the Yin army once stayed in this universe for a short time, and finally left through this technology. According to the deciphering of the angel civilization over the years, we only know the name of this technology, Eve Gate. Hearing this name, Sherman's eyes flashed with excitement, and his face was full of excitement. He reached out to take the information, but was held down by Weibel Elena. I have to make one thing clear to you first. This information is only half. I will tell you where the other half is after the war is over. Sherman looked at Weibel Elena and nodded slowly. He now urgently wants to know if this is true, and all this needs to be tested by the New Eden Central Computer. Chapter 581. Ola, what are the test results? Sherman squatted in the corridor, watching Ola come out, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Ola nodded and said, "It's true, all the technical locks above have been unlocked and confirmed by Shangwan Qianqian." After getting the confirmation, Sherman could not hide his excitement. "Then can I go home? Is this world good?" "Very good. In this world, he can become the overlord of the entire universe, but so what? This is not his hometown after all." Aura shook his head. "It is certain that this is a technology that the Yin army used when they left this universe, but the details need to be fully understood. And even if we get the complete gate technology, I can't be sure where it leads to." Although Aura said it very tactfully, Sherman was also very satisfied. "Even if there is only a 1% chance, we must try it. I want to take you home, back to our real home." I have to say that Sherman was really satisfied with this gift. Sherman took a deep breath, and then gave an order to Aura. "Aura, order all officials to rush to Chongqing City today to prepare for war against the demon civilization." "Yes, my lord." In Chongqing City, the combat meeting room was full of officials. Sherman looked at the officials with a smile on his face. "Everyone, how are you preparing now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Maud patted his chest and stood up and replied, "My lord, my Maud group is now fully prepared and can go to the battlefield at any time." "Get lost." "Okay." Maud immediately sat back down. Maud's regiment had no flagship, only regular warships, so his mission was not to participate in this decisive battle. He had to continue to monitor the interior of New Eden, lest the enemy send a small fleet to cause trouble. He spoke just to liven up the atmosphere. All the officials couldn't help but smile at Maud, who was smiling and touching his head, and then Jamil Salam stood up and reported, "My lord, the Emma Empire's military expansion mission has been completed, and the war preparedness is sufficient. The Imperial Crusaders now have 1,000 army groups, and the Imperial Navy has 1,200 groups. Because some need to be left for local defense, the Emma Empire's participating fleet can reach 2,000 army groups. The War Reserve has also reached 3 bases, which is completely sufficient to support this decisive battle. The Emma Empire was the first to develop, and the main target of Sherman's military expansion, so it has the largest number of fleets." On the other side, Jerusalem followed closely and reported, "My lord, the Galeni Federation has also completed the expansion and preparation tasks. The Federation Navy currently has 1,000 army groups and 3 bases of combat readiness. The soldiers are in high spirits and are ready to clear all enemies for New Eden at any time. Although compared to the Emma Empire, the Galeni Federation is located in the more barren eastern star field, has a shorter development time, and has a more backward industrial base, so the expansion task that Sherman originally set for Galeni was only 1,000 army groups." Afterwards, other pirate forces also reported their situations. All of them were eager to fight. "Then the Emma Empire and the Galeni Federation will take the lead in this war. You two should go back and assemble the fleet now." "Yes, my lord." Jamil Salam and Jerusalem took the order and left quickly. They had to assemble the fleet now. At this time, several figures suddenly rushed to Sherman's side, mumbling aggrievedly, "My lord, we have no objection to giving the main attack mission to the Emma Empire and the Galeni Empire, but at least give us some combat missions, right? I have been in the lab for several months for this war. I finally finished upgrading all the flagship equipment. You can't let us, the Gustas group, just sit there and watch." "Yes, my lord." This time, my Sasha group has also completed various preparations. I must get some benefits. My Blood Raider group has finally completed the formation of the super flagship team. The warships must drink the blood of the enemy. Looking at the aggrieved girls around him, Sherman only felt a group of birds chirping in his ears. Sherman looked at Aura for help, but Aura just shrugged his shoulders and showed a helpless expression. Looking at the aggrieved Estamel Terrace and the other two, whose eyes looked like they would shed tears if they didn't agree, Sherman gave in. Okay, anyway, there are still 200 armies of the Emma Navy stationed in the southern star field, so it won't be a problem. You all can go and have some fun." "Yeah, thank you, Lord." The 3 of them smiled happily, and they deeply covered up for Sherman what it meant to be a girl's face change. Looking at the 3 happy people, Sherman then instructed, "First of all, you can go and play, but you can only use a base number of combat readiness at most. In terms of active attack, the Emma Empire and the Galeni Federation are stronger than the pirate forces. But in terms of local defense, the pirate forces are much stronger. In terms of offense, the pirate forces are limited by the number of fleets and cannot carry out the main attack, but in terms of defense, as long as the combat readiness is sufficient, there will be a steady stream of fleets to refuel and fight. Even if a ship is lost on the battlefield, a ship will come out of the space station, which can consume the enemy alive. Therefore, in Sherman's plan, in this decisive battle against the demon civilization, the pirate forces need to stay in the homeland to defend, to prevent the rear defense from being empty because the main fleet of the Empire goes to the battlefield. My lord, don't worry, we know our limits. To this, the three of them nodded in agreement. Seeing that Estamel Terrace and the other two had asked for combat missions in a coquettish way, Gutu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but step forward. But before he could speak, Sherman glared at him fiercely. If you dare to act like a spoiled child or want to take the initiative to attack, believe it or not, I will let Cormac Vaga beat the shit out of you and then let you eat it back. The Galeni Federation will be dispatched to clear out the enemy, so the defense fleet of the Eastern Star region is only the Serpentis Group and the Foreign Legion. If the Serpentis Group goes again, the Eastern Star region will really have no defense power. If something really happens in the Eastern Star region, it is completely insufficient to fight against the Foreign Legion alone. After hearing Sherman's words, Gutu immediately retreated embarrassedly. Maud nudged Cormac Waja gently and said softly, "You see, I just like girls more. Look at Chum Solon, he is much smarter than you." Cormalai Waja snorted coldly and showed Maud his thick arms. "There are no women in the Sky Snake, only real men. Tisk, it's like there's no one." As he said that, Maud also showed off his solid muscles. It must be said that Maud is worthy of being the live treasure of New Eden, and he could always adjust the atmosphere in various serious occasions. Looking at the officials who were laughing, Sherman smiled, and then slowly stopped smiling, looking at everyone very seriously. The demon fleet brazenly invaded the border of New Eden, seriously infringing my territorial sovereignty, and last time, they slaughtered 18 of my star regions, committing a heinous crime. It is hereby decided that from now on, we will go to war against the demon civilization and its free camp. Yes. Chapter 582. At the beginning of the year 2023, because the fleet of the demon civilization ambushed Viber Elena and brazenly invaded the territory of New Eden used this as an excuse to declare war on the demon civilization and the free camp. At the same time as the declaration of war was issued, the fleets of New Eden gathered in the two star fields of the Central Star Field also took the lead in launching an offensive against the defense line of the free camp. Because the main battlefield of the two camps is on the central defense line, there are not many defensive fleets on the southern defense line attacked by New Eden. With only a little resistance, New Eden completed the breakthrough of the defense line of the free camp. After quickly occupying the defense line, New Eden's fleet set out from the southern and eastern star regions, heading all the way to the homeland of the demon civilization. Bang! On the central front, the Freedom Camp advanced to the fortress. After receiving the news that New Eden had joined the war, and was attacking cities and fortresses all the way to the homeland of the demon civilization, Adrian Black Flag suddenly smashed the water cup on the table. What are those good-for-nothings on the southern front doing? 100 armies were defeated without even a day's worth of support. Do they all have pig brains? Before the war, Adri Black Flag had considered New Eden's participation in the war, so even if the central front was in urgent need of troops, he only withdrew the fleets from the rear and the northern defense line. As for the fleet of the southern defense line, not only did he not withdraw it, but he also sent a lot more, in order to prevent New Eden from participating in the war and disrupting his plan. That's more than 100 armies. Prince Edry Black Flag, the commander of the southern front, has died on the battlefield, and this time, the number of troops participating in the war from New Eden exceeded our expectations, so it's not the commander of the southern front's fault. Lapu, who was beside Adri Black Flag, looked at the intelligence sent, read it carefully and then spoke. In the last war, New Eden's fleet only had 100 armies. Even if New Eden expands its army faster, this fleet will not exceed 300 armies, right? Adri Black Flag was still very angry, clenching his fists. With a full 125 armies, plus the solid fortress defense line, even if New Eden is 5 times stronger than me, it should be able to hold out for more than a month, right? However, the entire front was defeated in less than a day, and less than half of the 125 armies were evacuated. A full 125 armies, 625 super flagship fleets, hundreds of thousands of warships. Even if they were hundreds of thousands of pigs, it would be impossible for them to last less than a day, right? This bunch of rubbish. Eddie Black Flag became angrier and angrier as he spoke, wishing he could pull the commander of the southern front, who had already died, from the ground and give him a few more rounds of doomsday. For Eddie Black Flag, Rapp had no respect for him, and threw the battle report directly in his face. Look for yourself. The fleet of New Eden's first battle reached 1,000 armies, and they directly used their superior forces to attack the entire line. The entire defense line was the main attack direction of New Eden, which made it impossible for the fortresses to assist each other. In the face of such a force, the southern defense line is a joke. The southern front is not only to defend New Eden, but also to defend the direction of justice and order, so the front line stretches across 12 star fields. In every Black Flag's plan, as long as one of the star fields is attacked, the other star fields can use complete high-speed navigation to support each other, so strictly speaking, the garrison fleet between each star field is only 10 armies. The Emma Empire, which was responsible for the main attack mission of tearing up the defense line, had no intention of fighting with them. It directly ordered Void Murong, who arrived at the predetermined attack position first, to lead the Imperial Crusaders to launch a full-line attack on the 12-star regions. No more, no less, each star region was assigned a fleet of 100 army groups, which directly crushed them completely. Under the superior force, the joint defense line became a joke, and even the reserve defense line that was originally used as a strategic depth was turned into a front line. 1,000 army groups. How is this possible? How did New Eden create so many fleets? Adri Black Flag was a little bit unbelievable. Rapp shook his head and continued, more than 1,000, there are still a steady stream of fleets entering the central star field from the southern star field and the eastern star field. Now New Eden has at least 1,800 army groups on the southern front, and there are still fleets entering. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Can New Eden still produce so many fleets? Although New Eden has a lot of territory, it is known as the overlord of the southern star field and the eastern star field. But the resources of these two star fields combined are not as fertile as the 50 star fields in the central star field. Even if the Angel Civilization and the Justice Order have invested a lot of resources in order to win over New Eden, where did this warship come from? Even if the industrial capacity of New Eden is really strong, what about the pilot of this warship? It takes at least a whole year for a qualified pilot to be selected, trained and then to actual combat, even for his demon civilization. If it weren't for the huge population to support it, Adrian Black Flag would not have been able to complete the expansion of the army in such a short time. But where did the population of New Eden come from? When he was fighting in the southern starfield, its population was only that small. It is impossible that everyone in New Eden is a natural warship pilot, right? At this moment, Adri Black Flag was a little confused. He had exhausted the heritage of the demon civilization for more than 1,000 years, and during this period of time, he only expanded the army to more than 3,800 army groups. Now New Eden has expanded its army to at least half of the demon civilization in such a short time. He really doesn't understand. This is totally unbelievable. Looking at the expression of Adri Black Flag, Rapp directly picked up the tea on the table and poured it on his face. Adri Black Flag, I have done so much with you, not to see you go crazy here. Don't forget what you promised me. Feeling the warm tea on his face, Adri Black Flag also calmed down. After regaining his composure, Adri Black Flag thought about his purpose of launching a coup, controlling the demon civilization and the free camp, and the shock of the huge fleet of New Eden also faded. Rapp, I will assign 500 main demon army groups to you. No matter what method you use, you must stop the New Eden fleet from advancing further, so that I can buy time to destroy the Angel Civilization and the Justice Order. You must buy me at least another half a year. Neither Adri Black Flag nor Rapp cares whether the demon civilization and the free camp will be destroyed. Even if the New Eden fleet has already entered the demon Center Star City, they will not blink an eyelid, because they only want to destroy the Angel Civilization and the Justice Order, and let all enemies be buried with Sarah Jones. If it weren't for the need for supplies from the rear in the central main battlefield, and the fear that New Eden would invade the Free Camp's homeland and cause the Free Camp's fleet to be in chaos and disobey orders, I'm afraid that Adri Black Flag would not send a fleet to help. Rapp nodded silently, then walked out without looking back. When he reached the door, he paused and said, Adri Black Flag, I will wait for you downstairs with the Queen. Hearing this, Adri Black Flag also showed a gentle smile. Then see you downstairs. They all knew that they were not good people, let alone qualified leaders. Because they knew clearly that all they did was just to avenge a girl. One for love, one for faith, nothing more. Even if they had to sacrifice countless lives and civilizations, they would not hesitate. They also knew that after the war, no matter whether they won or lost, there would be no place for them in the entire universe, and they would only die. That's why Lapu said such a meaningless thing before leaving. He planned to die on the southern front. Watching Lapu's departure, Adri Black Flag slowly restrained the gentle smile on his lips and gave orders to the messenger outside the door. Order the fleet to increase the attack batches and tear the enemy's defense line in the shortest time. Yes. On the other side, Viber Elena, who returned to the Holy City of Angels, was no less shocked than Adri Black Flag. She was also very shocked that New Eden directly dispatched so many fleets this time. Peter Yagoudis, who also checked the battle report, was even more angry than Adri Black Flag. Queen, how could New Eden have so many fleets? Could it be that those civilizations that were always neutral have also defected to New Eden? At this moment, Peter Yagoudis seemed to be exhausted. For this position, his civilization is now in name only. If it weren't for the angel civilization backing him up, he would be worse than a beggar on the street. It was not easy to squeeze Wang Yin out, and his wife finally became the only candidate. Now New Eden slapped him in the face, telling him with strength that they didn't want the position of Angel Queen at all, because New Eden itself had the strength. This result was no less than giving him a big slap on the spot, which hurt him infinitely. He paid a huge price to get something that others could easily get, which made him unbalanced. Although after knowing that New Eden was the Yin army, Viber Elena guessed that New Eden had a trump card that could decide the war, but she thought it might be more advanced equipment or warships. But she didn't expect that New Eden would teach her a lesson with its hard power at the beginning. This was not only New Eden's way of ending the war, but also showing off its muscles to her. But after all, she was the Angel Queen, and her mentality was not ordinary. She recovered in just a moment. After seeing Peter Yagoudis screaming, Viber Elena shook her head and ordered the guards beside her. Peter Yagoudis needs a good rest. Take him down to rest. Then Peter Yagoudis, who had a dazed look on his face, reacted instantly after hearing this, refused the support of his personal guards, took a deep breath, and recovered his mentality. Queen, I lost my composure. Looking at Peter Yagoudis, who had regained his consciousness, Viber Elena nodded. Now that New Eden has been cut off from the justice order, you should feel fortunate now instead of being so unbalanced, because this is the best result not only for you, but also for me. I understand. Peter Yagoudis bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Afterwards, Viber Elena looked at the current battlefield star map of the central star field, and after combining it with the current deployment of the enemy fleet, she couldn't help but fall into thought, tapping her fingers lightly. After a while, Viber Elena suddenly pointed to a star field. No, Adri Black Flag is not prepared to deal with New Eden, but to use the Tama star field as a barrier to block New Eden outside the mainland and defend it. Their next strategic goal is still the Central Front, and it's still us. After reacting, Viber Elena immediately gave orders to Peter Yagoudis and other leaders of the forces. Put the reserve troops up as well. All frontline troops will enter the highest level of combat readiness after their shifts. The enemy will make a big move on the front line. Viber Elena's speculation was very accurate. Just 3 hours later, the demons assembled thousands of armies to launch a large-scale attack on the central defense line. Because they were well prepared, the angels seemed calm in the face of this surprise attack. Relying on the defense of the fortress cluster, they quickly repelled several attacks from the demons. After knowing that the surprise attack failed, Adri Black Flag was not angry, but made some adjustments to the troops. The two sides launched offensive and defensive battles on the front line again and again. The angels held the fortress defense line, and the demons had to keep conducting various tentative attacks, hoping to open a breakthrough. The two sides fought fiercely. On the other hand, after Lapu arrived at the southern defense line with his fleet, he made an incredible decision. That is to shrink the entire southern defense line and move the population and materials of each star field to the rear as much as possible, and clear the fields. Commander, doesn't this mean that we have to give up the existing 23 star fields? A commander of a local civilization was very puzzled by this order. His civilization is here. Wouldn't this mean that he would hand over his civilization to New Eden? Rapp looked at the star map and answered without raising his head. Now we are facing nearly 2,000 armies of New Eden, and there will be continuous reinforcements in the future. Are we going to die if we want to defend so many star regions with only more than 500 armies? If we shrink the fleet to the Tama star region and hold on, we can still hold on until the victory of the Central Front returns for reinforcements, otherwise we will all die. But my civilization is here. If you have time to argue, you might as well save some energy to buy more time for your civilization to evacuate, otherwise when New Eden attacks, you will know the consequences. Looking at Lapu, the commander suddenly gritted his teeth and led his fleet to the front line. How many people their civilization can evacuate depends entirely on how long they can hold out on the front line, so they will definitely fight hard against New Eden, and Lapu has no doubt about this. Lapu looked at the star map, frowned slightly, and then asked the demon civilization to transport military fortresses while recruiting from surrounding civilizations. He wanted to build this Tama starfield into an impregnable defense line. If he wanted to hold out for half a year under the New Eden offensive, this was the only way he could think of. Chapter 583. In fact, Lapu's method is indeed effective. The location of the Tama starfield is very special. It was an important defense line in the south before the expansion of the Freedom Camp. Because it is the only entrance and exit for the south to attack the Freedom Camp, and there is a long flagship gap in the exit galaxy to the south, which can effectively avoid the enemy's sudden attack. If you want to take over the Tama starfield, you can only use hard power to grind and touch it honestly. Other methods are completely ineffective. Under the resistance of many local civilization fleets of the Free Camp, the New Eden fleet's advancement speed was very slow. It took a full half-month to capture dozens of star fields outside the Tama starfield. Moreover, there was no value in these starfields, because all production facilities and stored resources and materials were transferred to the rear, and even the huge population was not much left. It was completely an empty shell. The other side was really decisive. They gave up so many star fields without hesitation. The enemy's new commander is quite good. In the command center, Jamil Salam looked at the star map and couldn't help but admire it. In just half a month, Lapu completed the construction of the defense line in the Tama starfield. Various military fortresses were densely packed and integrated to provide fire support, which made the New Eden offensive stagnate. Side Jerusalem on the side also nodded. Well, and the other side is also a ruthless person. He used civilization as a threat to let that group of miscellaneous troops block us for half a month. It's also remarkable. In the past half-month, these local forces' miscellaneous fleets have also taught the two a good lesson. From the offensive and defensive battles to defend the fortress, to the harassment of the main fleet of New Eden, to the active attack, they delayed the pace of New Eden's attack at all costs, showing extraordinary resilience in the past half-month. Although these obstacles were crushed in front of the New Eden fleet without exception, they also won the respect of the two. It can only be said that when facing the life and death of civilization, don't underestimate the determination and fighting power that can be erupted at this time. Now that the outer starfield has been controlled, should we launch an attack on the Tama starfield? Side Jerusalem turned to Jamil Salam and asked. Although this war was fought jointly by the two empires, the commander-in-chief was Jamil Salam, and Side Jerusalem was the deputy commander-in-chief. This was also because Sherman was afraid that Side Jerusalem and his group of Galeni real men would choose to rush forward in the face of the battle, causing unnecessary casualties, so he let Jamil Salam be the commander-in-chief. Although Sherman also believed that the outcome of the battle would not be unexpected under the Galenti's recklessness, this could reduce casualties, right? Jamil Salam did not answer immediately, but frowned as he looked at the star map. Now the entrance and exit of the Tama starfield, the Tama system, has been built like an iron barrel by the enemy, and the entrance is narrow, so our fleet advantage cannot be fully utilized. If you want to enter the Tama system, you can only use the dirt road to jump there. This galaxy is very narrow, and the fleet of New Eden cannot fully expand its advantage here. The most suitable way to attack is to send 1 or 2 armies in. Otherwise, no matter how large the fleet is, it will be useless and will have a counter effect. Then let me try to attack with the Galeni Federation Navy and test the defensive firepower of the Tama starfield. Side Jerusalem volunteered. Jamil Salam shook his head, raised his head and said, "No, it will only cause unnecessary casualties. Then we have to try first, otherwise what's the point of so many of our fleets stagnating here?" Side Jerusalem was helpless. This is a huge fleet of 3,000 armies. Even if there is no war, the daily consumption is a huge number. If it stagnates, it will sooner or later drag down New Eden. Jamil Salam rolled his eyes in anger, and sighed Jerusalem. I just don't want to cause unnecessary casualties. It's not like we won't send troops. It's not like Estamel Tel, and the others are not here. Wouldn't it be better to let their pirate forces test it? Regardless of the Emma or Galeni fleets, each warship has a real pilot. Although they can be resurrected after death, there is no need to cause such a loss. The pirate forces have lifeless warships, so it is more appropriate to let them test them. Hearing what Jamil Salam said, the people who have been following the two Empire fleets after the war suddenly became energetic. Let the Gustas group handle this matter. We have a lot of war preparations, and we don't mind losing 1 or 2 armies. Don't, Estamel Tel, it's not like you and your Gustas group haven't experienced a war before. Let Sasha take this opportunity. We don't have Titans in our Sasha group, so we won't feel bad no matter how much we lose. Watching Estamel Tel and Chelm Solon compete for the cannon fodder mission, Drekria Melon, who was a beat slower in reaction, immediately cried out, "Sisters, please give me a chance. My Blood Raiders group hasn't participated in any wars yet, and this cannon fodder mission doesn't suit your status. Our Blood Raiders group is of low status, so this cannon fodder mission is perfect for us. Let us do it." Looking at the people arguing over a cannon fodder mission to test the enemy's defense, Jamil Salam rolled his eyes. During this period, the fleets of the two empires were advancing too fast, and even if they encountered resistance, they could crush it, which made these guys have to follow behind and eat dust every time, not to mention how depressed they were. Although this is a cannon fodder mission to send them to death, it is undoubtedly a good opportunity to participate in the war, so they naturally have to fight for it. Okay, stop arguing. This cannon fodder mission is not the first time. At most, we want to satisfy you all this time, and then we will send troops again. Can't we do it one by one? Let's let the Gustas group go first this time. Seeing the officials who were about to fight, Jamil Salam made a decision immediately. Yes. Estamel Tel, who got the first mission, raised his eyebrows with joy and showed a smug smile to the other officials. Estamel Tel, your mission this time should be to scout the enemy's fortress defense line as the first task, and try to understand the enemy's defense force as much as possible. Jamil Salam looked at Estamel Tel, who was about to set off with the fleet, and gave her instructions, and she responded with a pair of gestures to show understanding. Chapter 584. Commander, New Eden has begun to attack. As the fleet of the Gustas group leaped towards the Tama galaxy, its defenders also detected it and hurriedly reported it to Lapu, who was living in the headquarters. Hearing that New Eden had begun to launch an attack, Lapu immediately opened his eyes and turned his body to look at the huge star map projection in the room. Which fleet did the enemy send out this time, and how many fleets did they have? According to the Border Reconnaissance Ships report, the enemy attacking this time is the fleet of the Gustas group, with a total of 4 armies, but only one has crossed the border to prepare for the attack, and the other 3 have not moved. Hearing this, Lap immediately understood what was going on. It's just a probing attack by the enemy. Order that except for the military fortresses on the first line of defense, no other troops should open fire. Let the fleets of the 1st to 5th fortresses defend, and the rest should remain stationary. Yes. When he was still the captain of Sarah Jones's personal guard, he had dealt with the fleet of the Gustas group at the border of the Eastern Star region. He was deeply impressed by its solid defense and drone technology. But this time it was not a field battle, but a defensive battle, and he was the one who had the upper hand. After thinking about it, Lapu gave up the idea of continuing to rest, and instead connected to the combat channel to personally command. Because of the various military fortresses of the demon civilization in the Tama galaxy, the Gustas group had very few fleets that could attack, and in order to better test the demon's defense line, Estamel Tel also decided to use the group army as the attack wave. As for the benefit of this first battle, it is naturally the first army of the dread Euristas of Estamel Tel. After leading the fleet into the battle zone, what caught Estamel Tel's eyes was the densely packed military fortresses. Oh my god, are they planning to build this into a space station star system? The military fortress placed on the periphery is a full 10 star cities, and looking at the densely packed launch platforms that have already been preheated, it is clear that this is not a harmless space station, but a hedgehog with various missile launch platforms and turrets. The arrangement and distance between these 10 star cities are also very suitable, which can ensure fire support for the other 9 star cities, and there are various small and medium-sized military fortresses around them for protection. Just seeing this situation, Estamel Tel's face couldn't help but bitter. This is a bit inhuman. Looking at the Fear Gustas first army cruising outside the Star City chain, someone immediately asked Lapu to fight. Commander, do you want to send a fleet to attack? After suffering a series of defeats during this period of time, the fleet of the demon civilization urgently needs a victory to boost morale. The entry of the first army of the Fear Euristas alone is undoubtedly the best opportunity, and even if the enemy comes to support, they can withdraw to the range of the Star City defense chain to seek protection and firepower support, which can be said to have a great chance of winning. However, Lapu refused almost without hesitation. Our mission is to defend the Tama Star region for at least half a year. Do you believe that if we want to eat up this army, we will have to pay at least the same or even more fleets? It is foolish to want to fight a fair battle with the enemy without having your own advantages. Defend your position and do not attack actively. Even if the stalemate continues, it will be our victory. Rapp was very clear about his mission. He needed to preserve his fleet as much as possible for defense, rather than losing it in such a meaningless attack, because even if it was a one-for-one exchange, It would be a loss for them. After all, there would be no reinforcements for him in the future. And the number of New Eden's fleets was at least several times that of his. So who would be willing to exchange losses? After receiving Lapu's death order, the restless demon defense fleets guarding outside the Star City also calmed down, and began to surround the Star City and confront Estamel without arrogance or impatience. Seeing that the enemy was so stable, Estamel couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, it seems that this advantage can't be taken. Then he led his first army of Figuristas to attack the outermost Star City. As soon as he entered the firing range of the Star City and its surrounding military fortresses began to launch a fierce counterattack against the first army of Figuristas. Countless fortress-level missiles and cannons kept bombarding, causing Estamel's fleet to lose very quickly. Then, the demon fleets of several armies guarding it also began to attack under the cover of defensive artillery fire. After finally reaching the best attack position of the Gustus fleet, Estamertel, who was hit by a series of firepower strikes, immediately commanded the fleet to counterattack. The doors of the Komodo-class Titan's doomsday missile bays were all opened suddenly, and then a dense rain of missiles, like a meteor shower, rushed towards the enemy fleet. At this time, dense anti-ballistic missiles suddenly rose from the Star City and the surrounding military fortresses to intercept these powerful missiles, and the interception success rate was also very significant, reaching more than 40%. Seeing that his doomsday salvos were less effective, Estamel couldn't help but frown. Fuck, Star City has so many anti-ballistic missile launchers. What's wrong with that? Then Estamel controlled the fleet's light and heavy cavalry carrier-based aircraft to take off, ready to attack the enemy fleet. But at this time, the enemy's Titans and military fortresses also suddenly launched a large-scale group doomsday, destroying all the cavalry carrier-based aircraft clusters that were halfway through their flight. Looking at the iron cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster that was destroyed before it could accomplish anything, the corners of Estamel's mouth twitched. In order to defend this place, it seems that the enemy has considered all the situations, and it is also very familiar with the combat methods of New Eden, and has corresponding countermeasures. It can only be said that this time Estamel is probably going to fail. In this regard, Estamel looked at the position of his Figuristas' first army, and knew that it was unlikely to evacuate. Then he made up his mind and controlled all the Komodo-class Titans to directly launch a round of missile rain curtains between his fleet and the enemy. Because the missiles were not directed at the enemy's interceptor missiles did not work, and they could only watch these missiles explode between the two sides. Looking at Estamel's actions, Lapu was also a little puzzled. What is this trying to do? Chapter 585. What's going on? Lap frowned as he watched the explosions caused by the rain of missiles between the two battlefields. Then, Estamelter showed him why with his actions. After the missiles exploded, they formed a series of super-large electromagnetic pulse waves that swept across the entire battlefield, instantly paralyzing the weapon-locking system of Star City. This type of missile was specially made by Estamelter, which could temporarily interfere with the locking system of super-large targets, rendering their locking system ineffective. Although this effect was very short-lived, it was enough. Let's see how you can intercept this time. Estameltel sneered and controlled the fleet to launch another round of doomsday salvos at the enemy fleet. This time, due to interference, Star City and the military fortress could not use anti-ballistic missiles to intercept again. Dense missiles with long-tail flames crossed the starry sky and roared towards the enemy fleet, and the explosion swept the front of the entire fleet. Then, Estameltel directly ordered the fleet to abandon its long-range firepower advantage and rushed into the enemy fleet to engage in close combat. At this time, Estamel's Figuristas' first army could no longer evacuate, and the long-range firepower advantage was no longer an advantage under the enemy's Star City defense chain, so it was better to directly engage in close combat, which could also exchange for the enemy's losses. Death is worth dying. Looking at the actions of the Figuristas' first army, Lapu immediately raised his eyebrows, and quickly issued an order. All fleets immediately retreat to the second defense chain. Star City and various military fortresses immediately opened fire at full force to prevent the enemy from approaching. However, this order was obviously too late. Estamel's regular fleet arrived first, and rushed directly into the enemy fleet, fighting with it, making it unable to retreat even if it wanted to. Then, the rest of the flagships also arrived in an organized manner, and launched attacks on the surrounding enemy warships. The drones of the regular fleet and the flagship's cavalry carrier-based aircraft formed a huge attack group, shuttling through the enemy fleet. Relying on these drones and cavalry carrier-based aircraft, Estamel Tel used an army to launch several times the attack. Moreover, because of the entanglement with the enemy fleet, Lapu could not use the doomsday weapons to eliminate these drones, because this would also affect his own fleet. Not only that, but also because of the short distance, Estamel Tel's doomsday missiles could also play a role after the enemy's Star City locking system was restored, because the short distance also made the enemy's anti-ballistic missiles ineffective. Seeing his 3 armies being beaten by a New Eden army within the attack coverage of his own fortress, Lapu's face became very ugly. Then, Lapu decisively cut off the entangled fleet, and after leaving behind several super flagship fleets, he finally withdrew most of the fleet to the second defense chain. Because the attack surface was very narrow, Estamel Tel had no good way to leave behind these evacuated enemies, so he had to focus on the enemies that were still entangled. Lapu watched helplessly as the first army of Figuristas devoured the remaining fleets one by one, and he could only order the military fortress to counterattack the enemy warships on the periphery, and could not do anything else to rescue them. Because he knew that if he sent a fleet for rescue, it would really fall into the hands of New Eden, so after almost all of his fleets had withdrawn, he issued an order full of anger. First and second defense chains open fire, crush these arrogant guys. The defense fleet also launches an attack. Long-range attacks are fine, and medium and short-range attacks are not allowed. As expected, facing the stranglehold of the 2 Star City defense chains and the enemy defense fleet, Estamel Tel's Fear of Gusta was immediately in trouble. After repeating the same trick several times, she found that Lapu was not fooled. Every time she tried to repeat the same trick, the demon's fleet would retreat directly, not giving her any chance at all. There was no other way. Since she couldn't touch the enemy's fleet, Estamel Tel had to set her sights on the enemy's military fortresses. Star City couldn't handle it, so only those small and medium-sized military fortresses had a chance. So Estamel Tel controlled the fleet to clear the outermost military fortresses. At the same time, the other 3 Gusta's armies on the border also entered the field one after another to attack these military fortresses. Looking at the Gustav fleets that were attacking their military fortresses like crazy, Lapu tried to counterattack with the defense chain, but found that it was impossible to completely eliminate the firepower, so he could only order the fleet to assist in defense. After the enemy's defense fleet attacked, the Gustav group slowed down its attack on the military fortresses and focused some attention on these fleets, so as to avoid being completely wiped out by the Star City chain and fleet before destroying many military fortresses. Thus, the 2 sides officially launched a real offensive and defensive battle, and every moment, warships turned into fireworks in the starry sky. Every time the Gusta's group's attacking fleet lost some, a new fleet would join the battlefield and continue to attack. In order to ensure that the military fortress defense chain was not destroyed, the demons also continuously sent fleets to block and assist in defense, and the losses were also very large. The battle lasted for 13 hours, and finally ended with the annihilation of the 4 armies of the Gusta's group. Similarly, the demons also lost 13 small and medium-sized military fortresses and 3 armies. Judging from the casualty ratio, the 2 sides fought a tie. But both Estamel Tel and Lapu were very dissatisfied with this result. For Estamel Tel, it was a shame that his carefully equipped fleet tied with a fleet other than New Eden. And for Lapu, this defensive battle ended in a tie, which was even more unacceptable. If this rhythm continues, I am afraid that the Tama Star region will not be able to hold out for 2 months. The first offensive and defensive battle between the 2 sides ended with the 2 cursing. After returning to Chongqing City and resurrecting, Estamel Tel contacted the people on the front line after completing the cloning service. Be careful, the commander on the other side is a bit tricky, and the dense military fortress defense chain is simply inhumane. Chapter 586. Everyone who had been watching the battle knew what Estamel Tel had reminded them of. It can be said that the annihilation of the 4 Gusta's armies was due to this military fortress defense chain. Apart from its firepower, its various defense measures were very restraining to the Gusta's group. Various anti-missile missiles made the Gusta's group's attack methods completely unable to exert their due power. The enemy also had corresponding countermeasures for the drones and cavalry carrier-based aircraft that they relied on the most, so Estamel Tel was very frustrated in this battle. After comforting Estamel Tel, the Gusta's group withdrew from the battle and took on the defense of the southern star field. After carefully studying the Gusta's group's combat projection, Jamil Salam found that he had no way to deal with the tight defense chain of the Tama galaxy. Faced with this kind of stubborn defense, many unconventional tactics were completely unusable. There was no other way except to use human lives to remove these military fortresses bit by bit. Looking at Jamil Salam with a frown on his face, Chelm Solon volunteered directly. Jamil Salam, let me lead the Sasha fleet next. No. Jamil Salam refused directly. From the battle situation of the Gustas group just now, these military fortresses are equipped with group doomsday weapons to deal with the Iron Cavalry carrier-based aircraft and conventional fleets. Your Sasha Shadow Iron Cavalry has no room to play. Now you can only send them away for nothing. Hearing that Jamil Salam refused to let her join the battle, Chelm Solon was also somewhat helpless. All the tactics of their Sasha group were carried out around the Soul Returner supercarrier. Once the Shadow Iron Cavalry was countered, the combat capability would plummet. Therefore, Chelm Solon was reluctant to fight this kind of offensive and defensive battle. Seeing Chelm Solon's helpless expression, Jamil Salam thought for a while, and then continued, in a frontal offensive and defensive battle, your Sasha group probably can't participate this time. You should anchor the Sasha suppression control tower on the spot, and harass the enemy's logistics navigation through the wormhole. Raiding the enemy's rear is what the Sasha group is good at, and Chelm Solon could only nod silently. Looking at the uninterested officials of the Sasha group, Jamil Salam consoled them. The enemy has so many military fortresses, and the fuel consumed every day is an astronomical figure, so as long as you can cut off the enemy's supply line, it will be of great help to us in ending the battle, and it is not too much to be the first credit. Although Lapu's military fortress defense chain is very abnormal, it also has its shortcomings. There are so many military fortresses, each of which consumes a lot of fuel. Not to mention so many weapon systems, the fuel required to maintain operation is not a small amount. Moreover, they cannot transport too much fuel in such a short time, so they will definitely rely heavily on the supply route in the rear. So what Jamil Salam said is also very correct. I understand. I will go down and arrange it now. Chelm Solon cheered up, said a word and left. Because the distance that Sasha could suppress the control tower to open the wormhole was also limited, the fleet of the Sasha group could not directly enter the rear of the Demon fleet through the wormhole in the southern star field, so it needed to anchor temporarily. After the officials of the Sasha group left home, Sai Jerusalem said, in this situation, why don't we just attack them directly, and we can wear them down? Before Jamil Salam could speak, Delacria Melon on the side quickly refused. No, now we only know that the enemy's military fortress defense chain has the power of anti-missile doomsday and drones. Now we don't know if there are any other useless cards. Let my Blood Raiders group try it again. Seeing the expectant eyes of Delacria Melon, Jamil Salam thought about it, and nodded in agreement. Okay, then you go and prepare now. Yes. After receiving the order, Delacria Melon smiled happily. Watching Delacria Melon jumping away, Jamil Salam and Sai Jerusalem smiled at each other, and shook their heads. Delacria Melon, who had just left the combat meeting, suddenly thought of something and stopped and said to Jamil Salam, can you give me 2 more hours so I can prepare? Hasn't your fleet been assembled long ago? What else do you need to prepare? Faced with Jamil Salam's doubts, Delacria Melon immediately showed his pair of small canine teeth and winked playfully. A great gift to the enemy. Although he didn't know what the little guy wanted to do, Jamil Salam didn't have much time, so he agreed immediately. Okay, just get ready as soon as possible. 2 hours later, Lapu, who was just about to take a rest, received news of the New Eden fleet's attack. Facing the report of the herald, Lapu, who was lying on the chair, said without raising his eyelids, just fight like last time, just don't take the initiative to fight. With the actual combat demonstration just now, the fleet should know what to do. There is no need for Lapu to watch every day, otherwise he will die suddenly. But facing Lapu's order, the herald replied with a very ugly face, Commander, you should get up and take a look first. Lapu stood up and looked at the herald. He frowned and turned on the battlefield projection. When he saw the scene on the battlefield, Lapu's face became very ugly. Bang! Lapu looked at the projection and punched the table with a vicious look. It's really cruel, worthy of being the Blood Raiders. On the battlefield, in front of the attacking Blood Raiders fleet were thousands of civilian ships of the Free Camp, driven by the Blood Raiders warships towards the military fortress chain. Faced with these civilians at the forefront, the Free Camp fleet didn't know what to do. Seeing the Blood Raiders fleet advancing behind the civilians, Lapu also gave orders very decisively. Let the military fortresses and fleets open fire immediately and block the Blood Raiders fleet outside the safety line. But these civilians. No buts, this is a battlefield, this is war, as long as you can win, you will do everything you can. If this place is lost, there will be more people who are more miserable than them. Execute the order. Yes. Chapter 587. As the Blood Raiders fleet followed the civilians of the Freedom Camp and entered the attack range of the defense chain, the mass doomsday in the military fortress began to exert its power. The mass doomsday that covered a large area without blind spots directly swept the Blood Raiders' fleet and civilians into it, and instantly turned them into wreckage. Seeing the enemy so decisive, Delacria Melon was not surprised. It was just a small trick to disgust the enemy. Even if it only played a little role, it was good. The fleet moves forward, attack the enemy's outer military fortresses, and counterattack immediately if the enemy fleet approaches. As the enemy's attack began, the Blood Raiders' fleet also launched an attack. The tough Morlock-class Titans were at the forefront, acting as both fire output and the first line of defense, while the other dreadnoughts and combat auxiliary ships were located at the back, forming an overall offensive formation. Compared to the flagship, which could only serve as a fixed turret due to its slow movement, the conventional fleet cruised in the battlefield, attacking military fortresses and keeping an eye on the enemy's fleet position. Once the enemy fleet approached, it would pounce and tear it apart. Because of the desperate attack of the Gustas group fleet on their own fleet last time, the demons used military fortresses as the main output force in defense this time, and the fleet was used as a means of harassment to reduce the casualties of the fleet. Because the enemy fleet only dared to find the second defense chain to fire at their own fleet for free, the Blood Raiders' fleet could not take action against the enemy fleet at all, so Dracula Melon had to target the military fortress. Watching the small and medium-sized military fortresses on the periphery attacking their own fleet continuously, Dracula Melon couldn't help but frown slightly. It's really annoying. Then he controlled the Titans and the Dreadnoughts to launch a round of Doomsday salvos. The demons also reacted very quickly. The Blood Raiders' fleet's Doomsday salvos had just been preheated and launched, and these military fortresses launched countless black energy neutralization rays, which greatly weakened the power of the Doomsday beams. Seeing that the Blood Raiders' fleet's Doomsday salvos were blocked, Jamil Salam in the command room at the back couldn't help but frown slightly. The technology of the Blood Raiders group is inherited from the technology of their Emma Empire. Both the warships and the weapon systems can be said to be carved out of the same mold. If the Blood Raiders fleet cannot make any achievements, then her Emma fleet will have a hard time going up. I have seen the anti-Doomsday weapons of the Demon Civilization in the Eastern Star region before, but compared to the original ones, this one is undoubtedly much more perfect. Side Jerusalem on the side saw this and spoke. When the Serpentis group conquered the Eastern Star region, they encountered this thing, and there were many captured. This thing was also studied by Cormac Vaga for a while. Now some military fortresses in the Eastern Star region have also experimentally equipped some of this kind of equipment, so Side Jerusalem was not surprised to see this thing. Are there any countermeasures? In response to Jamil Salam's question, Side Jerusalem shrugged. The scope of application of this thing is limited to energy-based Doomsday weapons, and our Galenti and Serpentis group's Doomsday weapons are hybrid artillery-based Doomsday weapons, so Cormac Vaga is only conducting reverse research and has not studied its countermeasures. If you need it, I can send you the relevant technology, and you can ask your Emma Research Institute to study it. In response, Jamil Salam had no choice but to nod his head and said silently, then the main attack mission of the Tama Galaxy can only be handed over to you Galenti. With pleasure. Side Jerusalem made a knight salute and replied with a smile. On the other side, after seeing that the Doomsday salvo had no effect, Delacria Melon immediately received the relevant technology shared by Side Jerusalem, and soon understood what was in front of him. These anti-Doomsday weapons in front of him, more specifically, should be energy neutralization transmitters, which can emit highly corrosive energy beams to neutralize Doomsday beams, not only Doomsday beams, but also general flagship energy weapons. It can be said that this thing is a bit of a natural counter to her Blood Raiders group and the warships of the Emma Empire. When seeing that the technology shared by Side Jerusalem mentioned that this thing has a high energy requirement, Delacria Melon immediately had an idea in his mind, and then controlled his own Moloch-class Titan to activate energy neutralization against the attacking military fortress. Generally speaking, the energy neutralization equipment on the flagship class has no effect on the space station, and the Blood Raiders group, which is the most proficient in this technology and is called the Bloodsucker, naturally has the technology to neutralize the energy of the space station. However, this thing can only be equipped with extremely strict requirements on the warships equipped, so only the Moloch-class Titan can be equipped. It can be said that this is the main reason why the Moloch-class Titan can be called a Faction Titan. Faction Titans, this is what New Eden calls them. If we follow the definition of this world, these Titans, including the Komodo-class Titans of the Euristas group and the Moloch-class Titans of the Blood Raiders, are actually only the first and a half generation Titans, and they do not meet the requirements of the second generation Titans. After the Moloch-class Titan cluster carried out high-intensity energy neutralization on the target military fortress, the energy shield consumption rate of the military fortress suddenly soared, and part of the energy was transferred to the Moloch-class Titans for their own use. Faced with this high-intensity energy neutralization, the energy of this military fortress was rapidly consumed, and the energy shield became very thin. Many defensive weapons were forced to stop operating due to insufficient energy supply. Then, after absorbing a large amount of energy, the Moloch-class Titan launched another round of Doomsday salvos, and this time, there was no interception. The anti-Doomsday weapons of other military fortresses were also unable to intercept due to the distance. They could only watch helplessly, as this round of Doomsday salvos directly broke the energy shield of the friendly fortress, and then melted through its armor, making large holes in the main structure. Seeing that the military fortress in front of him had no power to resist, the other warships of the Blood Raiders group also launched attacks one after another, and in less than a few seconds, the military fortress was reduced to ashes. Seeing one of his military fortresses destroyed like this, Lapu couldn't help but hold his forehead. Order the fleet to engage in battle and entangle the enemy Titan, and don't let it neutralize the military fortress with energy. Last time, it was the missiles of the Gustas group that could temporarily suppress the military fortress electronically. This time, the Blood Raiders group can use technology to neutralize the military fortress with energy. Every time, New Eden can force his fleet to take the initiative to engage in battle in a different way. Looking at the Blood Raiders fleet that was about to attack the next military fortress, Lapu was a little unsure in his heart. I really don't know how many cards you have not taken out. Chapter 588. Faced with the Blood Raiders' energy neutralization technology against the military fortress, if the demons did not want to watch the military fortress being removed bit by bit, they could only send a defense fleet to fight with it and entangle the Moloch-class Titan, making it unable to take action against the military fortress. And this move was exactly what Dracula Melon wanted. After seeing the demon's defense fleet rushing forward to entangle his fleet like crazy, Dracula Melon directly ordered the regular fleet to entangle it. Tie up the enemy's Titan, and don't let it move, and clear out the other enemies one by one. Looking at the two fleets fighting each other, Lapu immediately gave orders. The enemy's Titan was too threatening to the military fortress, but the Titan was very cumbersome in short-distance movement, so it was only necessary to tie up the Titan of the Blood Raiders group, and the other warships could be cleared slowly. It must be said that in just a moment, Lapu found a countermeasure. Seeing that the enemy did not live up to the crazy attack just now, but chose to use the interceptor ship to desperately intercept her Titan, and then continue to use long-range weapons to attack and cooperate with the military fortress's firepower-free tactics to deal with it, Dracula Melon couldn't help but frown. If her Titan could not advance an effective distance, it would not be able to effectively neutralize the energy of the military fortress, and she would have no means to threaten the enemy's defense chain. After just a moment of thinking, Dracula Melon immediately responded. The auxiliary fleet controlled by Dracula Melon fired a series of ultra-large-scale beams similar to the beams of doom at the position of their own Titan. However, these beams did not cause any damage to the warships in it, just like an ordinary pulse wave. But the warships in it knew the effect of these beams, because as these beams swept across their warships' energy tanks were neutralized in an instant. Without energy supply, the demon's heavy interception equipment lost its function in an instant. Not only that, under these energy neutralization beams, the originally dense interception force field also collapsed in an instant, and the Titans of the Blood Raider fleet were liberated. Range energy neutralization, and it also has a certain destructive effect on the interception force field. Looking at the Blood Raider Titan that escaped, Lapu felt a little tired. Then he gave orders to the defense fleet. Let the defense fleet go forward to fight. As long as we fight to the death to destroy the enemy's Titan, the enemy will have no way to stop us. Although this is true, doing so will undoubtedly turn the originally easy defense battle into a brutal melee. If you want to completely destroy these Blood Raider Titans, you need to pay a huge price. After receiving Lapu's order, the demon fleet cruising between the defense chains also decisively chose to charge at the Blood Raider fleet, and its target was also very clear, that is, the Blood Raiders' Moloch-class Titan. Seeing the enemy finally unable to hold back, Dracula Melon smiled and changed the formation to hide the Titan cluster behind the Dreadnought fleet. In this way, if the enemy fleet wants to attack the Moloch-class Titan, it needs to first break through the outer Dreadnought fleet and the conventional fleet, and then find a way to destroy the auxiliary fleet in the center of the formation, otherwise it will not be able to achieve the goal. In a short period of time, the two sides seem to have switched offense and defense. At this time, Dracula Melon also controlled the Titan to activate the Emma Celestial weapon, making the battlefield environment more favorable to his side. The two sides fought back and forth. Looking at the fleet in fierce battle, Lapu felt his heart dropping continuously, as if falling into the abyss. New Eden's 2 consecutive attacks negated his original plan to rely on military fortresses to defend, forcing him to use the fleet as a consumable and fight here. We can't go on like this, we have to think of a way, otherwise it will be difficult to defend for a month. Time passed little by little, and the results of the battle between the two sides gradually became clear. After all, this is the home of the demon civilization, and relying on the firepower support of the military fortress defense chain, and the defense fleet is also desperately fighting, so the Blood Raiders fleet has no chance of winning, and was eventually annihilated. Because the Moloch-class Titans posed a huge threat to the military fortress, they were fought like crazy by the enemy fleet, resulting in the Blood Raiders fleet's second battle against the military fortress with very few results, only 2, far less than Augusta's group. But this fierce battle caused great damage to the demon fleet, and it destroyed 13 enemy armies. And it was not the miscellaneous fleet of the Freedom Camp, but the real elite fleet of the demon civilization. Such a rich victory made the Blood Raiders officials, who were resurrected from the Everstar City, smile, and made Jamil Salam, who was far away on the front line, very satisfied. Dracria Melon reorganized the fleet to come to the battlefield and continue to participate in the next battle. The Blood Raiders fleet was so powerful against the enemy's military fortress, Jamil Salam would naturally not let them go back like this. Even if they just went to the battlefield to stroll around, they could force the enemy to send troops to resist, which would be very beneficial for them to break through the Tama galaxy. Dracria Melon was naturally very happy to receive Jamil Salam's request, but this still required Shyman's consent. After all, the conditions that Sherman gave them for the pirate forces were only to dispatch a base fleet. Seeing Dracria Melon's hesitation, Jamil Salam naturally knew what was going on, and immediately waved his hand and said, "I will explain it to my lord in detail, and you just need to come quickly and bring as many combat preparations as possible. You will participate in the offensive against the Tama line in the future." "Yes." After hanging up the communication and explaining the situation to Sherman, Jamil Salam turned his attention to Side Jerusalem on the side. Side Jerusalem, when the Blood Raiders come back, you Valenti and the Blood Raiders will form a joint fleet to launch a formal attack. The military fortress of the Tama line is too targeted for the Emma warships. Although it can be attacked by force, it will cause great casualties. So Galenti and Blood Raiders have to take the lead in the attack. With the Blood Raiders fleet, there is no need to worry that the enemy fleet will not come out to respond. Understood. Side Jerusalem moved his shoulders after hearing this, and saluted with a silly smile. Chapter 589. Amid the envious eyes of many pirate officials, the warships of the Blood Raiders group were transported to the front line with the transport fleet of the Emma Empire. After waiting for the preparations to be completed, New Eden immediately launched a formal attack on the Tama galaxy. Jamil Salam used the tactic of staggered and uninterrupted attacks, and sent 2 armies to attack each time. There was a Dark Blood Raiders super flagship fleet in each of these 2 groups. As long as the enemy fleet did not dare to engage the Galeni fleet, they would jump out and attack the enemy's military fortress. Faced with the threat of the Blood Raiders super flagship fleet, and the fact that this military fortress had no effective defense against the Galeni hybrid artillery weapons, it could only withstand the firepower now, which forced Lapu to send out the fleet to fight desperately. But no matter how the demons resisted and counterattacked, they could not stop the fact that the front line was pushed back little by little, and their military fortress was removed from the periphery little by little. "Commander, we must think of a way. Now the first defense chain of the periphery has been destroyed. The defense fleet has lost nearly 100 army groups in less than a week. In less than a week, facing the 24-hour non-stop battle in New Eden, the outermost first defense chain of the Tama galaxy has been declared broken, and the demons have also lost nearly 100 army fleets. If New Eden continues to attack like this, I am afraid that in half a month at most, the Tama galaxy will fall." Looking at Lapu with a frown on his brow, the Chief of Staff continued to report, "Commander, now the New Eden Sasha group has begun to harass my rear logistics supply route 24 hours a day. At present, very few materials can be transported in. Please take countermeasures." Lapu lay in the chair with his eyes narrowed, asking the Chief of Staff without even raising his eyelids, "How much supplies do we have in the Tama system now? Because of the clearing of the countryside, all the warships and equipment of the surrounding civilizations have been collected, so the war preparedness is still sufficient, but the fuel is only enough to sustain for less than a month," the Chief of Staff said very worriedly. "In other words, if they don't find a way to take action against the Sasha fleet in the rear, even if New Eden stops attacking, their defense line will automatically collapse in a month. When they were defending their city walls and clearing the countryside, facing the fleet that was advancing continuously in New Eden, they could only hurry to transfer the most important war preparations and military fortresses. As for the large and low-value fuel, they did not pay much attention to it, and most of it was directly destroyed on the spot. After all, they had rich mining areas in the rear, which could fully supply them, unlike warships that took a long time to roll off the production line. But now that the Sasha fleet has completed the blockade of their navigation, the supply of fuel has become a big problem. Listening to the report of the Chief of Staff, Lapu opened his eyes and looked at the bright lights above and said, "The strength of the Tama defense line is already very tight, and it is impossible to send a fleet to deal with the Sasha fleet. You should let the free camp civilizations around it organize fleets to defend." In response, the Chief of Staff showed a very ugly smile. "Commander, in the past week, the free camp civilizations around it have also been plowed by the Sasha fleet. Almost 80% of the garrison fleets have been eaten by the Sasha fleet. In addition, its main fleet has already supported the Central Front, and there is no strength to deal with the Sasha fleet. There are thousands of New Eden armies on the front line, and the rear is blocked by the Sasha fleet. Now the entire Tama defense line is completely isolated. According to New Eden's offensive, the Tama defense line will collapse at any time." Lapu tapped his fingers on the table, looking at the star map and thinking about countermeasures, while the Chief of Staff stood quietly by the side. Suddenly Lapu asked, "How many enemies are there in front of us? Although we have killed more than 40 enemy armies this week, there are at least 1,900 armies." The Chief of Staff thought of the intelligence that the reconnaissance ship had desperately sent back, and he couldn't help but feel a touch of despair. During this period of time, the fleet of New Eden participating in the war finally surfaced. It was not the 1,500 army groups that were originally guessed, but a terrifying force of 2,000 army groups, which has already caught up with the demon civilization after the expansion. Facing such a huge enemy fleet, and its combat effectiveness is stronger than their own, anyone would feel despair. With a force of almost 2,000 army groups, the supply pressure on New Eden is actually much greater than ours. Hearing this, the Chief of Staff also knew that Lapu was also planning to attack New Eden's supply line, and immediately shook his head to dispel Lapu's idea. New Eden has guarded the supply line all the way, and there is an army stationed almost every 2 or 3 star systems. When a battle breaks out, New Eden can instantly send at least 20 army fleets to the battle area, not to mention that the transport fleet has at least 10 army escorts. It has always been New Eden that cuts off other people's supply lines. When will it be the case that someone else cuts off its own supply line? Therefore, among the 2,000 army groups participating in the war, 1,000 of them are responsible for the escort mission of the supply route. Let alone Lapu, even if Adley Black Flag takes the troops from the Central Front, he can't expect to achieve this strategic goal in a short time. "Oh, I didn't think of cutting off New Eden's supply line." Faced with the advice of the Chief of Staff, Lapu replied indifferently, his eyes fixed on the star map. The Chief of Staff was shocked when he looked at the location on the star map with Lapu's eyes, and suddenly said, "Do you want to attack New Eden directly?" "Yes. With so many fleets participating in the war, New Eden's homeland defense will inevitably be empty, which will be an opportunity. But what if New Eden is prepared for this? Then let the fleet indiscriminately harass and raid New Eden to disrupt New Eden's internal affairs. Even if it is just to delay a little time, it will be good for New Eden to withdraw some fleets back. Then we should withdraw that fleet. We don't have much troops to mobilize now. Now the Tama line of defense does not have enough troops, so this mission can only be sent to others." Rapp thought for a while, turned his head, and said to the Chief of Staff, "Issue a conscription order to all free camp civilizations behind the Tama line of defense, and let them organize an expedition fleet within 3 days. The merits of this mission will be doubled, and all the gains will belong to you. Don't hand them in." Chapter 590. It must be said that interests are attractive. Within 3 days of Lapu's mobilization order, the various civilizations of the free camp actually assembled a fleet of 50 armies. Because the southern defense line was completely blocked by New Eden, there was no way to infiltrate New Eden, so Lapu also asked Adley Black Flag to assist this time, allowing these 50 armies to enter from the central defense line, quickly bypass the Justice Order defense line, and then turn south to enter the eastern star field. Because the Justice Order, the central defense line of the front battlefield, was retreating step by step, its defense line was like sand. After participating in a battle, the 50 armies quietly circled to the eastern star field. Just when the free camp fleet of the 50 armies had just arrived at the border of the eastern star field, and had not yet officially launched an attack, the fleets of the Serpentis group and the Gustus group, which had been waiting for a long time, pounced on them. At the same time, the 1,000 Emma Navy armies left behind in the southern star field for defense also arrived one after another. Facing the New Eden fleet that was waiting for them, and using absolute military advantage to launch a surprise attack, the enemies of the 50 groups were pacified without causing any waves. Because the battle was fought in the public star field outside the border of the eastern star field, there was no loss in the mainland of New Eden, but this undoubtedly made Sherman a little angry. If he had not left a part of the fleet behind, the eastern star field, which was already weak in defense, would have suffered very serious losses. He was not only dissatisfied with this, but also more dissatisfied with the Justice Order fleet on the central front. A full 50 army of enemies bypassed their defense line without any warning. This was definitely intentional. This is not just a few warships or even a few conventional fleets, but a full 50 armies and hundreds of thousands of warships. In Chongqing Star City, Sherman watched the front line being frustrated in the Tama Star region and the advancement becoming very slow, his eyes thoughtful. Aura, how is the front battlefield in the Central Star region now? My lord, with the strong attack from the demons, the fleet of the Angel Civilization has now lost more than half, and the morale of the fleet of the Justice Order is also low, and its defense line is like a funnel. If nothing unexpected happens, the demons will win in 3 months at most. Ola shook his head and reported, and it was obvious that he was very surprised by the fighting power of the Justice Order. They have also undergone a large expansion, and they are backed by various fortress defense lines, and they are fighting at home. They can still fight like this. It can only be said that the Justice Order is not as united and strong as I imagined. Now the entire front battlefield defense line is almost maintained by the main fleet of the Angel Civilization. If you are not careful, the whole line will collapse. Thinking of something, Ola spoke again. Oh my lord, Viber Elena has been urging us to make progress as soon as possible. How should we respond? Tell her the situation on our side, and answer truthfully. Yes. Looking at the situation on the battlefields on the star map, Sherman frowned slightly. In this situation, it is impossible to rescue the Angel Civilization. According to the current attack progress, it will take at least half a month to break through the Tama line. By then, I am afraid that the Justice Order will not be able to hold on. Sherman didn't care about the Justice Order or even whether the Angel Civilization would die, but he had to get the other half of the Eve Gate technology in Vibrelena's hands. Looking at Sherman's solemn expression, Aura naturally knew Sherman's worries, and then stood up and walked to Sherman's side and whispered, My lord, in fact, we don't need to have so many concerns now. What do you mean? Sherman turned his head to look at Aura with a puzzled look on his face. In response, Aura straightened his clothes, saluted solemnly and replied, My lord, at present, my New Eden has more than 3,000 armies available, and there are free drones, 3 gods and hibernator fleets hidden in the dark. The 2 camps have been fighting for so long, and both sides have been fighting with gritted teeth and holding on for a breath. From the perspective of strength, our New Eden can already crush the 2 camps now. So as long as you give the order, New Eden can definitely fight a decisive battle, and the outcome will be decided in one battle. 3 gods, although the world arc cannot fight because it is restricted by the abyss space, it is not impossible to participate in the battle as long as the battlefield is prepared in advance. As for the free drones, their strength has been greatly improved during this period because of the various wars. At present, there are at least hundreds of army groups in various cannon fodder fleets, and dozens of elite free drone fleets. In addition, the Caldari and Murtama, which have begun to develop, can mobilize more than 5,000 army groups in a short time if Sherman needs them. These fleets are far stronger than the 2 major camps in terms of warship technology and combat effectiveness. If Sherman really has an idea, it will be easy to take advantage of this opportunity to become the only transcendent force. Listening to Aura's story, Sherman was a little dazed. So in just a few years, he already had such a huge power in his hands. I remember that when I first came to this world, I dared to hide in the space station every day, and I was afraid of being attacked by pirates. In a blink of an eye, I have become a person who can decide the rise and fall of this universe. After sighing for a while, Sherman quickly adjusted his mentality and asked Aura very seriously, What do you think? Looking at Sherman, Aura answered very seriously word by word, Show your cards. Put all the power of New Eden on the table. Let everyone know the current strength of New Eden. We must use the most direct power to fight the enemy in a decisive battle, and win this war with dignity. My lord, since your ambition is not to unify this universe and become the overlord of the universe, Let us write your legend in this universe, and the legend of New Eden in the shortest time. When Vibralena took out the Eve Gate, Aura knew that Sherman had never changed. He never cared about power and fame. He took this step purely to keep himself alive. It was just a simple word to live. Since Sherman wanted to go home, they would definitely follow Sherman and leave together, so Aura made such a suggestion to Sherman. Since the Yin army could leave a legend in this universe, they must also leave a deep mark in this universe, and create an indelible legend with war and killing. Chapter 591. Looking at Ollie's serious expression, Sherman nodded slightly. Then, Sherman looked at Aura and made an appointment very seriously. Order, from now on, Aura will be the Commander-in-Chief of the New Eden Integration Department, in charge of all war affairs, and all fleets belonging to New Eden will obey Aura's command. I look forward to you winning beautiful wars again and again, leaving your own legends in this universe, and then I will take you home, back to our real home. Because of Sherman's appointment this time, Ola once again convened a meeting of all officials during the interval of the battle. Although this time it was an online meeting, everyone seemed unusually solemn. Even Maud, who usually laughed and joked, had a serious face and looked at Ola quietly. Ola looked at everyone and made battle adjustments without any nonsense. Sai Jerusalem, your fleet and the Blood Raiders group continue to attack the Tama defense line. Just keep the offensive rhythm. Yes. Shangwan Qianqian, your troops will start to invade the key star systems in the central star field from now on. I hope that your fleet of the three gods will be able to reach any battlefield in a short time in half a month. Yes. Jamil Salam, your troops will immediately withdraw from the Tama battlefield and use the three gods space to transfer to the central battlefield to assist the Justice Order in counterattacking the demons. Yes. Snowflake Visca, your troops will start to attack the free camp indiscriminately from now on. Yes. The rest of the pirate forces will merge, gather on the mainland and be ready to rush to any battlefield at any time. Yes. Ola looked at everyone with fanatic eyes. Everyone, this time we don't need to hide or keep a backhand. All means and technology can be used. After the battle, my lord will take us home together. Fight for my lord. Amid the roars of the crowd, the meeting ended. And Vibralena, who was commanding the front line in the central battlefield, also received Aura's communication. Sir Vibralena, in 1 hour, our fleet will arrive at the central battlefield and attack the demon fleet. This is our attack area. Please evacuate in time to avoid unnecessary losses. Are you blocked outside the Tama galaxy? How will your fleet get here? Vibralena asked curiously, and looked at the attack area given to her by Aura, which included nearly 2/3 of the battle line. Can New Eden have so many fleets to complete it? New Eden, will certainly have a solution. You should organize as soon as possible to prevent the three parties from fighting and causing unnecessary losses to your department. After saying that, Aura hung up the call directly. Looking at the hung-up call, Vibralena frowned. Although she was a little unsure about the news that New Eden's large-scale fleet was coming to support, she thought that Aura didn't look like a liar, so she had no choice but to take relevant measures. Otherwise, if the two sides really fought, it would really cause a lot of unnecessary losses. After all, New Eden and Justice Order don't have enemy identification now. What? New Eden's fleet is coming to support us, so we have to stay in the fortress now. On the battlefield, Peter Yagutis was very confused when he heard Vibralena's order. Now New Eden was blocked outside the Tama galaxy. If it wanted to go around from other directions, it would take a long time and make a lot of noise. How could it arrive immediately? Execute the order. Vibralena hung up the communication without explaining anything, leaving Peter Yagutis alone to think. Peter Yagutis had to listen to Vibralena's order, and then order the fleet to hold the fortress and not take the initiative to fight. He wanted to see how New Eden got here. The Justice Order changed its previous style and held on to the fortress, which also caused Adri Black Flag to be confused. What the hell is this? Seeing that the Justice Order allowed the demon fleet to attack frantically without sending a fleet to stop it, Adri Black Flag was extremely confused. Are these guys ready to give up? Since the Justice Order gave him such an opportunity, Adri Black Flag would naturally not let it go, and immediately ordered the fleet to increase the intensity of the attack. No matter what these guys are up to, he just needs to hurry up and break through these annoying fortresses. While both sides were engaged in fierce attack and defense around the fortresses on the front line, a series of inductions appeared on the battlefield in an instant. Looking at the fleet rushing into the battlefield frantically, Adri Black Flag's eyes suddenly shrank. Damn it, how did this New Eden fleet get here? Adri Black Flag was not unfamiliar with these huge titans that looked like big mushrooms. He had seen these Emma's god-level titans many times, and had fought against them many times. Moreover, this thing is the main battleship of New Eden, not some castrated version for foreign trade. This is definitely the main fleet of New Eden coming. As soon as the Emma fleet entered the battlefield, the unprepared demon fleet suffered a huge blow and suffered heavy losses. Facing the battle report of the entire front, Adley Black Flag immediately ordered the fleet to cross cover and retreat, preparing to retreat to its own defense line for defense. As the demon fleet withdrew to the defense line at a huge cost, the battle gradually subsided, and Jamil Salam immediately assembled the fleet to build a forward combat base for New Eden. As the battle subsided, both the frightened Adri Black Flag and Vibra Elena had a question. Where did the New Eden fleet come from? Judging from the number of troops sent by New Eden, this fleet had at least 2,000 armies. How did it bypass their surveillance? They all felt incredible. Both sides opened the star map to check. The hyperspace jump distance of this flagship was limited. It couldn't have appeared out of thin air. After opening the star map, both sides compared the positions of various battlefields and locked their eyes on one location. 3 gods, abyssal space. From the star map, only the 5-star regions that have fallen into the abyssal space can directly perform hyperspace warping to enter these battlefields, and only the abyssal space that completely cuts off their reconnaissance can conceal such a large-scale fleet transfer from them. New Eden. At this moment, Peter Yagudis looked at the star map with bloodshot eyes. These 3 gods are the main reason why he has fallen to this point. Now it seems that these 3 gods are definitely related to New Eden. This made him feel angry, as if he was being played like a monkey. Chapter 592. Looking at the ferocious Peter Yagudis, Vibra Elena's mouth twitched as well. At the beginning, the 3 descendants of the gods had harmed Peter Yagudis' Carlson civilization. Not only did they lose half of their territory and fleet, but they also paid a large amount of supplies to New Eden, which seriously damaged the Carlson civilization. If Peter Yagudis had not had some tricks, and seized the opportunity of the Angel Queen election to rise again, otherwise the Carlson civilization would really have withdrawn from the Star Sea stage. Although the Carlson civilization is now in name only due to the invasion of demons, everything is caused by these 3 descendants of gods. Peter Yagudis, put aside all your thoughts now, and get through this crisis first. Now we need New Eden. Weeble Elena patted Peter Yagudis on the shoulder, and said earnestly. Listening to Weeble Elena's words, Peter Yagudis' originally excited mood gradually calmed down and became expressionless. Queen, I know the importance of this matter. Now they are losing ground under the demon's attack, and now they can only rely on New Eden to turn the situation around. So no matter how angry he is now, he needs to keep it to himself and wait until all the wars are over. And judging from the strength shown by New Eden now, even if he helps his wife Lucy Hall to become the queen, he may not have the opportunity to retaliate. Thinking of this, Peter Yagudis sighed silently in his heart, and then bowed to Vibra Elena. Queen, now the fleet of New Eden has pushed the front line forward. I want to go down and organize the fleet for the next action. Go ahead. Looking at Peter Yagudis' silent departure, Vibra Elena also shook her head. On the other side, after analyzing that the Emma fleet was folded out from the abyss space, Adrian Black Flag did not look happy about the matter between the 3 gods and the Carlson civilization, and even ordered to instigate according to the order, but frowned and looked at the defense line. Because he knew that in this situation, even if he wanted to use this to make a fuss, it would not work. Now New Eden has taken over the defense mission of the Central Front, which has greatly reduced the pressure on the Justice Order and given the Justice Order time to build a new defense line. Now even if Peter Yagudis wants to retaliate against him, Vibra Elena will pin him to death on the ground, and everything will be compromised for New Eden. Besides, Peter Yagudis is a person after all, and he understands the severity of the situation, so naturally he will not use such a clumsy strategy. After thinking about it, Adri Black Flag immediately sent a communication to Lapu. When the communication was connected, before Adri Black Flag could speak, Lapu said directly, there are at least nearly 1,000 fleets of New Eden in front of the Tama defense line. I don't know how these fleets got there. And now, unless you send more troops, we can only barely maintain the defense line, and can't send troops at all. When Adri Black Flag's communication arrived, Lapu had already roughly understood Adri Black Flag's thoughts. He just wanted him to take the opportunity to launch a counterattack against New Eden, and force the New Eden fleet to return to the mainland. But he couldn't do it. Now the Tama line of defense is being attacked by the New Eden fleet 24 hours a day. New Eden still has at least 1,000 army groups in front of the Tama line of defense. It is a dream to want to launch a counterattack. Hearing Lapu's words, Adrian Black Flag couldn't help but be a little unbelievable. New Eden still has 1,000 army groups on the southern front? Yes, and they are not just some miscellaneous troops, they are all its main fleets. Looking at Adrian Black Flag, who was silent because of the news, Rapp continued, "At present, the first and second lines of defense of the Tama line have been breached, and the third line of defense will not last long. You should make a decision early. Under the 24-hour uninterrupted attack of the mixed fleet of Delenti and Blood Raiders, the Tama line of defense is now in danger, and because the first and second lines of defense have been breached, New Eden has more fleets available. This also means that Lapu needs to defend a lot of places, and the entire Tama defense line has almost become a sieve." Every Black Flag looked up at Lapu and asked solemnly, "How long can you hold on?" The Tama defense line is now seriously insufficient in manpower, and the various fortresses have begun to experience fuel shortages. "I can only hold on for another half a month at most." Regarding this, Lapu reported truthfully without any concealment. Now, with the breach of the first and second lines of defense, the fleet of New Eden has increased from 2 armies to 10 armies in each battle, and each time it will attack 10 military fortresses. His defense fleet is obviously exhausted. Listening to Lapu's words, Adrian Black Flag thought for a moment and made a decision. "I will immediately let the 50 armies reorganized in the rear reinforce you and escort a batch of fuel, but you must guarantee that you can hold on for at least another month. These 50 armies are the last foundation of the demon civilization, and they are all recruits who have just completed basic training. They are also the last reserve fleet that every Black Flag can mobilize. Now in front of him is the Emma fleet of New Eden, and it is a full 2,000 elite armies. If he wants to achieve his goal of destroying the angel civilization and the order of justice, he must cross these fleets of New Eden. And the fleet in his hands has been fighting with the order of justice for so long, it is exhausted, and there is a shortage of various supplies. Preparations are needed to launch the next attack, and this takes time, so no matter what, Lapu must intercept New Eden outside the Tama defense line." Looking at the expressionless order from Adrian Black Flag, Lapu accepted it without any hesitation, because he had no other choice. Because Adrian Black Flag was now implementing a desperate defense strategy on the central front to delay time for fleet supplies, Jamil Salam, who had just completed the construction of the defense line, was a little depressed. It's not that she didn't send the fleet to attack, but each time it was repelled by the demon fleet. The stability of the defense line and the defenders in this central star field are far better than the Tama defense line. If a strong attack is carried out, it will cause great casualties to the Emma fleet. Therefore, this kind of offensive and defensive battle is what Jamil Salam hates the most. She would rather have a hearty field battle than this kind of offensive and defensive battle. There is no other reason, the loss is really disproportionate. But now, no matter how she provokes, this demon fleet is just defending the fortress defense line. After thinking about it, Jamil Salam sent a communication to Aura. "Aura, is there any way to force these guys to come out and fight a decisive battle with us? Otherwise, if this continues, my supplies will not be able to hold up. Although the supply of New Eden is ostensibly provided by the Justice Order, the battle has lasted too long, and neither the Angel Civilization nor the Justice Order can maintain the supply of the 2,000 armies of New Eden, so they are only given a double installment return after the war. Now the supply of the 2,000 armies of the Emma Empire is all supported by themselves, and fortunately the supply of the New Eden base camp can be transported through the Abyss space route. Otherwise it will not only overwhelm them, but also overwhelm them." But after the great expansion of the army, New Eden's internal resources were pitifully few, so it implemented a policy of fighting to support the war. Now that Adley Black Flag is implementing the plan of defending the defense line, the Emma fleet has nowhere to use its strength. If it continues like this, New Eden will be hollowed out sooner or later. Looking at the depressed Jamil Salam, Ola smiled and asked back, "If the enemy uses all its strength to fight a decisive battle with you, are you ready?" Faced with Ola's question, Jamil Salam replied with disdain, "I am looking forward to the decisive battle. I can beat the shit out of them in a field battle." A decisive battle, in this regard, Emma has never been afraid of anyone except those reckless men in Galenti. Hearing Jamil Salam's affirmative answer, Aura nodded. "That's good, then you should be ready for a decisive battle." Looking at the confident Aura, Jamil Salam was a little suspicious. "Are you so sure that the enemy will take the initiative to start a decisive battle with us?" "Oh, don't worry, they will." Looking at the hung-up communication, although Jamil Salam was a little confused about Aura's confidence, he still issued the highest level of combat readiness order to the fleet, ready for a decisive battle at any time. Aura never jokes about these things. After hanging up the call, Aura sent a message to Sai Jerusalem. "Sai Jerusalem, coordinate the timing of the attack in a moment. An hour later, in the Tama Galaxy, Lapu looked at the New Eden fleet that had unexpectedly stopped attacking, and suddenly became highly alert. Order the fleet to stand by and repair the military fortress defense weapons as soon as possible. The enemy may be preparing for a major operation. Looking at Lapu's tense face, the chief of staff couldn't help but comfort him. Commander, are you overthinking? After all, the enemy also needs to rest, and it is not impossible to postpone the attack. Now the troops have been fighting for so long, let them have a good rest. Lapu looked at the commander from the star map. His eyes were without a trace of emotion, and a hint of coldness appeared. Seeing Lapu's expression, the chief of staff shuddered and stood up straight to salute. It was my subordinate who made a mistake. I will go down and make arrangements immediately. After saying that, he trotted out, as if there was some interstellar monster inside. After the chief of staff left, Lapu turned his attention back to the star map, and looked at the star map and fell into thought. What exactly does New Eden want to do next? During this period of time, the fleet of New Eden has maintained a high-intensity attack 24 hours a day, and this situation has never occurred. Besides, New Eden has a full 1,000 army groups, and even if they rotate attacks every time, they have enough time to rest. Why do they need to deliberately suspend the attack to rest? There must be a trick. On the other side, Jerusalem looked at Maud, who was coming and couldn't help but wonder. Why are you here? Maud held a cigarette in his mouth, touched his head and smiled. Ola asked me to come, and asked me to cooperate with the Sasha fleet to eat the enemy, who was about to come to the Tama line for support. Are you sure your Maud regiment can do it? Jerusalem was not despising, but just stating a fact. After all, although the Maud regiment is the top existence in the conventional fleet, even Galeni doesn't dare to pat his chest and say that he can win, but he doesn't have a flagship after all. The enemy reinforcements were 50 armies, so the Maud regiment and the Sasha fleet were there to give them a fight. In response, Maud showed his big white teeth. So, this time, Ola asked me to bring all 3 Hibernator fleets, and Snowflake Visca will also participate in this operation. Hibernator fleet? Free drones? That's fine. Half an hour later, the Tama line started another battle, and the intensity of the battle was even greater than before. Compared to the chief of staff's compliment on Lap's foresight, Lap frowned. Although this attack was more intense than before, it was not enough to delay New Eden's attack for more than an hour. Before he could think further, an urgent war report for help gave him the answer. The 50 armies that came to support us were attacked in the Herald Star field. The enemy assembled hundreds of armies to attack us. Now the losses have exceeded half. Please provide support in time. As the chief of staff finished reading the war report, Lapu also knew what was going on. The purpose of this New Eden is not them at all, but the reinforcements of these 50 armies. Their fierce attack now is to make them unable to rescue them, and they can only watch them being annihilated. Lapu took the battle report and took a look, then sat on the chair as if his body was hunched. Take over the battlefield picture. Yes. After a while, the holographic projection of the battlefield of the 50 armies fighting hard was connected to Lapu's combat command room. Free drones? Seeing the crazy siege of the enemy, Lapu also knew why there were hundreds of enemy armies behind him. Haha, it seems that not only the 3 gods, but also the free drones are one of the hidden hands of New Eden. Looking at these free drones that were constantly consuming their own manpower like cannon fodder, Lapu showed a bitter smile on his face. But this bitter smile turned into a raging rage. Under the cover of the free drones, the Shadow Cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster of the Sasha fleet frantically attacked its own flagship cluster, and soon opened a hole in the outer dreadnought defense line, and then a continuous Shadow Cavalry carrier-based aircraft cluster frantically rushed towards the Titan. Then, 3 conventional fleets that had never been seen before suddenly appeared in the void and launched an attack on the lone Titans and super aircraft carriers on the battlefield. They used highly concentrated doomsday beams to instantly penetrate the Titan's thick shields and armor, and finally a violent explosion occurred in the hull structure, completely destroying it into pieces. Although compared to the free drones and the Sasha fleet, the results of these 3 fleets were not much, only destroying less than 10 Titans, but they attracted Lapu's attention. Watching these 3 fleets disappear into the void from time to time on the battlefield, and then suddenly appear around the Titan and quickly complete the attack, killing it. From appearance, attack, and withdrawal, each battle did not exceed 10 seconds, showing its stealth and aggressiveness to the fullest. And seeing these Titans turned into pieces under the attack of the Hibernator fleet, Lapu's hands trembled slightly, and then turned the holographic projection on the battlefield to Adri Black Flag. Lapu, what's going on? The 50 armies you said were attacked by New Eden. Take a look at this first. After briefly explaining the situation, Lapu turned Adri Black Flag's attention to the actual hibernation fleet. After seeing the hibernation fleet's attack, Adri Black Flag's pupils suddenly froze, and he clenched his mouth and made a sound as cold as winter. It's them. Lapu nodded silently. There are many doomsday weapons, but they are all different. Angels are highly powerful, demons are highly corrosive, but the basic principles are roughly the same. The effect of the damage program on the warship was only slightly different, and it would not be as completely broken as Sarah Jones's vehicle. Generally, there would be large pieces of debris. At first, they just thought that Sarah Jones's vehicle had been subjected to too many doomsday bombardments, and the Carlson Coalition announced it themselves, so even if they had some doubts, they did not think much about it, and set their revenge on the Carlson Coalition. Now, after seeing the Hibernator fleet moving around the battlefield like a ghost and the damage it caused, Adrian Black Flag and Rapp understood everything. The culprit behind the attack on Sarah Jones was definitely the warship in the projection. Only these warships have doomsday weapons that are different from other ones, and can cause such thorough destruction. From the beginning, all of this was the work of New Eden, and Peter Jagutis, the fool, was just a pawn like them. What a great trick! After figuring out everything, Adrian Black Flag could not help but admire, and the smile on his face looked unusually ferocious and terrifying. Adrian Black Flag, what are you going to do with the reward next? What? Adrian Black Flag looked at the Hibernator fleet in the projection, and a hint of madness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Haha, then of course we have to find the real murderer and have some fun. I really hope that New Eden is really prepared. After saying that, Adrian Black Flag hung up the communication. Since New Eden dares to expose itself now, it proves that New Eden is well prepared for this, and is not afraid of facing the crazy revenge of Edry Black Flag. That's why Edry Black Flag said so. After the communication was hung up, Lapu also understood what Edry Black Flag meant, and immediately issued an order. Order the fleet to attack, fight back the attack of New Eden, provide support from the rear, and tie up those guys for me. Since the real murderer has appeared, Edry Black Flag will naturally not fight against the Angel Civilization and the Justice Order, and he will no longer care about the New Eden fleet of the 2,000 army groups in the Central Star Field. What he had to do now was to regroup the fleet and use all his strength to turn New Eden into a scorched earth, so that billions of lives in New Eden could be sacrificed for Sarah Jones. And what Rapp had to do now was to entangle the enemies in the rear, and wait for the fleet of a dry black flag to come and strangle them. A dry black flag acted very quickly. In less than half an hour, the fleets on the entire central battlefield had been assembled. After leaving dozens of armies to continue to defend or delay the Emma fleet, the rest of the fleets quickly set out for the Tama defense line. Adry Black Flag wants to attack from the Tama line of defense, and all the way to the mainland of New Eden. Because this Tama line of defense is not only the best defensive fortress, but also the best forward offensive base. Because Adry Black Flag's actions were too decisive, so decisive that Jamil Salam only realized that the enemy's defense in front of him was empty after being reminded by Ola. Do you need our troops to support? Send out 1,000 army groups to pursue. Don't chase too fast to eat away at the fleet behind. The rest of the fleet should advance to the mainland of the demon civilization according to the predetermined plan. As for the rest of Side Jerusalem, will solve it. Facing Jamil Salam's question, Ola smiled and gave the order. And Jamil Salam had no choice but to follow the order, looking at the direction of the Tama galaxy with regret. Such a decisive battle is a good opportunity for the dog Side Jerusalem. Except for New Eden, others were puzzled by the sudden withdrawal of the demon fleet from the central battlefield and the direct attack on New Eden. But they also seized the opportunity, and sent the fleet to raid the northern and central defense lines. Facing such an enemy, the dozens of armies left by Edry Black Flag were wiped out after 3 days of persistence, and the entire front was broken by the Justice Order. The Emma fleet also followed the order, and split into 2 groups, one chasing after the main fleet of Edry Black Flag, and the other advancing frantically towards the homeland of the demon civilization. The entire battlefield was reversed in just a few days, and the Justice Order, which was at a disadvantage, suddenly became the final winner. This not only made the people of the Justice Order feel like they were dreaming, but also made other neutral forces puzzled and surprised. While everyone was talking, the main fleet of Edry Black Flag also arrived in the Tama star field. At the same time, Side Jerusalem also received an order from Aura. The main attack mission of this decisive battle is now handed over to you, Galinti. Don't let my lord down. For this mission that suddenly changed from a feint to a decisive battle, Side Jerusalem was naturally very happy. He immediately clenched his fist and grinned. "Don't worry, I will crush every inch of the enemy's bones." Chapter 593. In the Tama Star region, with the arrival of Edry Black Flag, the Demon Fleet and the Free Camp Fleet have reached a terrifying number of 5,000 armies. Edry Black Flag, now I will give you full command of the Tama defense line. Lap looked at Edry Black Flag expressionlessly, with a chill in his eyes, and continued, "Let me lead the Queen's personal guard fleet to charge first. I want to crush the bones of New Eden bit by bit." The war has been going on for so long, and the fighting between the two camps during this period has caused both sides to suffer heavy losses. In the central battlefield, the demons lost at least 2,000 armies, and the consumption of various materials was countless. In addition, there was no gain, which caused differences within the Free Camp. If it weren't for Adrian Black Flag's iron-fisted suppression, the entire Free Camp might have collapsed. Both Adrian Black Flag and Rap knew that this would be their last chance for revenge. Now the position of the demon civilization in the Free Camp is very awkward. Not only do they have to deal with the Justice Order, but they also have to face New Eden. No matter what, there is no way out. After this battle, the demon civilization and the Free Camp will withdraw from the Star Sea stage, and before that, they must take New Eden with them. They would rather let the Angel civilization become the final winner than let New Eden, the real murderer, have an easy life. So looking at the frosty Lapu, Adrian Black Flag agreed without hesitation. "Okay, wait for 2 more days, and when the supplies arrive, we will start the attack." After confirming that New Eden would be dragged into the water, Adrian Black Flag ordered the last batch of war supplies stored by the Freedom Camp to be escorted to the Tama Star region, preparing for a real decisive battle with New Eden. After receiving Adrian Black Flag's reply, Lapu nodded, and then asked, "What about the New Eden fleet in the rear?" Now they are less than 10 star regions away from the demon civilization's homeland. Lapu was talking about the Emma Empire Crusaders that were advancing towards the demon civilization. Because Adrian Black Flag had almost transferred all the main fleets of the Freedom Camp to the Tama Star region, the Empire Crusaders encountered almost no fierce resistance and advanced very quickly. "Lapu, you should know the current situation better than me. The outcome is already determined. Now we should have only one goal, that is, revenge on New Eden," Adrian Black Flag said coldly to Lapu. Lapu tilted his head and explained to Adrian Black Flag, "I know, I'm just afraid that the morale of the soldiers below will be shaken, which is not conducive to fighting. The destruction of the demon civilization, and even the destruction of the Free Camp was already doomed when the two of them decided to launch a coup to promote the war of revenge, so Lapu was not surprised. He was just worried that this would make the soldiers' morale shaken. Now their only goal is revenge. As for the survival of the demon civilization and the Free Camp, it was no longer within their consideration from the moment Sarah Jones died. Listening to Lapu's words, Adrian Black Flag said without any hesitation, "Then block the news, cut off all contact with the rear, and let the soldiers concentrate on finishing this war." In response, Lapu could only nod silently. 3 days later, with the arrival of the accompanying army escorting the war preparations, the originally quiet Tama Starfield began to become restless again, and various fleets and armies began to assemble quickly. During these 3 days, Side Jerusalem also stopped the original 24-hour uninterrupted attack, and the entire Galeni fleet began to shrink and prepare for war. While both sides were sharpening their knives and preparing for a decisive battle in the Holy City of Angels, Peter Yagoudis looked up at Viber Elena. "Queen, do you really not need to send a fleet?" Although this war was secretly instigated by New Eden strongly refuted it, and the demons only made verbal declarations without any substantial evidence. Even though they all knew that this was the fact, there was no evidence to prove it, and New Eden sent troops at the most urgent moment of the Justice Order to lift their siege. Now New Eden is facing the demons alone. If they do nothing, it will undoubtedly damage their reputation. So even if they want to drink the blood and eat the flesh of New Eden, they will consider whether to send some fleets, even if it is just for show. Looking at the puzzle Peter Yagoudis, Viber Elena sighed, and said with a complicated expression, "This is what New Eden wants. They asked us to attack the base camp of the Freedom Camp with all our strength. As for these fleets, they will deal with them themselves." It's not that she didn't ask New Eden to send a fleet for support, but it was rejected by Aura without exception. Hearing this, Peter Yagoudis couldn't help but frown. Is New Eden confident or arrogant? This is the main fleet of 5,000 armies. Can they stop it? Although the strength shown by New Eden shocked them, the fleet of the demons was much larger than that of New Eden, not to mention that they occupied the strategic location of the Tama star field and had absolute initiative on the battlefield. This is New Eden's attempt to prove its strength to the outside world. Once they win, whether we admit it or not, they will definitely replace the position of the demon civilization, and even surpass the angel civilization, becoming the undisputed absolute overlord. This is not only a crisis for New Eden, but also an opportunity and a warning to us. In Shanghai, as long as you have strength, even if you are not interested in fame and power, others will rush to give you a matching position. This is the only truth, a more direct truth. So what should we do next? Weeble Elena replied calmly, order to continue to advance towards the free camp, and then just sit back and watch the decisive battle between New Eden and the devil. If she wins, she will honestly acknowledge the status of New Eden. If she loses, or both sides suffer losses, then don't blame her. At the same time, other neutral forces will also keep their eyes on the Tama star region, looking forward to this decisive battle that will determine the reshuffle of the Star Sea. Under the attention of the crowd, every Black Flag, who has completed the war preparations, immediately ordered the fleet to take the initiative to attack New Eden. The war begins. Chapter 594. Report: the enemy fleet has set out from the Tama line of defense and is attacking our defense zone. Listening to the report of the herald, Sai Jerusalem, who had squinted his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes full of enthusiasm for the coming battle. It has finally begun. Order the fleet to set out quickly according to the predetermined plan and have a field battle with the enemy. Send a message to the Emma Empire, let them start attacking the Tama line of defense from the rear, and make sure to strangle all these enemies here. Sai Jerusalem issued the battle order without hesitation. Now that the enemy has come out in full force, the Tama star region must be left unguarded. If the Emma Navy attacks from the rear now, the success rate will be extremely high. He wants to encircle the enemy from both sides and annihilate all the 5,000-strong army here. In this battle, every Black Flag did not leave many defenders in the Tama star region. All 5,000-strong army came out in full force, ready to defeat the enemy in front of them in one fell swoop. The rear has been gambled, and the homeland has almost fallen under the fierce attack of the Imperial Crusaders and the Justice Order. They have no way to retreat. As for the Tama line, which has lost its rear supply, it is no longer necessary to continue defending. Now every Black Flag has only one goal, which is to defeat the New Eden fleet in front of him, rush into the New Eden homeland, and turn it into scorched earth. Only in this way can New Eden be dragged into the water. The choices of both sides are very unified, and both choose the 26 star fields currently controlled by New Eden in the Central Star Field as the main battlefield. In this battle, every Black Flag did not leave any room for retreat, and pressed all the fleets forward to attack the 26 star regions. The battle started in the 26 star regions in an instant, with thousands of super flagship fleets fighting in them, and the 2,000 demon armies led by every Black Flag went out directly from the Tama defense line, ready to eat up the 500 armies deployed by Sai Jerusalem. Come on! Looking at the mighty enemy coming straight towards him, Sai Jerusalem was delighted and was ready to personally lead the fleet to fight. At this time, Dracula Melon was also eager to move and said, "What is the mission of my Blood Raiders fleet in this decisive battle? I thought that my Blood Raiders fleet could only accompany the Tama line to break through the mission, but I didn't expect that I could participate in the real decisive battle now," which made Dracula Melon also excited. Sai Jerusalem looked at Dracula Melon with expectation, thought about it, and then said with a smile, "Dracula Melon, this time the enemy has come out in full force, and the Tama line is bound to be empty now. You will lead your Blood Raiders group to launch a general attack on the Tama line now. You must cooperate with the Emma Navy to take down the Tama line and cut off the enemy's retreat." Hearing this, Dracula Melon's excited face suddenly collapsed, and she took the order weakly. "Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. I thought I could participate in the main battlefield of this decisive battle, but I didn't expect that I still had to continue to do the task of pulling turtle shells." Looking at the decadent Dracula Melon, Sai Jerusalem patted her shoulder and said earnestly, "Sister Dracula Melon, the water of this decisive battle is too deep. Your Blood Raiders group can't grasp it, and you have to let my brothers Galeni come. Be good, listen to me, and hurry down to prepare to attack the Tama defense line. Otherwise, if you delay and wait for the Emma Navy to break through, you won't even be able to drink soup." Faced with Sai Jerusalem's earnest words, Dracula Melon rolled his eyes, raised his middle finger to Sai Jerusalem to express his feelings, and walked quickly out the door. Sai Jerusalem was right. Facing such a decisive battle, the Emma Empire definitely didn't want to miss it. It would definitely break through the Tama defense line as soon as possible at all costs and participate in this decisive battle. If she had been a step slower, she might not even have had the soup. Because the Galeni fleet was already prepared, even though it was at a disadvantage in terms of fleet numbers, it was not at a disadvantage in terms of combat power in the face of the massive attack by the Freedom Camp, and even slightly suppressed the enemy. For the Freedom Camp's army group being caught in a difficult battle in attacking 26-star regions, and no one being able to break through the defense, Adrian Black Flag had already anticipated it. These more than 3,000 Freedom Camp fleets were only used by Adrian Black Flag to contain the Galeni fleet. The 2,000 demon army groups he led now were the real main attacking force. In just 2 hours, the 2,000 demon army of Edry Black Flag and the 500 Galeni army led by Psy Jerusalem met in a star system and faced each other in formation. Edry Black Flag. Rap looked at the Galeni fleet in front of him, and then looked at Edry Black Flag. Facing Rap's gaze, Edry Black Flag nodded. After getting Edry Black Flag's nod, Rap led Sarah Jones' personal fleet to kill the Galeni fleet without hesitation. The guard fleets of these three armies were all retired from Sarah Jones's guard fleet. This time, it was Rap who led the reunion of these old brothers. As Sarah Jones's guards, they were naturally strong in combat. In addition, Adrian Black Flag made huge investments in the warships of these three armies, and various advanced technologies of demon civilization were stuffed into them, making them a very elite force. At the beginning of the central battlefield, these three armies defeated the fleet of the angel civilization and served as the spearhead of the demon fleet on the battlefield. Looking at the three armies rushing towards him, Psy Jerusalem also waved his hand, and a Galeni fleet of the fleet came out and rushed towards them. For the three armies of the other side, Psy Jerusalem naturally learned the relevant information from Aura and knew their combat effectiveness. So since the other party wants to use this method to hit the morale of Galenti, then Psy Jerusalem will naturally crush their morale with absolute strength. Elite versus elite, it depends on who is more powerful. Seeing that Galenti only sent out one army, Lapu's eyes suddenly condensed, with suppressed anger in his eyes. How arrogant. Then, he immediately ordered his three armies to pounce on him. He wanted to make the other party pay for his arrogance. Chapter 595. At the same time, looking at the fleets of both sides about to fight, Psy Jerusalem stared at the battlefield and said without turning his head, "Aura." Understood. Aura's voice appeared beside Psy Jerusalem like a ghost, and then slowly dissipated. At the same time, cockroach-class ships suddenly appeared on the battlefields of various star fields, and the two tentacles on their heads emitted electronic suppression pulse waves in all directions. Under this pulse wave, all the battlefields where New Eden and the Devil fought a decisive battle were subjected to large-scale electronic suppression, completely cutting off the prying eyes of other forces. One by one, the reconnaissance ships that were frantically infiltrating New Eden were also caught, and then turned into wreckage under the attack of the Hibernator fleet, which completely eliminated the purpose of Adry Black Flag to enter New Eden. When Lapu's fleet rushed towards the Galeni fleet, a cruiser-class warship suddenly broke away from the fleet, and its bow suddenly launched a group of energy balls into the Galeni fleet. Galenti's anti-aircraft firepower immediately intercepted, and various anti-aircraft firepower immediately wanted to intercept these energy balls. At the moment of impact, these energy groups produced explosions, and dark pulse waves swept across the Galeni fleet. Looking at this situation, Psy Jerusalem immediately connected with the commander of the Galeni fleet. "What's the situation?" The commander quickly checked his own warships, and summarized the situation of other warships, and reported, "Energy neutralization pulse waves can neutralize the energy of warships in a large area, and also have certain electronic interference capabilities." Hearing this, Psy Jerusalem immediately lost interest, and let him continue to command the battle. It was just a range energy pulse weapon. The Blood Raiders also had this thing, and the effect was much better than the Demon's thing. If it was an ordinary Galeni fleet, it might be a bit tricky to face this thing, but, looking at the enemy, who was madly approaching the Galeni, Psy Jerusalem showed a smile. On the other side, Lapu saw that the energy neutralization pulse bomb had neutralized the Galeni fleet on a large scale, and immediately issued an attack order. Operation Plan A: cut and eat away the enemy formation as soon as possible. Then, the guard fleets of the three armies quickly deployed their formations. Two armies formed a semicircle to surround the Galeni fleet, and Rap led another army to directly insert into the Galeni fleet. He wanted to take advantage of the moment when the Galeni fleet was in chaos due to energy neutralization to insert into its formation, and after cutting it, cooperate with the armies on both sides to completely eat up this Galeni group. It was a very simple and practical tactic. Relying on this tactic, they had defeated 5 armies of the Angel civilization head-on, in the central battlefield and gained a lot. Due to energy neutralization and electronic suppression, the Galeni fleet reacted a step slower and could only watch as Lapu led an army fleet straight into their own formation. After rushing into the Galeni formation, Lapu immediately selected the target. Each fleet should prioritize clearing the enemy's supercarriers, and the conventional fleets should harass the enemy's dreadnoughts and small aircraft carriers. As for the enemy's Titans, put them aside for now. After rushing in, the super aircraft carriers and combat auxiliary fleets of the Galeni fleet protecting the rear came into his sight. Looking at the thin-looking super aircraft carriers, Lap immediately decided to use these super aircraft carrier fleets as a breakthrough point. Although he had never seen such a super aircraft carrier, it could be seen from its appearance that it could launch more cavalry carrier-based aircraft than the same level. After all, its flat shape was very conducive to the launch of cavalry carrier-based aircraft. More importantly, this thing was so thin and flat that it didn't seem to have much defense, making it very suitable as a breakthrough point. Under Lapu's order, the Titans and dreadnoughts of his fleet immediately activated the Doomsday weapons against these Galeni supercarriers. Under the Doomsday concentrated fire of the three armies, these supercarriers were indeed penetrated by their hulls in an instant, just as Lapu had imagined, and turned into wreckage. After a brief assessment, it was found that the defense of these supercarriers was indeed weaker than that of the same type, but not much. But the order had been issued, and Lapu could only grit his teeth and use it as a breakthrough. Looking at the Night God-class super aircraft carriers being destroyed under the crazy fire of the Lapu fleet, Sai Jerusalem and Sherman, who was watching the battle in Chongqing City, could not help but fall silent. Why is it that we have come to the real world, and the curse of destroying Night God first in this battle still exists? Facing Sherman's doubts and sighs, Aura could only shrug speechlessly. This thing is really unknown. To be honest, compared with other super aircraft carriers of the same type, the defense capability of this Night God-class super aircraft carrier cannot be said to be the highest, but it is not the weakest either, at least it is in the upper middle level. Moreover, it has firepower far exceeding that of similar supercarriers, and can be said to have the best performance among supercarriers. But the problem is that its flat design makes it look like it has poor defense, so it often becomes the first target of concentrated fire. By the time the enemy finds something wrong, it has already attacked halfway, and naturally will not give up switching fire. Thus the tradition of exploding Night God first in a battle has emerged. Now, this Lapu also does this. After watching his own Nox-class supercarrier fleet suffer heavy losses from the enemy's concentrated fire, Sai Jerusalem couldn't help but sigh, and then said loudly in the fleet channel, "Thanks to our Nox-class pilots for attracting firepower for us. Now that the Nox flag sacrifice is over, it's our turn, counterattack." Yes! The Galeni fleet, which was under attack from the Rap fleet, first burst into laughter upon hearing this, and then drove the warships, operated the turrets, and roared to counterattack the enemy. Seeing this, Sherman also nodded. Night God sacrifice flag. This is a sure thing. Because the army led by Lapu was directly inserted into the Galeni fleet, it naturally became the first target to be attacked. The Galeni warriors had to use the hybrid gun to tell them that they must not fight with them in close combat. Under the command of the commander of the Galeni army, his fleet quickly launched a counterattack against the enemy. Under the Galeni hybrid gun, even the conventional fleet caused great damage to Lapu's flagship fleet. In just a few minutes, his dreadnought fleet suffered huge losses in the attack of the Galeni fleet. Chapter 596. The huge loss of the dreadnought fleet completely disrupted Lapu's offensive rhythm, and he immediately ordered the conventional fleet to engage in a fight with the Galeni conventional fleet, hoping to relieve the pressure. At the same time, the Kronos-class plundering fleet, which had been as quiet as a conventional battleship, also began to show its power and launched an attack on the enemy's conventional fleet. The Moro-class dreadnought equipped with a strafing gun also launched a strafing attack on it. Faced with such high firepower, Lapu's conventional fleet turned into wreckage at a speed visible to the naked eye, and had no power to fight back. Damn it, the second and third guards will immediately attack the enemy Titans and cover our evacuation. Faced with the terrifying firepower of the Galenti, Lapu no longer underestimated it, and immediately ordered the fleets on both wings to attack. Hopefully, after attacking the Galeni Titans, the enemy's attention will be diverted so that they can evacuate. The Galenti's melee ability is really terrifying. I was originally a wolf among sheep, but I didn't expect that I would be a sheep in the mouth of a tiger. As the enemy attacked its own Titans, the Galeni army did not react at all, but continued to strangle Lapu's army that had penetrated deep into it. Seeing the enemy's contempt for not even using the auxiliary ships to remotely repair the Titan, Lapu also made up his mind. Attack the enemy Titan with all your strength and destroy all the enemy Titans. Since this Gallente despises its firepower so much, let it pay the price it deserves. Afterwards, the other two armies used a super flagship fleet as the base to launch a Doomsday concentrated fire on an Ouroboros-class Titan, intending to turn 8 Gallente Ouroboros-class Titans into ashes. In this regard, the Gallente fleet's combat support fleet remained indifferent, still focusing on remote maintenance of the remaining Nox-class supercarriers, as if they did not see their own Titans being hit by the Doomsday salvo. Later, Lapu looked at the Ouroboros-class Titans that were still alive and well after the Doomsday salvo, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. This time, the Doomsday salvo was not hindered by the firing range, and all the Doomsdays hit. How could the Doomsday salvo of an entire Demon super flagship fleet not be able to destroy even one of its Titans? At this moment, Lapu felt a little palpitation. Seeing this, Sai Jerusalem sneered. Haha, naive. Do you really think these second-generation Titans are so fragile? That's right. These Ouroboros-class Titans are all second-generation Titans that were unlocked with Gallente at the beginning, and they are also the key to why Aura dared to let Gallente take on this decisive battle alone. On the other side, Adri Black Flag was also shocked when he saw the scene, and then after zooming in on the battlefield projection, he immediately observed the differences between these Titans. Battle module? How is this possible? Looking at the energy compression waves flowing in and out of these Ouroboros-class Titans after the Dreadnought activated the battle module, Adrian Black Flag was a little speechless. The demon civilization has tried to equip the battle module on the Titan, but all ended in failure. Because the battle module will cause a huge load on the warship after activation, and the Titan itself is a perfect decisive weapon. After the battle module is installed, the balance will be broken. If you are lucky, the Titan will become a slightly stronger Dreadnought, but if you are unlucky, the Titan will explode. The demon civilization has been researching this for decades, but has not found a perfect solution. In the end, it declared this direction a failure, and turned to researching the second-generation Titans of other defense lines. And now these Ouroboros-class Titans of Gallente make him doubt his life, because these Titans are telling him with facts that the second-generation Titans in this direction are correct. For the Dreadnought, this battle module is the soul. After it is activated, it can greatly enhance its own defense and attack power, making it a terrifying fixed firepower platform. Although this Dreadnought is like a child in front of the super flagship, it is a real terror for other warships. For small forces, this Dreadnought is already a strategic weapon. And now these enemy Titans are equipped with this battle module, and their power can be imagined. At least from the Doomsday concentrated fire just now, these Titans equipped with battle modules are not failures, but real second-generation Titans. Then, these Ouroboros-class Titans prove this with their actions. One of the Ouroboros-class Titans aimed its flagship gun at a supercarrier in the Lap fleet. With just one firing of the flagship gun, the shield of the supercarrier was directly penetrated. Then the second shot shattered its armor, and the third shot completely penetrated its hull. Seeing the Gallente Titan destroy a supercarrier with just 3 shots, the demon civilization all took a breath. This is at least a strategic-level warship second only to the Titan. Even if it is not a sure win in a duel with a Titan, it is impossible to be so shocking. Compared with this terrible power, the firing rate of the Titan flagship cannon is what shocked Lapu and Adri Black Flag the most. These Ouroboros-class Titans in front of them have proved their strength and their control over the battlefield. After watching the performance of this Ouroboros-class Titan, Sai Jerusalem nodded with satisfaction. It is worthy of the huge cost and half a year of research with Shengguan Qianqian to make it. The power is really good. To put it bluntly, these second-generation Titan technologies are actually the perfect technology to equip the battle module on the Titan. The second-generation Titan technology that was unlocked with Gallente at the beginning was just how to transform the Ouroboros-class Titan into a hull that can withstand the battle module. As for the battle module, the help of the Triglavians is needed. This is because the battle module mutant of the Triglavians can use quantum entanglement to mutate the battle module, so that it can be equipped on the Titan. Although the principle is like this, it took Sai Jerusalem and Shengguan Qianqian more than half a year to achieve a perfect combination. This is because the Ouroboros-class hull technology for carrying the battle module already exists, otherwise it would take longer. Although this technology has made a breakthrough, it can only be used by Gallente's Ouroboros-class Titan. Even if the Emma Empire's God-class Titan wants to upgrade to a second-generation Titan, it will take at least decades of research to obtain a hull that can withstand the huge load brought by the battle module. Even New Eden is like this. The price that other forces need to spend can be imagined, not to mention that the most critical Abyss battle module technology is still firmly in the hands of the 3 gods. It can be said that except for New Eden, It is completely a dream for others to have a second-generation Titan. Chapter 597. Sai Jerusalem looked at the enemy's reaction with a sneer on his face. Stop playing around. Attack with all your forces. Leave all these guys here. Since the second-generation Titan has been exposed, there is no need to hide it anymore. We have to crush the enemy before they react. Otherwise, it will be no fun if the enemy reacts and finds a way to deal with it. When Sai Jerusalem gave the order, all 500 armies rushed forward and jumped towards the main fleet of every Black Flag. As for Lapu and his 3 guards in the middle, they were instantly submerged in the Galeni fleet, and Lapu's vehicle was directly smashed by an Orobus-class Titan with the Abyss battle module activated. You know, after the Abyss module was activated, not only the conventional weapons of the Titan were greatly enhanced, but also the Doomsday weapons were greatly improved. After all, if it can withstand the energy of a larger Doomsday weapon, the power of the Doomsday weapon will naturally increase. Seeing the Galeni fleet charging towards his fleet, Adrian Black Flag reacted immediately and ordered the Interceptor to build an interception defense field to stop the Galeni fleet. However, at this time, a number of Nemesis-class stealth bombers also jumped out of the subspace and dropped bombs to destroy the interception defense field and the Interceptor together. Without the interception defense field, the 500 Galeni fleets equipped with second-generation Titans rushed into the formation like a tiger into a flock of sheep, killing the surrounding enemy flagships. The terrifying power of 3 guns and 1 super aircraft carrier frightened the Demon fleet. Even the Demon Titans could not hold out for long in front of these Orobus-class Titans that activated the Abyss battle module, and the flagships of the entire fleet were constantly destroyed. Seeing the Galeni fleet being slaughtered like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, Adri Black Flag quickly organized the fleet to resist, and during the battle, Adri Black Flag also discovered the shortcomings of these second-generation Titans. That is, after activating the Abyss battle module, these second-generation Titans are like dreadnoughts, and cannot move, and cannot accept remote maintenance from the outside world. This is their opportunity. It must be said that Adrian Black Flag's battlefield sense is very sharp, and he quickly found the weakness of this second-generation Titan. If ordinary Titans are regarded as battleships, then these second-generation Titans are plunder ships, and both firepower and defense are far superior to ordinary battleships. But they cannot accept remote maintenance from the outside like other battleships, and can only rely on themselves. And the defense seems to be very high, but there is a limit after all, and the Galeni hybrid gun needs energy to start, otherwise it will lose its effect. So after keenly detecting this, Adri Black Flag immediately adjusted the fleet, and after abandoning dozens of groups as bait to entangle the Galeni fleet, it frantically attacked the Galeni combat auxiliary fleet. At the cost of losing more than half of the fleet, it destroyed all of the Galeni combat auxiliary fleet, and then desperately entangled all of Galenti's Orobus-class Titans, unable to leave. The other fleets of Adri Black Flag quickly moved to the appropriate position, and various Doomsday weapons accompanied by the flagship cannon focused fire on the Orobus-class Titan. Because the Abyss module was activated, facing this level of concentrated fire, the Orobus-class Titan did not suffer much damage, but the attack formed by the ant-like attack was also very considerable. Moreover, these Doomsday concentrated fires were not aimed at damage, but to use the erosion effect of the demonic Doomsday weapon to destroy the energy of the Orobus-class Titan. Under a series of attacks, Galenti's Orobus-class Titan soon suffered losses. Because the combat auxiliary fleet had been completely destroyed, and these Orobus-class Titans were all full-stack defensive battle Titans, without self-repair equipment, and their energy was destroyed, they soon suffered losses in the face of the enemy's concentrated fire. After finding a way to deal with it, the demons' morale suddenly soared, and they continued to use this tactic to attack Galenti's Titans. As long as they can kill all of Galenti's second-generation Titans, the balance of the war will be in their favor. Sai Jerusalem was a little surprised to see that Adri Black Flag found a way to deal with it so quickly. But then, they also took countermeasures, and immediately transferred all the dreadnoughts to the periphery of the Titans, and all the Titans began to gather inward, preparing to destroy the enemy that had been entangled with dozens of armies in one fell swoop. If these entangled enemies are not eliminated, then the second-generation Titans of Sai Jerusalem will not be able to exert their power. And Adri Black Flag naturally knew this truth, so when he saw that these dozens of army groups were about to be annihilated and the Titans were about to escape, he immediately sent dozens of army groups to exchange these second-generation Titans with the attitude of exchanging lives for lives. He was betting that the opponent's second-generation Titans were not many, otherwise they would not have appeared in the attack on the Tama line of defense, and even in other Starfield battlefields now. This approach undoubtedly made the reckless man Sai Jerusalem very excited. Order all Titans to gather inward to form a Titan cluster. Let's see who can replace whom. The 500 Titans in the army of Side Jerusalem are all second-generation Titans. In the configuration of the New Eden fleet, each super flagship fleet is equipped with 50 Titans, and an army is composed of 5 super flagship fleets. In other words, the number of second-generation Titans in the hands of Side Jerusalem has reached an astonishing 125,000. According to the Demon's casualty ratio of 50 groups to replace 300 Titans, this nearly 50-to-1 casualty ratio means that Side Jerusalem can be exchanged for Adri Black Flag's vomiting blood. Both sides were so bloodthirsty that they were caught in a fierce battle, and neither was willing to retreat. It must be said that this demon civilization is indeed a warlike civilization. Faced with such huge casualties, these demon fleets were not afraid, but chose to move forward without hesitation when faced with the task of sending their own death. Galenti calls himself a real man, and he is also very enthusiastic about fighting, so he will not give up on the battlefield. When two warlike guys collide with each other, it can only be a battle of life and death. After Side Jerusalem assembled all the Erebus-class Titans, it immediately reorganized them into a new pure Titan fleet and took the initiative to attack the demon general. This approach made Galenti's attack more fierce, and it also made it bear more attacks. This is a lose-lose strategy. This move undoubtedly made the battle more intense, and the loss rate of both sides became more terrifying. Both fleets also declined at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 598. While the main forces of Adri Black Flag and Side Jerusalem were engaged in a battle, Jamil Salam's Emma Navy also launched an attack on the Tama Star region from the rear. Because Adri Black Flag sent out all its fleets, leaving only dozens of fleets for defense, it was defeated by the attack of the Emma Navy. Because the Tama Star region only had a very tight external defense line in the Tama Galaxy, and there was not much defense in the rear, which also allowed the Emma Navy to quickly break through its rear portal galaxy. After taking the portal system, the Emma Navy immediately built a forward base on the spot, and used it to radiate the war to the entire Tama Star region. Facing the attack of the Emma Navy, the fleet of the Tama Star region could only hold on. At the same time, the Tama system was also attacked by the Blood Raiders fleet of Draclia Melon. Because the first and second lines of defense of the Tama system were broken by the joint attack of the Galenti and Blood Raiders fleets, Draclia Melon was able to directly deploy all 4 armies of the Blood Raiders group on the battlefield. This also greatly increased the speed of Draclia Melon's advancement of the Tama defense line. With the Blood Raiders fleet breaking in front, and the Emma Navy's crazy attack behind, and the main fleet of the demons now distributed in 26 star fields to fight with Galenti, the Tama star field could not organize its effective defense at all. Because all officials are connected to the New Eden combat channel, they still understand the current situation of Galenti. Watching Side Jerusalem lead 500 troops to fight against 2,000 enemy troops, Jamil Salam was very anxious, because she knew that these were the last main fleets of the demons, and there would be no such scale of war after this battle. And from the looks of it, Side Jerusalem has already used the second-generation Titan cluster to crush Adri Black Flag. If this continues, these enemies will be eaten up by Galenti. How can Jamil Salam not be anxious? Although the advancement speed is fast, it does not satisfy Jamil Salam, because at this speed, it will take at least 1 to 2 days to open up the entire Tama star field. By that time, I am afraid, she will not even be able to drink a mouthful of soup. After thinking for a while, Jamil Salam made a decision immediately and contacted Draclia Melon, who was attacking the Tama defense line. Jamil Salam, what's wrong? Draclia Melon asked, while controlling the fleet to demolish the enemy's military fortress. Jamil Salam didn't waste words, but said directly, I will send a fleet from the rear to directly cross the enemy's defense zone to attack the Tama Galaxy. Get ready, we will defend from both sides, and completely tear the Tama Galaxy defense line apart. Are you in such a hurry? There are 500 armies of our Imperial Navy in the rear to intercept them, and ensure that the enemy will not escape. If we don't hurry up and open up the Tama Star system, we won't even get a bite of soup. The Emma Navy in the Tama Star region that attacked from the rear has a total of 1,000 armies. Even if half of them cross the enemy's control area to attack the Tama Star system, the remaining forces are enough to block the enemy's retreat. As long as the Tama Galaxy is taken, the entire star field can be blocked, and Jamil Salam will have plenty of time to clean up the remaining enemies. Okay, then you come as soon as possible. Hearing Jamil Salam's words, Draclia Melon immediately agreed without hesitation. She was also looking forward to directly participating in the decisive battle. After a brief discussion, Jamil Salam also took action without hesitation. After leaving 500 army groups to continue the attack and block the rear of the Tama Star field, she personally led the remaining 500 army groups to rush to the Tama galaxy. Jamil Salam led these 500 groups and directly crossed the demon's control area in the Tama star field and rushed towards the Tama star system. In the face of this situation, even if Jamil Salam did not hide his team, the demon's defense fleet had no intention of intercepting them. Besides, they couldn't stop them. Soon, Jamil Salam's 500 groups of troops launched an attack after arriving at the rear of the Tama star field, and Drakria Melon also ordered the Blood Raiders fleet to launch a full-scale attack. Facing this double-sided attack, the defenders of the Tama galaxy had no way out. After just a few rounds, the defensive fleet had been completely destroyed, and they could only defend the military fortress with the intention of resisting stubbornly. However, under the demolition artifact of the Blood Raiders fleet that neutralized the energy of the military fortress, this stubborn resistance seemed meaningless. In just 5 hours, the third military fortress defense chain of the Tama galaxy was declared broken, and the Emma Navy fleet drove straight in to carry out a comprehensive cleanup of the enemy, and completed the control of the Tama galaxy. After the Emma Navy took control of the Tama system, it completely blocked the main fleet of Adri Black Flag, leaving no way out. After taking the Tama system, Jamil Salam did not delay, and immediately issued an order to the fleet: leave 300 troops to guard the Tama system and prevent the enemy's main fleet from retreating. The rest of the fleet will follow me to help Galenti in the battle as soon as possible. If you are one step late, you won't even be able to drink soup. The Blood Raiders group, which completed the task of breaking through the Tama defense line, also quickly headed to the main battlefield under the leadership of Drakria Melon after completing the war preparations and supplies at the forward base. The news of the loss of the Tama galaxy also reached Adri Black Flag. Seeing that the Tama star region had been blocked by the Emma Navy and even the Tama galaxy, their only retreat, had been conquered, Adri Black Flag could also sigh. It's all over, everything is going to end, what a pity. Now the entire demon civilization and the main fleet of the Freedom Camp have been pinned down by Galenti in the battlefield of these 26 star regions. The front road is blocked and the back road is blocked. There is no chance of winning. Then, Adri Black Flag looked at the Galenti fleet in front of him, which was bombarding his fleet with pure titans, and his eyes returned to the indifference of 10,000 years of ice. Order all flagships to start, and rush into the enemy titan cluster, and launch a desperate attack. Even if we die, we will bid farewell to the starry sea with our lives. Chapter 599. As Adrian Black Flag's order was issued, the entire demon fleet also showed extraordinary enthusiasm. All the flagship pilots of the demon civilization roared and rushed towards the Galenti Titan cluster, and detonated the energy cabin after launching the doomsday weapon in the Quintai Titan cluster. A series of self-explosions by the demon flagships also caused different damages to the Galenti Titans, and even caused them to explode, and the battle became very fierce. Sai Jerusalem looked at the madness of the demon fleet and only frowned slightly, and then ordered the interception fleet to eject the interception force field within hundreds to thousands of kilometers in front of the Titan to defend against the enemy's suicide attack. Although the flagship self-detonation is powerful, it can only cause damage to the Titans at close range. It has no power at a distance. So when the Galenti interception fleet used the interception force field to form a thick defense circle in front of the Titans, the crazy suicide attack of the demon fleet became a joke. These suicide attacks, that were originally like a dead end, have now become a large-scale interstellar fireworks show. Seeing that Galenti quickly took countermeasures, Adri Black Flag also quickly ordered the Titans and Dreadnoughts to launch a doomsday bombing on these interception force fields, intending to use the doomsday to blow up these interception force fields. As the doomsday beams bombarded, the thick interception force field defense was completely destroyed, and a hole was torn in the interception force field defense. In the face of this situation, there was no need for Sai Jerusalem to issue an order, and the remaining Galenti interceptor pilot also rushed over desperately to fill the hole. The conventional fleets of both sides also swarmed over and launched a fierce battle around the interception force field defense circle. The flagships of both sides also bombarded each other across the long battlefield. The bright doomsday beams and thick flagship guns passed by the conventional fleet, making the battlefield even more depressing. From time to time, conventional warships were directly hit by flagship guns or even doomsday, and were turned into pieces, and there were even cases of friendly fire. But both sides could no longer care about so much, and all desperately wanted to fight for the weak control of the war. At this time, several battleship fleets painted in white joined the battlefield. Sai Jerusalem looked at these battleship fleets that suddenly joined the battlefield, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Jamil Salam, you are really fast. Ha ha ha, how can I be absent from such a decisive battle? Jamil Salam looked at the enemy, who had at least 1,000 armies, and his eyes were full of excitement. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Syed Jerusalem looked at Jamil Salam's fleets, and couldn't help wondering, you just brought these battle fleets? This is the main battlefield, the decisive battlefield where flagships are consumables. These battle fleets are not enough to fight a wave. Don't worry, my Emma's 200 armies are on the way. How could there be only a few battle fleets? Jamil Salam explained, then changed the subject, and looked at Syed Jerusalem with a playful look. Also, who said that battleships can't participate in the decisive battle? Hearing this, Syed Jerusalem's pupil shrank. Before he could ask, he saw several Emma battleships leap to the side of the demon main fleet. Every black flag looked at the two battleships that ran to the front of his main fleet, and after a closer look, he knew that the Emma fleet had also arrived. He ignored the two Emma battleships, and ordered the fleet to continue to break through the interception force field defense as soon as possible, otherwise when the Emma main fleet arrived, their situation would be even more irreversible. Just as the demon fleet was preparing to launch a more violent attack and crush the two Emma battleships in front of it, these Emma battleships also took action. The bows of these Emma battleships suddenly emitted an unusual high-energy reaction at a distance, and the urgent warning sounded throughout the hundreds of titans of the demon fleet. What's going on? Every black flag looked at the two battleship fleets that had caused the alarm on their titans, feeling somewhat surprised. How could two battleships cause the early warning systems of hundreds of titans to sound such an alarm? Every black flag knew about New Eden's battleship-level doomsday weapons, but even if these two battleship fleets activated their doomsday weapons, at best they could only cause certain damage to one titan. Then, the two Emma battleships gave them the answer. The bows of these battleships suddenly shot out a ball of energy towards the demon titan, and these energy balls quickly attached to the demon titan's energy shield. After these energy balls hit the demon titan, they did not explode as Adri Black Flag expected, but quietly merged into its energy shield. After these energy balls merged into the energy shield, the titan's energy shield suddenly reversed, and the originally gentle energy became very manic, spreading along the energy line to the inside and outside of the titan. Then, in the shocked eyes of Adrian Black Flag, the titans hit by the energy group exploded violently after just a few seconds. This was because the energy cabin and energy lines exploded. Shield reversal technology, Jamil Salam, you hit it well enough. Syed Jerusalem looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Jamil Salam dared to come here with two Hell Angels-class battleship fleets. My lord has given so many resources. Since your second-generation Titan has come out, I, Emma, naturally can't fall behind, right? Jamil Salam replied with a smile. After that, 200 armies of the Emma Navy also rushed over, and the sky was full of inductions that illuminated the entire starry sky. The instant destruction of hundreds of Titans, and the arrival of the support of the Emma Navy in the rear completely broke the nerves of the demon fleet, which was already tense. As a warship could not withstand the pressure and retreated, the entire demon fleet was instantly defeated like sand. The demon civilization is doomed to fail. Looking at the collapsed battlefield, Adrian Black Flag struggled several times, and found that the fleet could no longer be controlled. He gave up and sat quietly in the cockpit of the warship, looking in the direction of the demon civilization, with thousands of thoughts in his eyes. Adrian Black Flag stretched out his hand to touch the air in front of him. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and his tone was lonely with a little expectation. Wife, I'm sorry. Chapter 600. Every Black Flag died in battle, and the demon fleet and the Free Faction fleet fled in all directions, unable to form an organized combat force. Looking at every Black Flag who chose to self-destruct his Titan on the battlefield, Syed Jerusalem also sighed, and then said to Jamil Salam, the main battlefield is over, and the remaining enemies will be eliminated by you and me as soon as possible. Although the battle on the main battlefield is over, this is only the main fleet of the demon civilization. There are still 3,000 fleets of the Free Faction on the other battlefields, which needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Yeah. Jamil Salam also nodded. Afterwards, Jamil Salam first cooperated with the Blood Raiders fleet to completely take over the Tama Star region, and then after stationing 100 army groups in the Tama Star system, the remaining 900 army groups also cooperated with the Galeni fleet to eliminate the remaining enemies. Because the outcome was already determined, the enemy could not form an effective organization at all and fled in all directions, which also made it impossible for New Eden to better eliminate them. After destroying the enemy's flagship, the remaining conventional fleet was like a loach, which made Emma and the Galeni fleet very distressed. At this time, under the order of Aura, Maud also came with his Maud Corps and Hibernator fleet to carry out the mopping up work against the enemy's conventional fleet. The high mobility of Maud Corps and Hibernator fleet naturally made it easy for them to mop up the enemy's conventional fleet, and Maud was also enjoying it. Jamil Salam and Side Jerusalem also left 100 armies each to continue the blockade. After blocking all the remaining enemies in these 26-star regions, the rest of the fleet also set out from the Tama Star region and attacked the demon civilization's homeland. In this decisive battle, although Galenti had an absolute advantage with the second-generation Titans, it also suffered heavy losses under the crazy counterattack of the demon fleet. Facing the crazy counterattack of the 2,000 main demon army of Edrei Black Flag on the main battlefield, the 500 army of Side Jerusalem also lost nearly 130 army groups, and in other Starfield battlefields, facing the 3,000 army groups of the Free Camp, it also lost nearly 200 army groups. But fortunately, because of sufficient combat readiness and complete cloning facilities, the resurrected warriors drove the battleships back to the base. Galenti's 1,000 armies are full again. Because the entire southern battlefield was shielded by Aura's cockroach glass, the outside world could not get the situation. So when the Emma fleet and the Galenti fleet came out of the Tama Star field, they were a little dumbfounded. Before the war, Galenti's 1,000 armies faced Edrei Black Flag's 5,000 armies. After the battle, Edrei Black Flag's fleet did not come out of the battlefield, while Galenti and Emma's fleets came out intact. The shock can be imagined. Afterwards, the New Eden fleet launched an attack on the demon civilization from the Tama Star region, sweeping all the free civilizations along the way. The Emma Empire Crusaders, who had already attacked the demon civilization, also stopped and cooperated with the Sasha group and the Hibernator fleet to block the entrances and exits of the entire demon civilization, and also stopped the Justice Order fleet, which was red-eyed at the thousands of years of heritage of the demon civilization. At the border of the demon civilization, the Emma Empire Crusaders and the Justice Order coalition were in a standoff. Peter Yagutis frowned at the Imperial Crusaders, who blocked the entrances and exits of the demon civilization, and asked, "Sir, what do you mean?" Void Murong was indifferent, and the entire Imperial Crusade fleet was ready for battle. "We have received orders from our Lord to block the demon civilization and prohibit all personnel from entering or leaving." You must be kidding. New Eden has spent so much effort to finally eliminate the last living force of the demon civilization. How could it let others come to reap the spoils? But we are friendly forces now, and we all have the same goal. It would be inappropriate not to let us in, right? Besides, it is not a big deal for our thousands of troops to be blocked here all the time. Peter Yagutis naturally doesn't want to give up the thousands of years of heritage left by the demon civilization. This is something that can make a force leap forward. No one would be willing to give up such benefits, even angels. Vibra Elena also watched silently, and did not stop Peter Yagutis. Hearing Peter Yagutis' almost threatening words, Void Murong did not waste words, but directly issued orders to the fleet. Each fleet prepares to meet the enemy. Immediately, the 50 armies of the Imperial Crusaders stationed in this place immediately launched an offensive deployment, and they were not afraid of the nearly 3,000 armies of the Angel Civilization and the Freedom Camp. At the same time, the Sasha fleet and the Hibernator fleet also shuttled out of the wormhole, and deployed on both wings of the Emma Empire Crusaders. Peter Yagutis saw this, and his face was gloomy. "Sir, are you sure you want to do this?" As soon as the voice fell, the thousands of armies behind Peter Yagutis locked onto the Emma Empire Crusaders, and the Emma Empire Crusaders naturally responded. Void Murong waved his hand, and the Crusaders of the Emma Empire also locked onto Peter Yagutis' vehicle, and the Doomsday weapon began to warm up. "If you are sure you want to go to war with New Eden, you can also try to force your way in. We can kill the demon civilization and the free camp, and we can also take you with us." Looking at the stubborn Void Murong, Peter Yagutis couldn't help but feel a flame in his heart, and he had an urge to go to war. At this time, Vibra Elena finally spoke. "Since New Eden doesn't need our help, let's stop here." When Vibra Elena spoke, the others naturally dared not disobey, so they had to withdraw unwillingly and attack the remaining free camp civilization. On the way, Peter Yagutis was a little unwilling. "Queen, are you just going to give up like this? That is the foundation of the demon civilization for thousands of years." Upon hearing this, Vibra Elena turned her head and looked at Peter Yagutis and said softly, "If you can face New Eden's revenge, let alone the demon civilization, even if I give you this position directly, what's wrong?" Hearing this, Peter Yagutis thought of the 5,000 army groups that Edrei Black Flag could enter the southern battlefield and then come out, and he immediately shut up. The current New Eden has surpassed the existence of various forces, and coupled with the New Eden style of revenge, It makes people scalp numb just thinking about it. Chapter 601. Seeing that Vibralena chose to give in, Sherman, who was far away in Chongqing City, nodded and turned to Aura beside him, and said, "Let Sai Jerusalem and the others speed up and advance to the demon civilization as soon as possible. I can't wait any longer." Because the demon civilization had slaughtered 18 star regions in New Eden, and New Eden also threatened that the demon civilization and the free camp would pay 10 times the price. And now Sai Jerusalem and Jamil Salam are strictly enforcing this order. The fleet is advancing towards the demon civilization's homeland while executing the extermination order. This also slowed down the advancement speed. Hearing Sherman's words, Aura nodded and turned to urge Sai Jerusalem and others. After receiving Aura's urging, Sai Jerusalem stretched his body and said to Jamil Salam, "I received Aura's order, urging us to move forward as soon as possible and control the demon civilization." Jamil Salam frowned as he looked at the fleet that was destroying stars in the local galaxy. "What about the rest?" Sai Jerusalem said nonchalantly, "Send a fleet to destroy all the enemy's interstellar fleets and space stations, and leave the remaining colonized planets to Dracula Melon. Her Blood Raiders fleet can complete the finishing work. As long as the enemy's interstellar forces are killed, the remaining people can only stay on the surface and wait for death, and Dracula Melon can finish the job herself." "Okay, I give the fleet an order right away." Without further ado, Jamil Salam also responded and gave orders to the fleet. Then, in less than 3 days, the entire southern part of the Freedom Camp was reduced to ashes by the ravages of the New Eden fleet. The main fleet was destroyed by New Eden in the decisive battle, which made the garrison fleets of these Freedom Camp civilizations collapse at the touch of a button, and they could not even resist. After clearing out the interstellar forces of these Freedom Camp civilizations, the Emma fleet and the Galeni fleet left the rest to the Blood Raider fleet to guard, and then quickly advanced towards the Demon Files. After the main fleet of New Eden arrived at the Demon Civilization, the entire Demon Civilization fell after only a few unorganized resistances. And because of Aura, the Demon Civilization's thousands of years of heritage was transported to New Eden without any difference, leaving only a piece of broken walls. At the request of Vibralena, after New Eden emptied the resources of the Demon Civilization, its population and various high-level officials were all traded over. And because New Eden massacred 180 star fields in the southern part of the Free Camp, destroyed 18 large civilizations, and dozens of small and medium civilizations, it can be said that it is notorious. Because of New Eden's iron-fisted policy of not accepting surrender, a large number of Free Camp civilizations have madly turned to the Justice Order, especially Peter Ugudis' camp, which has greatly expanded the Justice Order. Because there is no defense force, the Free Camp is exposed to the entire universe like a piece of fat meat. Not only New Eden and the Justice Order are involved, but other forces that have always claimed to be absolutely neutral have also participated recently, all wanting to bite off a piece of meat. In this situation where almost the entire universe participated in this feast, the Free Camp endured this rampage for a full 3 months. After a group of high-ranking nobles from the Demon Civilization and the Free Camp were publicly tried and hanged in the Holy City of Angels, the camp war that lasted for 1,000 years finally came to an end. The Angel Civilization became the winner, and the glory of justice spread to every corner of the universe. Compared with the reputation of the Angel Civilization in the universe, New Eden has become very low-key. After transporting all the spoils back to New Eden, the fleet of New Eden returned to its original territory. It had no interest in the control area, and it was unknown what agreement it had reached with the Angels. Half a year later, as the war was completely settled, Vibralena also stepped down from the position of queen, and Lucy Hall took over as the new Queen of Angels. As a result, Peter Ugudis also became a popular figure in the Star Sea, and after absorbing a large number of people from the Free Camp, he rebuilt the Carlson Civilization and became the First Order civilization of the Justice Order. Vibralena abdicated, and the new king took the throne. The Angel Civilization suffered very serious losses in the war, so it also lay dormant to digest and restore its strength. On the other hand, New Eden also chose to close itself off and no longer communicate with the outside world. Only the various rare resources that continuously flowed into New Eden proved that New Eden was still active. Regarding New Eden's actions, everyone held various conspiracy theories, believing that New Eden was preparing for a new round of all-out war. After all, after the destruction of the Demon Civilization and the Free Camp, New Eden also replaced their position and became the new overlord of the Star Sea, and its strength was even much more terrifying than the original Demon Civilization. No one would believe that such a powerful country is still guarding the barren southern and eastern star regions. Compared to New Eden's love of peace and cherishing its homeland. Others are more inclined to believe that New Eden is quietly accumulating strength to unify the entire universe. Of course, this is just speculation from the outside world, and the angel civilization, as one of the parties involved, knows what is going on. Vibralena looked at Lucy Hall, who was a little worried about New Eden's actions, and sighed in her heart, and then warned with a serious face. Don't worry about New Eden. As long as you don't take the initiative to provoke, you only need to wait for another year or two, and the problem will be solved. Teacher, but now New Eden is acquiring a large amount of precious resources every day, which makes me worried, Lucy Hall said worriedly. After taking office and getting access to relevant intelligence, she understood the current strength comparison between New Eden and Angel civilization, and also knew that New Eden is now an irresistible enemy for Angel civilization. Since New Eden was born, he has shown an extremely fanatical attitude towards fighting, a true war maniac. And now that New Eden has done this, it has undoubtedly deepened her worries. Vibralena sighed lightly, gently stroked Lucy Hall's hair, and said softly, I wanted to tell you later, but now that you are here, I will let you know in advance. After that, Vibralena took Lucy Hall to the depths of the ancestral star of the Angel civilization. It was time to let her know these secrets. Chapter 602. How is this possible? In the depths of the ancestral star of the Angel civilization, in a temple that looked very ancient, Lucy Hall looked at the paper book in her hand, and her face was filled with disbelief as she looked at the contents. Weeble Elena, who was standing by, knelt on a mat, bowed her head to the statue in the temple, and whispered, Nothing is impossible, this is the fact. But the records on it are also. Lucy Hall found it difficult to accept this, because the records in it were too shocking. If it were exposed, the Angel civilization would be greatly shaken, and it is not impossible that it would collapse. Vibralena stood up and took the book from Lucy Hall, carefully put it back in front of the statue, and then knelt on the mat and led Lucy Hall to sit on the mat. Then, she slowly said, Lucy Hall, since you have become the Angel Queen, you are also qualified to know these things. In addition to the records in the book, there are some things that can only be passed down by word of mouth among the Angel Queen, which can neither be recorded nor spread. Regardless of whether Lucy Hall was mentally prepared, Vibralena continued to say, about 16,000 years ago, there was no Angel clan at that time. At that time, the Angel clan was still a feudal surface civilization, and did not know the vastness of the Star Sea. One day, a huge fleet suddenly descended from the void outside the ancestral star, and began to contact the ancestors. They called themselves the Yin Army, and came from a distant place called New Eden, looking for a way to their hometown. Then, one of them fell in love with the ancestor and called the ancestor an angel. At the request of the ancestor, he helped the entire race to achieve the advancement of civilization. Our wings and the name of angels also came from that time. They stayed for less than half a year, but in this short period of less than half a year, the angel race was created, and the ancestors also relied on the various technologies they left behind and spent less than a few decades to build a huge empire. Moreover, love and justice, the two things that the angel civilization has always believed in, were also taught to us by that group of people back then. From Vibralena's mouth, Lucy Hall learned many secrets that she had never heard of before, and also learned that the love between two people created a legend of a powerful civilization. After Vibralena finished speaking, she looked at the silent Lucy Hall and quietly waited to digest the news. When she heard this from the previous Angel Queen, her reaction was much greater than Lucy Hall's. Half a day later, Lucy Hall, who had calmed down a little, asked, What about the demon civilization? Although on the surface, the demon civilization rose by marrying an angel princess and obtaining an ancient civilization relic. But Lucy Hall knew that it was not the case. Because the first demon queen was not a princess, but the previous angel queen. That is, Vibralena's teacher. As for the dowry of ancient relics, it was even more nonsense, because the angel civilization had never been generous to this extent. Vibralena exhaled lightly, and gave an answer. When the teacher was the queen, it was because of these things that she doubted the justice we adhered to, and then she was trapped for hundreds of years. Finally, after she stepped down as the Queen of Angels, she took a batch of the most cutting-edge angel technology to her husband's civilization, and after integrating several surrounding civilizations, she established a new civilization. She also established the demon civilization in the name of the demons that opposed the angels written in the ancestral book, and used this to start the war between the two sides. After the first demon queen judged the angel civilization, the contradiction between the two sides was irreconcilable, because this was already a war of faith, and only one could exist in this sea of stars, and there was no possibility of coexistence. In other words, whether it was the angel civilization or the demon civilization, they were actually created by the force called Yin Jun at the beginning. Lucy Hall took a deep breath, and then looked closely at Vibra Lena. Teacher, is there any connection between this New Eden and the New Eden you just mentioned? Vibra Lena nodded and said softly, the Emperor of New Eden, Lord Sherman, is the Yin army. This remark shocked Lucy Hall, and then she showed a bitter smile. No wonder in less than 3 years, this New Eden can grow from a remote corner to such a behemoth, and your attitude towards New Eden has changed so much since Ian's wedding. At the beginning, Vibra Lena's attitude towards New Eden was not to say that she was superior, but she also looked down on the lower-level civilization as a higher-level civilization. As for the various resources Wang Yin applied for from New Eden, she also looked down on the resources of a higher-level civilization as a lower-level civilization. Even after New Eden revealed its superflag construction capabilities, she only paid a little attention and did not take it too seriously. After Wang Yan's wedding, Vibra Lena's attitude towards New Eden changed dramatically. Not only did she no longer look down on it, but she even had a mysterious trust and fear towards New Eden. Now she finally knew why. Lucy Hall raised her head, looked at Vibra Lena seriously and asked, Teacher, you strongly supported me to this position. Is it actually because of New Eden? Yes. Vibra Lena admitted it very directly, and did not hide her worries at all. Although the angel civilization has become what it is now, because of the Yin army, I am also afraid that New Eden will take over the entire angel civilization. So for the independence of the angel civilization, I can only support you. I also know Sherman. Although this little guy has absolute military power, he doesn't have much ambition, and attaches great importance to feelings. So as long as Wang Yin is by his side, unless we take the initiative to die, New Eden and angel civilization will never be enemies. Even when necessary, New Eden can become the most powerful helper of angel civilization. This is Vibra Lena's plan, and it is also an open conspiracy. Listening to Vibra Lena's words, Lucy Hall frowned and asked, but now New Eden is buying up all kinds of rare resources. Isn't it expanding its army and accumulating strength? No. Vibra Lena interrupted Lucy Hall's words and said very seriously, New Eden, they are preparing to go home, back to their real home. Chapter 603. Since Lucy Hall returned from the ancestral planet, her attitude has changed greatly. Not only did she stop her husband Peter Yagutis from attacking New Eden, but she also cooperated with the large amount of resources sent to New Eden. Later, she invited Wang Yin to travel to various civilizations of the entire Justice Order. The relationship between the two sides became very harmonious, and the various conspiracy theories about New Eden in the universe were self-defeating. It is also because the relationship between New Eden and the angel civilization has become like a honeymoon period. The entire universe no longer has the tense atmosphere of the past war clouds, and various civilizations have also ushered in a period of rapid development. During this period, New Eden sold various advanced technologies, such as the bridge-jumping technology that could span several or even one star field, making interstellar trade more prosperous. The Caldari Consortium in New Eden also invested in infrastructure in various civilizations, spreading Atano's satellite mining technology and the advanced mining technology of United Mining. This move not only allowed New Eden to obtain a large amount of needed resources, but also won a lot of friendly reputations, and also made the Caldari Consortium the largest consortium in the universe. 2 years passed peacefully. On this day, in Changming City, Sherman sat on the throne, and the officials sat neatly on both sides, all with solemn faces. After getting Sherman's nod, Aura stood up and reported, My lord, brothers and sisters, after 2 years of decryption and construction, Eve Gate was completed yesterday and inspected. We can go home now. Aura's eyes were moist when he said this. After destroying the demon civilization, Aura chose to leave the data body and become a real main life. After rejecting the female body of Estamel Tel and the bald strong men of Side Jerusalem, he chose to continue to use his image of a middle-aged man. Now he is the Prime Minister of New Eden, and is in charge of all the affairs of New Eden. As for Sherman, he is a hands-off boss. Every day he takes 1 yen to travel around the universe, and completely becomes a salted fish. Listening to Aura's words, Sherman was also very excited. Aura, have you confirmed the dimension? It has been confirmed, and can be opened at any time. Aura replied in the affirmative. Because by deciphering the Yanjun Eve Gate technology obtained from the angel, it was found that this was actually a dimensional gate. And after comparing and deciphering it with the New Eden central computer, it was inherited from the New Eden ancestral land, the Earth technology that no longer knows how to describe it, and it is also the technology of that Earth civilization similar to the New Eden Star Gate. Moreover, although this Eve Gate can be built, there is no location marker stored in it, so it can only travel randomly between dimensions, and that is what the Yin army did at the time, hoping to gamble on that illusory luck and go back. But Sherman is different, because he has many connections with his original world, so the location marker of his hometown is in the New Eden Central Computer, and he can return to his hometown. Afterwards, the Eve Gate plan was officially launched. In the past 2 years, New Eden has been buying up all kinds of rare resources, all for the purpose of building the Eve Gate. After 2 years of waiting, the result has finally come. Hearing Aura's affirmative answer, Sherman closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then opened his eyes with a resolute look and issued an order. Everyone, listen to the order. All forces will go down and prepare immediately, and the Eve Gate will be activated in 1 month. Let's go home. Go home. The officials shouted excitedly. Their excitement was beyond words. It was also from this day that New Eden announced a comprehensive blockade, strictly prohibiting anyone from entering, and all non-New Eden people and forces were asked to leave the territory of New Eden. During this period, Sherman also secretly visited the angel civilization with Wang Yin, and met with Lucy Hall, the new angel queen, several times, during which many agreements were reached. Others did not know the specific agreement, but they only knew that Lucy Hall later revealed to her husband Peter Yagoudis that the angel civilization could maintain its leadership position on the largest and highest stage of the Star Sea for 10,000 years. 1 month later, New Eden, Everstar City. Ola, how are all the preparations? My lord, the Eve Gate has been fully charged and can be activated at any time. What about the subjects of New Eden? Be fully prepared too. This is not just a simple dimensional shuttle for a few people, but a shuttle involving 97 star fields, 7,929 galaxies, and 473,743 stars. That's right, Sherman does not intend to take only the couple and the officials back, he wants to take all the subjects back. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so much time and resources. There were more territories in New Eden, but this was the limit that the Eve Gate could bear. So Sherman had no choice but to concentrate all the New Eden citizens in these 97 star fields, and gave the rest of the territory to the angel civilization. Anyway, he couldn't take it away, so he might as well leave it to the angel civilization. Sherman sat on the throne, stood up and looked at the huge Eve Gate outside Changemixing City, and a complicated feeling arose in his heart. 3 years have passed, and I don't know what happened to my good brothers, Dirk Ellis and Sido. Do they still remember me? Is Sister Liang still live streaming in women's clothing, being hunted by Lauda and others who spy on the script every day, and shouting for revenge? Has Meng Yu surpassed Liang Shan to become the strongest cross-dresser in the Eve live streaming industry? After 3 years, will Siren Shini have made it to the top leadership of VVV? Will Ono of Omister still drive his Phoenix RV to go shopping? Will Saxo of Fountainfield still sell his own beef? Are the tornadoes on the Star Gate of Permit still waiting for their destined ones? Are the profiteers in Guitar Sea still bargaining every day? Is the world of Eve still so turbulent and fascinating? Everything seems so expected at this time, and there is also a sense of fear. Sherman turned his head and looked around, and finally took a deep look at this world where he had lived for several years, then gently put his arm around Wang Yan's waist, and gave orders in high spirits. Let's go! Let's go home! As a ray of light flashed through the Eve Gate, a huge beam of light emanated from it, sweeping all the surrounding star fields in. In just a moment, everything around disappeared, becoming desolate and dead silent. The white light swept across the entire universe, and the entire universe witnessed this moment. Angel Ancestor Star, Vibra Elena and Lucy Hall looked at the shining light in the interstellar space, and couldn't help but stand up and lean towards the direction of New Eden, with their lips slightly opened. I wish you a safe journey, and a safe return home.